a sharp sound cuts through the air. The sound echoes across the snow-covered mountains. A voice echoes through the mountains, calling someone a fool. The voice continues, taunting, "Did you think you could escape the inescapable encirclement?" The disembodied voice presses, demanding, "Where is the ancient relic hidden?" He coughs, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles against his unseen captor. Despite his struggle, a cruel smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, "Idiot." Despite the struggle, he asks, "Would you just tell that to others if you were me?" The response is immediate and furious, "You arrogant bastard." Cutting off the outburst, he declares, "Forget it. We need to contact the main squad first." Despite his anger, he maintains focus, contacting headquarters. "We've got the Northern Phantom. Please confirm our coordinates." The message comes through, "Coordinates confirmed. We'll be there soon." The Northern Phantom's opponent taunts him, marveling at his resilience. "You're so damn persistent. I can't believe you're still hanging in there even though your arm's been cut off." But a more pressing question arises: why is the Northern Phantom also after the relic that the Emperor seeks? Two figures approach the Northern Phantom, their expressions unreadable beneath their hoods. Reinforcements have arrived. What reason could he possibly have? "He's just trying to be annoying," someone exclaims, their frustration evident. "We've suffered for so many days because of him." One of them says, their eyes narrowed with resentment. "We need to have some fun with him before the main squad gets here so we can pay him back for the hardships we've gone through." He stands battered, his sword lying beside him. "You better brace yourself, Northern Phantom." A voice warns. "We won't be stopping until you're desperately begging us to kill you," one of the captors declares. Another voice chimes in, urgency in their tone, "Let's decide on who starts first. We don't have much time." "All right, then." The Northern Phantom replies, his voice echoing with a chilling resolve. A powerful strike lands. The Northern Phantom smirks, confident in his power. "I'm going first if it's heads," he declares, his intent clear. He's struck, blood flying as a powerful blow lands. The force of the blow sends him reeling. He struggles to remain standing, a desperate "I will not" escaping his lips. He's struck again, the force of the impact visible as blood splatters. "Let this end with me not being able," he declares, his resolve unwavering despite the brutal beating. His scream echoes, "To do anything about it." The Draken household's first failed awakener. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he unleashes a surge of power. The Draken household's first failed awakener declares, "Is me, Zeke Draker." He continues, explaining, "Because I was born into the great Dragonslayer household with a body that can't use aura, I failed to awaken, which should have been a given for a night." Zeke continues, revealing, "I was treated as trash and chased out of my household." Zeke's explanation continues, "Which is why I did everything I could to become stronger to survive." Zeke finished explaining his motivations, adding that someone once said something important. A sudden burst of speed. The sword gleams as it's drawn, a surge of power emanating from the blade. The air crackles with energy as a voice echoes, "If all you pursue is strength, then you'll have nothing in the end." Golden coins descend, each etched with intricate designs. But the coins stop mid-air, suspended by an unseen force. The armored hands clasp together, trapping one of the golden coins between them. The armored hands close completely, seizing one of the coins. "Such bullshit," he mutters. "Sweet. It's heads," he shouts, a wide grin spreading across his face. The victor's celebration is cut short as red energy slashes through the air. He turns, a look of shock on his face. "Is only said." A voice echoes, as figures approach. His eyes glow with power as the voice continues, "By those who are strong." The figure stands, a fierce glint in his eye as he prepares to strike. The figure lunges, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. His opponent braces himself, ready to meet the attack head-on. The words hang in the air, "Those who are weak." His face contorted in a grimace, the sword descending with terrifying speed. The blade connects, a sickening sound echoing through the air. "Will be trampled on by the strong, and what belongs to them will be stolen." The hero's blade cuts through, a spray of blood erupting from the unseen foe. The man's eyes glow with an eerie light as he falls, a voice declaring, "That is the truth of this world." The hero's gaze hardens, a steely resolve reflected in his eyes. Despite the damage he's taken, the hero stands firm, ready to face whatever comes next. Tisk, he clicks his tongue, still ready for the fight. The hero realizes, "Guess I won't be able to escape." What? He utters in disbelief. The hero wonders, did he just attach his arm back? A group of cloaked figures surrounds him. An irregular. How gross, he thinks, assessing the unsettling scene. One of the cloaked figures declares, "Whatever the case, he'll probably die if we cut his head off." He glares up at his attackers. The cloaked figures surge forward, moving with deadly intent. SFX, clang. Swords clash around him as the cloaked figures press their attack. The blizzard intensifies as the fight continues. The hero kneels, impaled by numerous swords. A single, ornate blade stands untouched beside him. Damn it! He grits out, the swords piercing him. He lies still, blood pooling around him. An untouched, ornate sword lies nearby. He coughs, his hand coming up to his mouth, stained crimson. Looks like I'll be dying soon, he thinks, staring at his blood-soaked hand. Even as he lies defeated, impaled by multiple swords, he thinks, even though I couldn't take my revenge. Blood trickles from his mouth as he lies prone. Even in defeat, a thought surfaces, I was able to steal the relic that the Emperor was after. I guess I did achieve something after all. Despite his injuries, he clutches the stolen relic tightly. It glows with an otherworldly light. Bloodied and battered, he whispers a faint, "Sorry." He falls, the name Alicia echoing in the emptiness. He plummets. He continues to fall, a bright flash momentarily illuminating his descent. The hero continues to plummet, the sound of impact echoing around him. As he falls, a message appears, "Your strong will can awaken an ancient power." As the hero continues to fall, a golden dragon spirit appears above him. A message clarifies, "The soul of an elder dragon is engraved upon the will of the one who persists." Kneeling, he is surrounded by a blinding golden light. His sword lies beside him, ready. Suddenly, a system message appears, an urgent measure has been activated. The golden light intensifies as a system message appears, directly addressing him, "Zeke Draker, do you agree?" Blood trickles down Zeke's face as the golden light envelopes him, awaiting his decision. Amidst the blinding light, Zeke hears a voice, a nonsensical murmur as he faces death. The system message persists, "Do you agree?" But Zeke, resigned, retorts, "Quiet down. Do as you please." With Zeke's acquiescence, the system confirms, the Awakener's agreement has been confirmed. An irreversible, promised power is now being activated within him. With the agreement confirmed, a system message appears, the countdown has started. The countdown continues, 5, 4, 3. The countdown continues to tick away. 2. The pressure mounts as the final moments approach. 1. The final number appears. 0. The countdown ends. With the countdown complete, a voice echoes, "That was what happened. But after regaining consciousness, I look like this." He studies his own face, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. A sudden thought strikes him, did I go back to the past? This is so hard to believe, he thinks, grappling with the impossible reality before him. Despite the unbelievable possibility of time travel, the sensation of the sword piercing his stomach remains vivid. I can still feel the sensation of the sword being stuck into my stomach vividly though. And I thought this place felt familiar. He realizes, the truth beginning to dawn on him. He lies back on the bed, finally recognizing the room. A realization hits him. This is the cradle. The imposing structure before him is revealed to be the Draker Household Training Institution, also known as the Cradle. The Dragonslayer family, Draker. The name echoes with a weighty history. The Draker household is revealed to be one of the three great transcendent households. Tarakan Draker, it is said, saved the continent by slaying the evil dragon Bahamut in a war 1,000 years past. His descendants founded the current Draker household. Now, a group of figures with glowing eyes stands ready, their faces obscured in shadow. Perhaps it's because they were the descendants of the Dragonslayer Tarakan Draker, but all of the descendants of the Draker bloodline had the blessing of aura. It's said that the Draker bloodline descendants could easily awaken their high-level aura and become knights. Despite the Draker blood flowing through his veins, he laments, all except for me. Suddenly, a system message appears, the administration system is restarting. He exclaims, startled by the sudden sound. Silence descends, punctuated only by a series of dots in his speech bubble. Did I mishear that? He wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, a system message appears, the soul of the Awakener has been confirmed. The system confirms, the soul of the Awakener being 100% aligned has been confirmed. Another system message appears, this time confirming, the soul of the chosen Awakener having received the will of the Elder Dragon and being merged completely has been confirmed. The system then announces, you have obtained authority to a part of the system. Following the acquisition of authority, a new message appears, nice to meet you, Zeke Draker. With a chime, the system activates the status window. Touching the screen, Zeke wonders, did an artifact get activated? He notices, there are tons of magic video-like things. Opening the status window, the system declares. The system displays Zeke's administrator status window, revealing his class as Healer, Rare, and his title, the one who received the blessing of the Ancient Dragon. A draconian skill remains locked, requiring 10 points to unlock. I can go through this like with magic, he declares, brimming with newfound confidence. He reaches out, a faint magical aura emanating from his hand as he prepares to test his newfound abilities. He declares, and I can navigate through it in a similar manner. He pauses, then adds, also. He continues, his fingers steepled in thought. The screen displays Zeke Draker's stats, a rare healer class, the title, the one who received the blessing of the Ancient Dragon, and class skills including healing and heightened senses. A thought bubble reveals, draconic language that isn't used in the current age. A realization dawns. Master told me about this. The thought continues, explaining that people of the ancient world categorized themselves into classes based on their strengths, and each class trained in specialized techniques known as skills. The explanation continues, revealing that because his class is healer, he can use a skill known as healing. But a thought bubbles up, calling someone an idiot. A memory surfaces, after I awakened, she trained me so hard until I was on the verge of death. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure chuckles, healing, huh? You'll be able to survive a lot of things. Lost in thought, he realizes, in any case, according to the status window, it means I'm already a healer. Let's test it out. He declares, eager to put his newfound healing abilities to the test. A surge of energy emanates from him, ready to test his healing powers. His eyes widen as he focuses the energy in his hands, determined to see if what the status window says is true. The moment I became a healer in my past life, he recalls, a soft glow emanating from his hands. He remembers, the moment I became a healer in my past life, was when I was in my 20s, right after the Ether Hall was unlocked. That means. He begins to realize something. The realization dawns on him as a surge of ethereal energy envelopes him. The ethereal energy intensifies, lifting him off the ground. The surge continues, a sound echoing. The echoing sound intensifies as the energy gathers. The energy intensifies, crackling with power. I knew it. He mutters, a sinister smile spreading across his face. My Ether Hall is already unlocked. The energy swirls around him as he declares, with this, I now understand. The energy intensifies as he states, even though my trained body no longer exists. He declares, I've returned to the past with my skills and memories. Now, he realizes, as compared to who I was before my regression, I'm in a much more advantageous position. To make the most of his second chance, he realizes, I need to find out what I have at my disposal first. A knock echoes as he asks, Master Zeke, may I come in? A voice cuts through the air, it's useless to act like you're not there. Ugh. I still haven't read it all, he groans, then desperately asks, how do I turn this off? A voice declares, I'm coming in. The protagonist's eyes widen in alarm as he shouts, wait. A sharp sound echoes as he thinks, I can't. The voice booms, I can't believe you're not prepared yet. The man's voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding, what on earth are you thinking? Zeke's exclusive servant is named Decker. But who exactly is Decker? P. Prepared? Prepared for what? Decker wonders, a hint of worry in his expression. I guess he can't see the windows. That's a relief. A voice booms, cutting through Decker's thoughts, are you seriously asking me that, Master Decker? Decker's eyes widen in alarm as a voice thunders, are you seriously asking me that, Master Decker? A sudden thought surfaces amidst the tension, come to think of it, I was really scared of Decker when I was young. The voice continues, revealing a surprising inner monologue, while I have the mind of a 32-year-old. The inner voice continues, admitting, I guess I can't help but feel the fear that's engraved into my body. Suddenly, a system message appears, activating class skill, composed mind. His eyes widen in surprise. The skill takes effect. My nervousness disappeared in an instant. The skill's effect washes over him, represented by streaks of light. The system displays the skill's description, composed mind. The mental state of the user will not be shaken regardless of the situation. They will be able to maintain a composed mind. This is a skill too? How convenient that it activates automatically, he muses, observing the system. This event is very important. The voice trails off, then sharply demands, are you even listening, Master Zeke? Zeke lies prone, seemingly unresponsive to the urgent words directed at him. Despite his prone position, Zeke responds, of course I am, Decker. The camera focuses on the ceiling, splattered with blood. The voice continues, you're talking about the evaluation test, Pancration, aren't you? He kneels, battered and bleeding, his face etched with pain. All Drakers undergo a rigorous training program called the Cradle from the age of 7. For 5 years, the Drakers endure strict basic training within the Cradle. Instructors evaluate the incoming students each year. They do so through competitions of swordsmanship, as well as combat of Pancration without rules. While instructors typically choose the opponents, there are times when the students themselves can select their combatants, provided both agree. With no rules in place, some fighters emerge injured, while others don't make it out alive. Competition is what chooses the class the students are placed into within the academy. The looming figure of a powerful being watches over a group of students. The children had no choice but to fight with all they had. The hero classes return. As you all know, today is the day of Pancration. The camera pans out, revealing a vast arena prepared for the day's event. A disembodied voice echoes, confirming, I assume you're all aware that this is the last part of the evaluation, right? Standing in the center of the arena, the instructor awaits the participants. A resounding yes, sir, booms from the group of trainees. Head instructor Pan Mark observes the trainees. All right, you all seem to be in high spirits. He continues, then we'll get started right away. Prepare yourselves. Yes, sir, the trainees shout in unison, their faces a mix of determination and apprehension. A murmur ripples through the crowd, it's Zeke. Someone questions his presence after last year's humiliation. He's here again after the humiliation he went through last year? Whispers spread among the trainees. Damn, I would have ran away if I were him. Another wonders aloud, how is he in the direct bloodline? The whispers are immediately silenced. I can hear you all, Zeke announces, his expression unreadable. Zeke's voice booms across the training grounds. Aaron. Gotta. Come here. Yes, sir, comes the immediate, eager reply. They immediately leap into action, heading towards Zeke. Get ready. The warning echoes as they launch themselves towards Zeke. The fight begins. He slides across the floor, the force of the blow sending him reeling. He continues to slide, struggling to regain his footing. He is met with a swift counterattack. His eyes widen in alarm as a blade flashes before him. The figure is sent flying backwards. That fight's already over, a voice declares. That's what happens when you don't get into the proper defense position. The fight concludes abruptly. Gata is unable to fight, the announcement declares. Eren wins. As the announcement of his victory rings out, Eren reflects, I think I used to be deathly afraid of this when I was young. His earlier fears now seem distant as Eren confidently declares, but these guys are nothing. Looking out at the crowd, Eren's confidence is palpable. He's come a long way from the fear he once knew. But a sinister red glow now emanates from Eren's eyes. The sound of cracking knuckles echoes as Eren clenches his bandaged hands. SFX, thud. High above, a voice booms across the training grounds. Zeke, Leon? Are you both ready? Yes, sir. Leon responds with enthusiasm. Zeke, however, simply replies, yes. Zeke grimaces, clearly unhappy with the matchup. My opponent just had to be Leon. He thinks. A smirk plays on his lips as he taunts, look at you, back here again. Guess you didn't get enough of my attention last year. An unseen force slams into Zeke. Zeke's head slams against the wall, leaving a trail of blood. Well, whatever, he says, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Beg for. Spare me this one time, a voice begs. Another voice trembles, I apologize, Mr. Leon Conrad. A figure demands, beg for your life if you want to live, you parasite. Spare me this one time. He pleads, tears streaming down his bloodied face. A voice echoes, he's been my opponent every year anyway. Standing confidently, he thinks, I'm sure he's pulled strings behind the scenes. He recalls the household's words, you have to be able to overcome such dirty tricks in order to be a true dragon slayer. He's furious, thinking, why did that piece of shit have to be my cousin? A sinister smile spreads across his cousin's face. A voice echoes, revealing a past reality, in my past life, the four siblings of the direct bloodline never had the chance to meet. The voice continues, revealing a crucial detail, in my past life, the four siblings of the direct bloodline never had the chance to meet. However, there were more than a dozen cousins. A group of them surrounds a figure on the ground, attacking relentlessly. The voice continues, revealing the bullies were more than willing to target him. He admits, I have to give it to you, Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker stares intently, a speech bubble indicating his confusion. It's really brave of you to come back out here after getting beat up like last time. Or perhaps, the scene cuts away, leaving the audience in suspense. The man smirks, tapping his temple mockingly. Did you just not learn your lesson because you're so inferior? The camera focuses on the man's uniform as he continues to taunt his opponent. Did you just not learn your lesson because you're so inferior? Activating now, the class skill, Composed Mind. With a hand behind his head, he reflects, it's been a while since I had to listen to his stupid insults. Hey, a voice calls out, breaking his train of thought. Interrupted, he turns his gaze towards the source of the voice. I'm not going to be nice if you call me that again. Eyes narrowed, the other man challenges him. What are you going to do? The insult rings out, you inferior piece of shit? The man's hand strikes out, a red flash accompanying the blow. Activating the skill, a critical strike surges forth. The skill activates, critical strike, D. It inflicts critical damage to the enemy, but may be countered if it fails to hit. Kuwa. My face, he cries out, clutching his face as blood splatters around him. My face, he screams, clutching at the injury as blood sprays. I only meant to. The unseen speaker begins to explain, their words trailing off. The unseen speaker's intent becomes clear, knock him out. A hand, wrapped in bandages, clenches into a fist. Wisps of purple energy swirl around it. He admits, but the skill got activated when I just punched like usual. I can't really control my abilities too well. Suddenly, a voice booms out, demanding, what are you doing, Zeke Draker? An official shouts, furious, you attacked before I announced the start. Zeke Draker trembles on the ground, clearly defeated. Zeke retorts, a puff of air escaping his lips, who says, "Ready, get set, go, on the battlefield?" A stark message flashes, the one to hit first has the advantage. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He's clearly ready to take that advantage. His eyes widen in apparent shock, sweat beading on his brow. Something has clearly caught him off guard. A realization dawns on him. Was that bloodlust, he wonders, the implications hanging heavy in the air. His eyes widen further, a new wave of shock washing over him. Was that bloodlust that I felt just now, he questions, the revelation clearly unsettling him. He quickly answers, "I'm fine, sir." Despite his words, beads of sweat trickle down his face, betraying his true state. The announcement rings out, "Please begin the fight." Blood drips onto the floor as he begins, "I am going to." The fighter's rage explodes in a torrent of fury, "Kill that inferior piece of shit." On one side, a sinister grin spreads as violet energy crackles around his eyes. Opposite him, bloodied and enraged, his opponent's eyes burn with furious red intensity. "I think you're the one that's too stupid to learn his lesson," he declares. "Get ready." The ominous words echo. A blinding flash fills the space. A dark hand, wreathed in sharp spikes, reaches out. Begin. The battle commences. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. He struggles to regain his footing, the force of the impact threatening to send him sprawling. SFX, whoosh. "What?" he mutters, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He admits, "I was scared because of that punch just now." He is sent flying backwards, the force of the blow palpable. Despite the force that sent him flying, he realizes, but his fists don't hurt at all. He realizes that if he just puts his guard up, his opponent is not a threat at all. But then, a thought occurs to him, what I have to be careful of is. His left-hand counter, he realizes, the words exploding in his mind as the fist comes hurtling towards him. It's two. He thinks, the realization dawning on him a split second too late. Too obvious, he shouts, his fist connecting with devastating force. He lands a devastating blow, sending his opponent crashing down. The force of the blow sends his opponent reeling. "Die! You inferior piece of shit," he screams, his face contorted with rage. A sharp ping echoes as the attack connects. He stands frozen, uttering, "WH what?" His opponent lies defeated on the ground. Disbelief hangs heavy as he wonders, what just happened? Silence. TCH, I guess that wasn't enough. The man scoffs, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Sweat beads on his brow as he exclaims, "You're kidding. You're telling me that this is the combat sense of a 12-year-old. Leon dodged Zeke's counter and moved to take him down. I thought that Leon was going to win. However, Zeke landed a punch to Leon's chin, breaking free of his hold. Leon let his guard down, thinking he had Zeke cornered. Despite his counter failing, Zeke remained composed. Zeke, breathing heavily, glances away. A question arises, is this really the Zeke Draker that I knew? Zeke grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. Damn it, I can't do. He begins to say, frustration etched on his face. Anything like this, Zeke finishes, his words hanging in the air. I need to create distance between us first. Zeke thinks, panic evident in his wide eyes. A blinding flash erupts as the attack connects. Shit! Zeke curses as the attack lands. He's clearly taken aback by his opponent's power, thinking, how is he this strong? The force of the blow leaves Zeke reeling, his mind racing, when he's so small? You inferior little, Zeke begins to say, but the rest of his sentence is cut off. The smaller figure's fist connects, and he thinks, alright, I was able to control my strength this time. Zeke, reeling from the blow, manages to sputter, how dare you? Activating class skill, heightened senses. Class skill, heightened senses, activates, temporarily boosting his perception. With his heightened senses now active, a realization dawns on him. This feeling is familiar. Now that he's grown accustomed to controlling ether, he prepares to unleash its power. Ether explodes from his hand, forming a visible blast of energy. The ether surges forward, a wave of raw power unleashed. The ether explodes outward, engulfing his opponent in a blinding surge of energy. I'll put an end to this fight. A violet energy rips through the air. The violet energy slams into him, sending him hurtling towards the ground. Dust explodes as he slams into the ground. He crashes through the roof of a building. A cloud of dust erupts as he plummets toward the ground, a crowd of onlookers watching from above. He plummets downwards, a gloved hand reaching out, as a disbelieving what escapes his lips. Activating, a skill called Precise Stab is initiated. The Precise Stab connects, a flurry of motion blurring the scene. The skill description appears: Precise Stab, stab the weak points of the enemy for critical damage. Even an idiot like you. The protagonist begins, his arm crackling with purple energy. The opponent is pinned, uttering a desperate stop. As the protagonist looms over him, eyes glowing with menacing purple energy. Should be able. He finishes, the impact of his blow sending the opponent flying. His opponent's wide eyes reflect the force of the blow, as the protagonist declares they learned their lesson. With this, right? He asks, as a group of onlookers watch with wide, fearful eyes. The sound of impact reverberates through the training hall. His opponent lies defeated at his feet, bloodied and broken. His opponent now defeated, the victor coldly declares, "Fuck around and find out." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he notes, "My head feels clear now that I've sweated a bit." Amidst the murmurs, a realization dawns on him: I can recognize the people here now. A stern voice cuts through the air: "Stop looking around." The stern voice continues, "And come down here if you have something to say." His face contorted with fury, the young man's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Blood trickled from his nose and cheek as he glared back at the speaker. His bandaged hand tightens around the sword hilt, blood staining the wrappings. A surge of power emanates from him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sighs in relief. Phew! I can finally think after breaking a sweat. His vision clears, and he realizes, I can recognize the people here now. But before he can fully assess the situation, a stern voice booms, "Stop looking around." The voice continues, demanding, "And come down here if you have something to say." Blood trickles down his face, but his piercing gaze remains fixed, defiant. Grasping his sword tighter, a surge of determination hardens his resolve. The title card appears, the warrior's class is different. The scene shifts, introducing Zeke Draker amidst a group of uniformed figures. The other students, clad in identical black uniforms, watch with varying expressions. One stares ahead with a furrowed brow, while another observes with a slight smirk. Zeke Draker declares, "I choose you as my Pancratian opponent." Zeke stands confidently, hands in his pockets, awaiting his opponent's response. "Because I've got something to say, just like you said," Jakin retorts, a nervous edge to his voice. He then reveals a startling connection: Jakin Vardek, another cousin. Zeke's response is dismissive. "That's fine, but you alone are too boring." Two more figures stand in the distance, ready to join the fray. The name Liam Stone appears, hanging in the air. The command rings out, "You go join him." Below, Liam Stone grits his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Another name appears, Jakin Vardek. Jakin smirks, declaring, "I think that makes this a fair fight." Jakin's bandaged hand flexes slightly, a subtle gesture hinting at the damage he's sustained. An enraged voice booms, demanding, "Did you just insult me?" The man's face contorts in rage, his eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, his opponent's lips curve into a wide, confident smile. The challenger's response is blunt, "Of course, dumbass." His face is a mask of fury, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The challenger's rage boils over. "I'll beat you to death." Zeke Draker. A voice commands, "Don't do anything before I give the go, Zeke Draker." An answering voice replies with a nonchalant, "Yeah. Then, ready." The voice echoes, as the fallen challengers lie prone on the ground. It's interesting, a voice declares, the speaker's identity still unknown. The speaker's face is revealed as he says, seeing him again, here. A slight smile plays on his lips. The words "the mercenary king" Liam appear, highlighting the man standing before the assembled crowd. Even in his past life as Jaken's servant, he joined both the cradle and the academy. However, because he was only a distant relative, he was left behind when it came to education. A young boy is seen crying, seemingly due to this neglect. He begged to join the higher education of the academy, Valhalla. But eventually, he ended up joining the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranon. But after Baranon fell, he became a mercenary. In chaotic times, people flocked to the throne. With his long tenure as a mercenary, he became a Red Knight and started his own stone mercenaries. Now, the Red Knight stands, his gaze intense, a sword resting before him. A crimson aura surrounds him. He united the three largest mercenary groups and was soon called the Mercenary King. As the Empire hired the stone mercenaries, Liam entered the Continental Wars. And I, along with the Northerners, faced Liam as a foe. It can be different this time, he thinks, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The battle is about to begin. He launches forward, a predatory grin plastered across his face as he strikes. A blinding flash erupts as the first blow lands. Exclamation point. His eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping him. I did say. To come at me together. The words hang in the air, a challenge laid bare. A surge of power emanates from him, his eyes glowing with an intense energy. Do you think I'll play along? He asks, his fist connecting with his opponent's face. He launches a powerful kick, declaring, with your cheap tricks? The kick lands, and the opponent cries out, ugh. His eyes glow with fury as the force of the blow sends his opponent flying. He lands, bracing himself, a fierce determination etched on his face. He skids to a halt, kicking up dust as he regains his footing. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, you should have looked properly before kicking. His hand glows with a menacing purple energy. He pivots sharply, a red glow emanating from his leg as he prepares to strike. SFX, whoosh. He lunges forward, a trail of energy crackling behind him. You're looking away, he taunts. The attack lands, the impact reverberating through the air. The attack connects. His fist glows with power as the attack strikes true. The attack explodes outward, a shockwave rippling from his braced hands. His eyes glow with an ominous light as the attack connects. Aren't you a little too scared? He taunts. You couldn't even predict that feint, he sneers, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The taunting words are cut short as a massive blow lands. The blow connects, and a voice booms out, this is why I told you to come together. The force of the impact sends him reeling back, blood dripping from his mouth. The force of the kick sends him skidding across the floor. His eyes widen in disbelief as the words ring out, you alone. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Aren't enough. Liam, the shout rings out. A guttural roar rips from his throat as he attacks. Kill this asshole, the enraged command echoes as two figures lie prone on the ground. He plummets downwards, a blur of motion. He continues his rapid descent, the ground rushing up to meet him. This guy. He thinks, the ground rapidly approaching. Bracing himself, he prepares to hit the ground. He's also 12, like us, right? A voice echoes, posing a question that lingers in the air. With a focused gaze, he wraps bandages around his hand, a faint red aura swirling around him. An opponent approaches, his footfalls echoing ominously. The most annoying thing about fighting him is his insane reach, he thinks, preparing for the battle ahead. His hand, wrapped in bandages, clenches into a fist, ready to strike. The blow lands with devastating force. He plummets downwards, his glowing eye the last thing visible before impact. He hits the ground, but a thought flashes through his mind, I won't be able to do anything if I let him attack first. Fists clenched, he prepares to strike. His glowing eye pierces through the darkness, focused on the battle ahead. A sharp crack echoes through the air as the first blow lands. He's pinned, But the fighter declares, "I need to take the lead." The fighter's leg connects with a resounding thwack. The impact sends shockwaves through the arena. The force of the blow sends dust and debris flying. Amidst the chaos, a system notification flashes, skill/activated. The skill activates, a purple aura enveloping the hero as he slashes through the air. The hero's/skill unleashes a barrage of attacks, an E-rank ability designed to interfere with the enemy's sight. The barrage overwhelms the onlookers. One mutters, "Insane," while another stammers, what is that?" Their faces betray their shock. "Yeah, you must be curious, since you've never seen anything like this before." The speaker's words drip with arrogance. He declares this to be a northern fist-fighting technique in the Midlands, where swords dominate. He unleashes a powerful, glowing fist. How could that Zeke, he wonders, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. He grits his teeth, remembering his past. "But damn, my body was trash when I was young." Even with his power surging, he realizes, getting winded just from this. But that aside, he thinks, acknowledging that monstrous physique is the problem. He focuses on the source of the problem, the opponent's sheer power. No counterattacks, and no dodges. He's just taking it all in with his guard up, he observes. He was more aggressive in his time as the mercenary king. "Anyways, my body is reaching its limit," he admits. His fist glows with power, the air crackling around it. The villain declares, "I now see how strong your body is." The energy intensifies, swirling around his fist with terrifying force. The hero braces for the incoming attack, his expression grim as the energy crackles around him. The villain declares, "I'll take you down through your guard." The villain's eyes narrow, a sinister glint in them as the energy intensifies. The villain unleashes a blinding burst of energy. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The hero continues to hurtle backwards, the world a blur. The hero is still being thrown backwards through the air by the blast. His opponent stands over him, a look of intense focus on his face. A thought surfaces, he dodged. His opponent's expression hardens. You can't even see ether with your eyes. A flicker of disbelief crosses his face. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, "Everybody here's got some insane sense." The sound of a bone-shattering grip echoes. He moves with furious speed, his fist aimed directly at the viewer. His red eyes blazing, he screams in fury. "Ah!" He roars, his attack connecting. The force of the blow sends his opponent flying. The force of the impact reverberates. The force of the blow continues to resonate. Suddenly, a system notification appears, class skill, heightened senses, activated. With newfound awareness, he leaps over his fallen opponent. His heightened senses allow him to perceive his opponent's movements with uncanny clarity. He lands, a resounding impact echoing through the arena. He groans in pain, clutching his head. He's pinned beneath his opponent, struggling to break free. A voice booms, taunting him, "No matter how strong your body is, you can't do much without oxygen in your brain." His vision blurs, and a red haze descends as he struggles for breath. He manages to choke out. Darkness closes in. A brutal impact sends him crashing down. "This crazy bastard." The words echo as he plummets. His eyes widen, blood trickling down his face as he grits his teeth. "Yeah." His eyes blaze with an intense, fiery light as he clenches his jaw. He declares, "Let's see who comes out on top." His face contorts with unwavering determination. The force of their blows sends shockwaves through the air. The clash of their power reverberates, shaking the very foundations around them. The force of the impact sends a visible tremor through the onlookers. Their expressions shift from anticipation to concern. Despite the tremor, a smirk plays on his lips. His bandaged hand slams into the ground. A triumphant roar echoes as dust billows around him. The dust settles, revealing the glowering eyes of the defeated fighter. A triumphant HAA echoes through the arena. He lies defeated on the ground, blood staining his bandages. Yeah, he says, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I expected at least this much from you. His opponent declares, it'll be worth taking you down. A menacing grin spreads across his face, eyes gleaming with sinister intent. The title card appears, the Slayer's class is different. A whooshing sound cuts through the air. A voice calls out, concern lacing its tone, I heard you were greatly injured in Pancration. Are you all right, young master? Yeah, I'm fine, comes the reply. A formal request breaks the silence. If it's not impertinent of me, could I check your pulse? He wants to check if. The man's eyes remain closed as he declares, I've awakened my aura. The boy, seemingly taken aback, stammers, wait a bit. The man clasps the boy's hand, uttering, thank you, young master. A surge of energy emanates from their joined hands. The boy's eyes widen as he feels the sudden influx of power. A question hangs in the air, is he a blue? Blue energy crackles around the boy's arm as the older man examines him closely. Is he a blue knight? The explanation comes, when you're checking whether someone has awakened, you usually just take a look at their dantian. The blue energy intensifies, now revealing the boy's skeletal structure. But he's being really thorough with it. Imbuing someone else with aura is difficult enough on its own, the man observes. He then adds, if he is able to control it so precisely like this, he has got to be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same, a stark reminder declares. 4 distinct gems materialize amidst a swirling fog. Now, only 2 remain, glowing intensely against the dissipating fog. The gems are classified according to their martial prowess and aura manipulation proficiency. The gem representing White Swordsman is the novice level. Most children before the blessing rite are White Swordsmen, the text clarifies. The next level is revealed, Yellow Swordsman. This is the level one achieves upon awakening their aura and opening their dantian. All trainees of the cradle become Yellow Swordsmen after the blessing rite. Furthermore, once one learns to freely control aura, they earn the title of knight. Beyond the rank of knight lies the Purple Knight, a level where one can reinforce their sword with aura. Now, a new rank is revealed, Blue Knight. The figure is seen with their sword radiating blue aura. Blue Knight is revealed to be the level where one can manifest an aura blade. And, what comes next? The realm of those who have transcended their limits. That the mercenary king, Liam, has reached. And I had reached before my regression, Liam declares, his eyes gleaming with resolve. What he had reached before his regression is Red Knight. There's also the Black Knight, the voice continues, but clarifies, there are only a very few of those monsters in the entire continent. Blue energy crackles around their hands as the older man examines the protagonist, a question hanging in the air, how did someone skilled enough to be a commander end up acting? As my babysitter, the man finishes, the question hanging heavy in the air. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. No matter. A confident thought surfaces, there's no way he can detect my ether. A realization dawns, something only 2 people. The thought continues, revealing the stakes, something only 2 people in the entire world can use. Blue energy crackles around the man's tie, the power resonating intensely. Blue energy envelopes the young master's hand as someone begins to speak, their voice laced with disbelief. Young master, are you perhaps? The young master's piercing gaze meets his own. Hiding something from me, he asks, his voice laced with suspicion. Why? Are you hiding something from me then? Silence hangs in the air between them, the unspoken question heavy with implication. The young master raises his hand dismissively. I'm just joking, he says, but the tension remains palpable. The older man, however, remains silent, his expression unreadable. The older man finally breaks the silence, a question hanging heavy in his tone. Why have you changed so suddenly, young master? Before Decker can react, the young master's voice cuts through the air. Your question is wrong, Decker. The young master's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling correction to Decker's inquiry. You should be asking why I have only changed now. The young master's eyes glow with an eerie purple light as he turns his gaze. His gaze intensifies as he declares, many more things will change from now on. A pregnant pause hangs in the air. The voice continues, promising that things are just going to their rightful places, so all you need to do is follow me. The man bows his head slightly, responding, "Yes, young master." Bowing his head slightly, the man responds, "I understand." The man confirms that he has already prepared the training room requested by the young master. "Good. I like that you're always so fast," the young master remarks. The man bows, saying, "See you, young master." A voice then declares, "You can rest," as someone lies prone on the floor. A glint of calculation flashes in his eyes. If he was ordered to keep an eye on me, I better keep him close to me so that I can get information out of him instead. The question now becomes, who ordered him to watch over him? He muses that it's unlikely to be someone from his mother's side. The realization hits him, it must be one of my siblings. The realization dawns on him. It must be one of my siblings. Man, so this is a personal training room, he wonders, taking in the sight of the gym. His eyes widen as he takes in the scene. This household is really living up to its name. "Oh, before I forget," a voice calls out, interrupting his thoughts. The voice continues, posing a question, "Should I check out the system or whatever?" The system interface materializes, displaying Zeke Draker's status as a rare healer, blessed by the ancient dragon. He possesses skills like healing and composed mind, and while he knows precise stab and critical strike, his draconian skill remains locked, requiring 10 points to unlock. His current karma points, 0. He stares intently at the system interface. His gaze remains fixed on the system interface. The interface displays a notification, his /skill has become proficient. He wonders, does it go up the more I use the skill? The system then reveals that the skill was naturally activated based on my actions, the system message concludes. He then wonders if he had the skill before. If I learn something new, will it be added here as a skill too, he wonders, now questioning the full extent of the system's capabilities. What's the difference between a skill and? He wonders, his curiosity piqued by the system's unexpected revelation. What's the difference between a skill and a class skill, he wonders, his eyes widening slightly. However, he notes, they get activated similarly though. And this draconian skill, he notes, seeing a system message. The skill remains locked, requiring 10 karma points to unlock, while his current karma points are 0. Unable to view. 10 points are needed to unlock it, he wonders. The system message confirms his suspicions, unable to view 10 points are needed to unlock. His current karma points remain at 0. The system clarifies, karma points can be earned by killing monsters. His current total remains at 0. Monsters, he wonders, the word hanging in the air. The system responds, clarifying, there are a bunch of those in the dungeons. But he realizes, I need to be at least a purple knight to get in there. Plus, a new problem arises. His thoughts race, I am more curious as to why I regress to the past and what this system is. It all seems connected. This skill and class thing, tell me that it has to be related to that ancient relic, but I have so little information. A thoughtful silence follows as he considers the implications of this new reality. He sighs, then grips the sword tightly. Whatever, he mutters, resolving to use it as long as it helps him grow stronger. He stares intently at the blade, sweat beading on his brow. Whether it's the system I'm using. He begins to muse. Or a Draker, he concludes, his gaze fixed on the sword's gleaming edge. His expression hardens as he stares down at the blade. The sword seems to mirror his own inner darkness. It is said that there are two known powers in the world, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights reinforce their aura in the dungeons. The knight towers over his fallen opponent, his sword radiating with a brilliant blue aura. Mages, it is said, handle their mana through circles. The two powers, aura and mana, exist on opposite ends of the spectrum. If one is awakened, the other cannot be. However, I was unfortunate enough to be unable to awaken neither Dantian nor Circle, he admits, continuing his story. Abandoned by his household, he reveals that he met his master during his vagabond days. He continues, stating that his master taught him many things. Continuing his story, he reveals, but the most useful thing he taught me was healing in the ether hall. Through the ether hall, which his master had developed. Through the ether hall, he could now handle the energy of nature itself. Ether, the energy of nature, now flowed through him. Ether surges around him as he grips his sword. Master and I are the only ether users in the world. The surge of power intensifies around him. Ether crackles as he unleashes a powerful strike. The ether-charged attack streaks forward. The attack hurtles forward at breakneck speed. Ha! The sound of exertion echoes. The sound of exertion is followed by his inner thoughts. I've only trained for 2 hours, but I already feel like I'm going to collapse. He struggles to hold his sword, sweat dripping. It should be okay here, right? Suddenly, a system message appears, activating class skill, healing. But instead of healing, a different message appears, activating class skill, vigor recovery. He grips the sword tightly, a surge of energy flowing through him instead. A sharp crack echoes as he strengthens his grip on the sword, the skill taking effect. Healing is a very rare skill that I did not even know existed until before I met Master, he realizes. He realizes, if I were to use it in front of people, they would treat me as an irregular. A sigh of relief escapes him. The reason he didn't use it against Liam surfaces, that's why I was unable to use it during my fight against Liam. He reflects, I had to hurry to heal myself as soon as I got back to my room. A faint, purple glow emanates from his hands. Now that I've recovered. He thinks, the implication hanging heavy in the air. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a hint of what's to come. He grips the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. He steels his resolve. I'll keep going. Despite his resolve, exhaustion washes over him. It's already dinner time. He gasps, sweat dripping down his face. His collar is damp with sweat. He pauses, thinking to himself, what do I say to Decker? He wonders aloud, lying on the ground. A week later, the scene shifts to the Cradle cafeteria. Inside the Cradle cafeteria, a week later, a student asks, did you hear about Zeke? He's a completely different person now. A skeptical voice questions, that loser? Another replies, you think he dabbled in black magic? A third voice scoffs, as if an unknown figure hopes Zeke will humble the stronger guys, chuckling to themselves. For real. The scene shifts to a lavish dining table, set with ornate dishes and a glittering chandelier. A steaming roasted beast sits on an ornate platter, ready to be devoured. The knife slices through the roasted beast, juices flowing. A glistening piece of the roasted beast is skewered, dripping with juices. Reina Turin bites down hard on the meat, a distinct crunch echoing. Her expression is intense. A voice booms, cutting through the sounds of the feast. You might not have an appetite, but you better eat up. A servant approaches Reina Turin, offering her a plate piled high with meat. The voice continues, revealing the reason for the forced meal. You need the energy for the swordsmanship duel. Owen Zymans prepares to eat, knife and fork in hand. Owen, looking directly at his rival, asks, are you trying to piss me off right now? A loud what he echoes in response to Owen's question. Owen slams his fist onto the table, shaking with fury. The table shatters under the force of Owen's blow. Eyes narrowed, Owen stabs at the steak with his fork, the sound of metal on ceramic echoing through the room. Owen's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he remains silent. The silence breaks as a voice challenges, so what are you gonna do now? Owen, his expression hardening, gestures with his hand. The challenge hangs in the air, unanswered. Owen brings a hand to his mouth, his golden eyes narrowed as he considers his next move. Zeke Draker. The name echoes, and the tension visibly rises among those present. I'm not sure. A voice trails off, considering, Pancration was savage but impressive at the same time. A hand smooths a stack of papers, as a voice declares, however, he'll be pathetic when it comes to swordsmanship. Doubts surface as the question is posed, What will he be able to do when he can barely hold up the sword? A sinister smirk spreads across his face, a silent promise of something wicked to come. One of the men mutters, "Not this again," clearly annoyed by the conversation. Another voice booms, filled with frustration, "It doesn't make sense that I lost to that inferior piece of shit." "I'm sure you guys know that too since you saw us," a voice declares, the words carrying a hint of challenge. A fork clatters against a stack of plates as one of them insists, "He only won against me in Pancration because of luck." The response is a simple, challenging question, "Luck?" His eyes glow with a fierce intensity, a clear challenge in his gaze. A sharp blow lands. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the room. "If you really believe that," a voice echoes in the grand hall, "then you people have no right to be knights of the Draker household." A heavy silence descends. His intense gaze pierces through the hall, his words hanging in the air. Footsteps echo through the hall as he advances, his sword held firmly in his grip. A sword duel is about to begin, and unlike a Pancration, real swords will be used. These swords, it's said, are the cause of most incidents within the cradle. Cadets' skills will be glaringly shown. And a month after the current final exams, the blessing rite will commence. The blessing rite, the event where the Drakers awaken their aura. "Zeke," a voice calls out, the cadet turning his head in response. The figure calls out, "Come on up." SFX, thud. A thud echoes as he hoists his sword onto his shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. Whispers ripple through the crowd as he stands on the steps. "What's with that ridiculously large sword?" one voice wonders. Another questions, "Does he think a big sword makes him stronger?" He takes a step forward, the sound echoing across the courtyard. Zeke Draker, the name echoes, introducing the mysterious swordsman. Zeke Draker squints, a smirk playing on his lips. Zeke Draker strides forward, his gaze unwavering as he enters the arena. Zeke stands in the center of the arena, facing his two opponents. The arena crackles with energy as a voice declares, "I choose you as my opponent." The challenger's eyes glow with an eerie light, a fierce determination etched on their face. With a swift motion, the challenger grips the hilt of his sword, preparing for battle. "Sounds good," he declares, ready to face whatever comes next. With a confident smirk, he declares, "I accept your challenge." Energy crackles around him as he prepares to fight. An observer notes, he's lifting a claymore so easily. Now, facing his opponent directly, he declares, "Now that I'm facing him, I can tell." His declaration is followed by the stark realization, this isn't the Zeke I knew, the one who could barely hold a sword. Zeke's eye glows with an eerie purple light as he grips his sword. The hero realizes this is a foe unlike any he's faced before. The hero wonders, is it because he grew larger? His aura. He abruptly cuts off his own thought process, questioning, "What am I saying?" His eyes narrow, a sinister glint appearing in them. He steels himself, resolving, "I can't get intimidated by him before the duel begins." "I accepted with confidence," he declares, his unwavering gaze fixed ahead. The duel begins as both swords clash, the force of the impact immediately evident. His confidence unwavering, he thinks, like how I've always done. He gulps, realizing, but a duel against the Lightning Knight is quite nerve-wracking. Reyna Turin, also known as the Lightning Knight, made a name for herself during the Continental Wars. She was also noted to be one of the greatest of the next generation of Drakers. It's said that Reyna Turin awakened her aura even before undergoing the blessing rite. Reyna's expression hardens as she breathes deeply. She must have awakened her aura a few years ago, at this time. The man's gaze sharpens, a glint of steel visible as he states, "But she hasn't used it in the cradle." The reason? Saying she wanted to improve her fundamentals. Fundamentals. The word hangs heavy, a stark reminder of her unusual choice. The gauntlet-clad hand clenches as the command rings out, "Begin." The first strike lands, a resounding PAK echoing as the fight begins. Steel clashes on steel, a sharp chang, ringing out as the fight intensifies. The swords meet again, a shower of sparks flying as the clash echoes. He stomps down hard, the ground cracking beneath his foot. The intensity etched on his face, he prepares to strike. Sword raised, he unleashes a furious strike. The strike connects with a resounding crash. The sword slams into the ground, sending sparks flying. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the impact. SFX, whoosh. The ground cracks beneath the force of the blow. He manages to regain his footing, bracing himself with his sword. The attack descends. Eyes glowing with power, he thinks, she's better than I expected. But, her determined gaze remains fixed on her target. SFX, slash. Sparks fly as their blades meet. Don't toy with him. Kill him in one strike, Reina. What an idiot, one of the onlookers scoffs, clearly unimpressed with the fight. The voice continues, questioning, does it look like Reina's toying with him? Reina parries the attack, sparks flying as their blades meet. While narrow, a voice narrates, as the swordsman braces for another attack. He declares, I can sense gaps. However, he thinks, no matter how quickly I try to take advantage of it. His sword comes to meet mine, he realizes, as the blades clash. As if he's applauding me for my attempts, he thinks, immediately followed by, and right after. Another gap opens up, the text declares, as the opponent stands before him. Yeah. This is almost like. He muses, as the world around him warps. A training duel. The text reveals, as the warping intensifies. The world distorts further, lines of energy blurring around him. Meant for teaching me, the text clarifies, as the two figures face off, swords drawn. A blinding flash erupts. The clash of swords erupts in a blinding, incandescent burst. The arena floor is scarred by the force of their blows. He is sent hurtling backwards, a pained cry escaping his lips. Gasping for breath, he struggles to regain his footing. So this is how the Lightning Knight fought back when she was in the cradle, he muses, a realization dawning. So this is how the Lightning Knight fought back when she was in the cradle, he muses, a realization dawning. Her sword is honest. It's expected from. The words trail off, leaving the listener in suspense. Someone who was obsessed with their fundamentals, he finishes, his gaze intense as he grips the sword. But that's what's holding her back, he muses. Then, a new idea sparks, let's see. Why don't I help her break out of her shell, he wonders aloud, a new plan forming in his mind. He lunges forward, drawing his sword with a determined glint in his eyes. His opponent adopts an extremely low stance, preparing for the incoming attack. He intends to close the gap in one swift motion. But from below, a voice declares, my speed's nothing to scoff at either. Come, Zeekdrak, the challenge echoes, cutting off abruptly. The challenge is cut short by a sudden, sharp intake of breath. The challenge hangs unfinished as a voice cries out, he's fast. The challenger's speed is blinding as he unleashes a swift attack. The force of the blow shatters the ground. Eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, he thinks, but as long as there's distance between us, reacting to his moves is possible. Debris flies as the ground continues to crumble. The ground continues to give way. The enemy lunges, sword aimed directly at the protagonist. The sword whistles through the air. His eyes widen, reflecting the imminent threat. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. His face contorts in a grimace of pain as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends him flying. The impact sends him reeling, a silent gasp escaping his lips. Wincing, he grits his teeth against the pain. A fresh wound marks his cheek. A powerful blow sends him hurtling backwards through the air. The world blurs as he's sent spiraling through the air, his opponent's sword a looming threat. Spinning violently, he struggles to regain his balance mid-air. Eyes wide with fury, he grits his teeth against the disorienting spin. A resounding impact echoes as he collides with an unseen force. The world fades to blue as a voice whispers, I'm finished. A deafening clang rings out as the sword falls. His sword clatters to the ground. The battle's momentum shifts. He stumbles back, reeling from the force of the blow. Zeke lost, the speech bubble declares. The crowd declares, as expected of Reina. Someone else notes with surprise, she didn't use her aura as usual. No, he says, his face etched with disbelief. The cadets, however, remained oblivious to something. But as Zeke's attack, the text reads, the revelation hanging heavy in the air. Closed in on Reina, the narration continues, the danger now imminent. As Zeke's attack closed in, Reina used the faintest amount of aura, an amount that's barely noticeable. Reina, who swore never to use aura, broke her promise once she entered the academy. He was able to force that girl's hand, an unseen observer notes. Zeke stands battered, acknowledging Reina's unexpected power. The observer remains hidden, his ornate uniform barely visible. Suddenly, a voice pierces through the arena, "What are you doing?" A sharp crack echoes as the two combatants clash. Despite the clash, a defiant voice declares, "This isn't over." Blood trickles from his lip, but a fierce determination burns in his eyes. A grunt escapes him. A powerful tremor shakes the very foundations around him. The ground cracks ominously beneath him. Before him, a silent assembly stands on the steps. He drops to one knee, blood trickling from his mouth. "This is a sword duel," a voice booms. "We won't stand for such cheap attacks." The crowd roars its approval, and one of the duelists responds, "All right." The crowd erupts, voices rising in disbelief. "A knight abandoning his sword," one shouts. "This is Reina's victory," another declares. The crowd's disapproval intensifies, voices now laced with scorn. "You don't have what it takes to be a knight," one yells, followed by a chorus of "Shame on you." Despite the jeers, he adjusts his collar, a smirk playing on his lips. "Meh, I won in the end." The crowd's condemnation continues, a unified shout of "Shame on you," echoing through the arena. The fallen fighter struggles to rise as his opponent coldly asks, "Want to continue?" Gripping his sword tighter, he prepares for the next strike. Clenching his fist, he thinks, "I didn't lose yet." He tells himself, "He only struck me because I let my guard down." My sword. He thinks, a renewed determination burning within him. My guard, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. If he wasn't bare-handed and had dagger, He thinks, his expression contorted in frustration. His eyes snap open, a dark intensity blazing within them. The challenger declares, "It is my loss." Silence hangs heavy in the air as the crowd awaits the next move. Zeke Draker, the one they called human scum only days ago. He draws his blade. The winner is. The announcement hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. Achieved victory against one of the most talented children among the famed houses. You. The victor's name finally rings out. Zeke Draker. The announcer roars, declaring the unexpected victor. The victor, Zeke Draker, looks down, his face obscured by shadow. An explosive force erupts. The castle is engulfed in flames. The castle crumbles further, banners now tattered and aflame amidst the inferno. Amidst the inferno, the castle's stone face crumbles. Below, survivors emerge from the wreckage. The battlefield is littered with bodies. A few armored figures still stand amidst the carnage. Two armored figures drag a body toward the edge of a cliff. They heave the body forward, preparing to dispose of it. They release their grip, and the body plummets into the darkness below. The sound of footsteps echoes as the two figures are seen through a window. "Abel, how are you drinking tea in this situation?" he asks, his face etched with concern. A letter lies on the table, bearing grave news. "Zeke, they're saying this bastard defeated Reina." "William, you're always so serious," a voice observes, seemingly unconcerned by the dire news. Steam rises from a teacup, held delicately in a gloved hand bearing a golden emblem. The speaker then asks, "How long do we have left until the blessing rite?" "We have time until the next full moon," comes the reply. "Looks like this is the right moment to pay the family a visit," he declares. But another voice objects, asking, "What? You're going there by yourself?" He grips the hilt of his weapon, stating, "It has just piqued my curiosity." Through the window, he states his true intention, "I'm interested in knowing what kind of awakening." He finishes, stating that our youngest is going to go through. Zeke's victory, however, left the entirety of the cradle in shock. Despite the shock he caused, he simply returned to the training facility and resumed practicing. About a month later, the day of the blessing rite arrived. He lets out a sigh of relief as he approaches the building. He wonders aloud, I really don't understand how I managed to become a Red Knight with this body in my previous life. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhales heavily. The training has clearly taken its toll. The command rings out, open status window. The status window appears, revealing his name, Zeke Draker. His class is Healer, a rare one, and his title proclaims him as the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. A draconian skill remains locked, requiring 10 karma points to unlock. Zeke touches the status window, thinking, as expected, once my skill mastery surpasses the expert level. The screen flashes as the system announces, the skill ranks up, and the mastery resets. The system message completes, showing his updated skills. Precise stab remains at expert, but continuous slash rises to rank D beginner, and he gains swift steps at rank D skilled. He notes that he even managed to raise his mastery of swift steps, the skill he gained during the duel. A knock echoes through the room as a voice calls out, Decker, what do you want? The voice continues, stating firmly, we're leaving in 2 hours. Decker responds, his voice echoing in the large space, all right. I'll join soon, so get everything ready. The camera pans up, showing the city bathed in sunlight under a bright blue sky. They prepare to leave. With a jolt, the carriage begins to move, joining a line of others heading down the road. The carriage picks up speed. The carriage rumbles along as he reflects, it's been a while since I've been at the main estate. The text clarifies that the main estate belongs to the Draker family and is located within the Duchy of Troy. Despite the Draker family's main estate being located at the Four Seasons Fortress in Midland, at the heart of the continent, the Duchy of Troy remains their base of power. The blessing rite, it is declared, must be held at the main estate, the place where the legend of the Dragonslayer began. With a decisive step, the journey to the Draker family's main estate begins. The Draker family's main estate, also known as the Dragon's Nest Lair, looms in the distance. The Dragon's Nest Lair towers above them, its architecture imposing against the clear sky. He lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the Dragon's Nest Lair, attention! The massive army stands at attention, awaiting orders. Amidst the ranks, one soldier thinks, I never realized this before, but they're all wearing the same thing. The realization dawns, all the onlookers are famous people you hear about from the Continental newsletter. I'm sure my family has also sent informants to keep an eye on me. Whatever their intentions are, he thinks, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. Once they see me failing my awakening, he thinks, his eyes narrowed in determination. I'm sure they'll just ignore me. He thinks, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. A surge of power emanates from him, the air crackling with energy. His eyes glow with a furious red light as he demands, why is that bastard here? His fists clench, knuckles white, as the question hangs heavy in the air. A voice cuts through the tension, it's been a while, hasn't it? I believe so, he responds, sealing their agreement with a handshake. Then, a pointed question, so, what brings you here to the blessing rite? Has anyone in this class caught your eye perhaps? He responds, not at all, but I have other reasons. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he keeps his true intentions hidden. It just so happens that. He begins, his words hanging in the air as he slams his hand on the table. His eyes narrow with a disturbing glint as he announces, my adorable youngest brother is here. The announcement is followed by a title card, second son of the Draker family, Lionblade, Abel Draker. But the title card is quickly followed by a denial, the Lionblade, no. A red-haired figure declares, oh, there he is. The red-haired man's smirk is mirrored by the intense glare of the man he's found. The air crackles with tension. Knight, Abel. The words echo, filled with an unknown intensity. Calm down, the voice booms, an attempt to diffuse the rising tension. A sinister smile creeps across Abel's face as he thinks, there's nothing I can Abel finishes his thought with a chilling realization: there's nothing I can do right now anyway. Abel reflects: in my past life, Abel would have never come. Abel thinks to himself: in my past life, Abel would have never come to see me during the blessing rite. The thought hits him: did my actions change the future? If that's the case, this might be my chance. He thinks, clenching his fist. All right then, he declares, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. The towering figure of the golem looms over him, an ominous presence against the light. A voice booms, echoing through the hall. We will now begin the blessing rite. Aaron, come on out, the voice calls, and a nervous reply echoes, why yes. Footsteps echo through the hall as Aaron approaches. Aaron stands nervously before a table that glows with a faint blue light. He plunges his hand into the glowing blue liquid. His hand disappears into the glowing liquid. A splash echoes as his hand fully submerges. The liquid glows brighter as energy crackles around a sword. A sharp crackle of energy fills the air. Bright, blue energy swirls around him. His face contorted in pain, the blue energy crackling violently around him. The energy intensifies, swirling upwards with increasing speed. The blue energy surges skyward, a blinding column of light piercing the darkness. The light fades, leaving only darkness and falling debris in its wake. The air crackles with residual energy. The air shimmers with intense blue energy. The swirling energy intensifies. The blue energy surges, crackling with power. The text reveals that through the blessing rite, every member of the Draker bloodline. The text explains that every member of the Draker bloodline awakens their sealed aura at the age of 12. Alright, next. A voice calls out, signaling the start of another Draker bloodline member's blessing rite. Compared to ordinary knights, who awaken after the age of 20, the Draker bloodline's awakening at 12 was incredibly fast. Next, the instructor calls out, as another young Draker steps forward to undergo the blessing rite. Among the Drakers, a select few awaken a special Dragon Slayer trait. Along with their aura, they gain mana inhibition. What's wrong with the mana lamps? A voice questions as the lights flicker erratically. There's no way, a voice cries out in disbelief. Then, a realization dawns: oh, red lights. A wave of unease washes over the assembled crowd as the red glow intensifies. The text reveals their potential: they'll become at least as strong as yellow knights, though some have even rivaled red and black knights. The armored figure is now engulfed in a blazing red aura. The text declares that they will undergo pure blood awakening. Now, lightning crackles around him as the awakening begins. The man barks an order: bring me the gloves. Because of mana inhibition, everyone will require the usage of special gloves made by their family, or else they wouldn't be able to live an ordinary life. A moment of hesitation passes as he stares down at the gloves. When one is able to prove that they're of pure blood descent, they're conferred the Draker name. Along with that, they will be provided with the unimaginable support of the family and countless benefits. Alright, next, a voice calls out, moving the trial forward. Oh, finally! A voice exclaims, eager for the trial to continue. A murmur sweeps through the crowd, and a voice declares, looks like we have the main dish. The crowd's anticipation grows as one spectator wonders aloud, I wonder what kind of awakening he'll go through. The murmuring intensifies. Another voice cuts through the crowd, declaring, of course it will be a pure blood awakening since he beat Reina. His foot taps impatiently as he faces the statue. I never thought I'd stand in front of this damn statue again. Facing the statue, he admits, I never thought I'd stand in front of this damn statue again. His foot taps impatiently against the floor. His expression darkens, remembering, last time was horrible. His thoughts drift back, confessing, although the blessing rite was the only thing that pushed me to get through the cradle, I was. He reaches into the glowing chalice, the ritual beginning under the watchful gaze of floating eyes. A shameful title. However, this time everything is different. This time everything is different. Not only can he heal, but he can also manipulate ether. And on top of that, he recalls his resolve, I didn't give up and surrender, but I stood up for myself with my own will. A confident smile graces his face. With renewed resolve, he stands ready. That's why, he declares, his voice filled with newfound determination. Please take care of me, you damned bronze stat. A surge of energy crackles around him. A powerful energy radiates outward, filling the space with crackling light. The armored figure stands encased in a brilliant, contained energy field. A sinister smile spreads across his face, a glint of dark anticipation in his eyes. The energy surges, a brilliant blue consuming everything. The knight remains motionless, a tense silence filling the air. The knight grips the sword's hilt, preparing for what comes next. The crowd murmurs, their faces etched with concern as one asks, "It stopped?" A tense silence falls over the room. This has never happened before. A voice declares, laced with disbelief. His gloved hands grip the railing, knuckles white. The ornate details of his uniform hint at the power he holds, yet the stillness suggests a problem. A sharp cracking sound echoes. His brow furrows in visible strain. "I knew it," he mutters, sweat beading on his brow. His hand remains submerged in the water. "Yeah, I shouldn't have expected things to change," he says, his tone laced with resignation. "Thanks to that bastard, he begins, his voice filled with a simmering rage. Became too confident." His face contorts with anger as he recalls the figure standing above the crowd. He clutches at his chest, the fabric of his uniform twisting in his grip. A pained WH- escapes him. A stunned what escapes someone in the crowd. Whispers ripple through the onlookers as one of them asks, "He failed to awaken? Is that even possible?" The murmurs swell, confusion spreading through the crowd. But how? Someone wonders aloud. The whispers intensify. "Looks like even the blood of the family isn't enough," someone observes, the comment laced with disbelief. "Shoo! Be quiet," one voice hisses, trying to quell the rising tide of gossip. But the hushed tones continue regardless. "How did he beat Reina then?" another voice wonders. "He must have used a trick," someone else suggests, while another declares, "He's an embarrassment to the family." He accepts the offered cloth, his expression hardening. These people never change. He mutters, a clear indication of his frustration with the ongoing gossip. "Well, it doesn't matter. There are plenty of ways to." The voice declares, cutting off abruptly. "Get stronger other than awakenings," he finishes, his eyes widening with a newfound determination. Suddenly, a message appears. "I'm sorry, Zeke Draker, due to an error during processing, a message got delayed." Zeke's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he registers the message. A thought bubble appears beside him. What could this delayed message possibly contain? The message clarifies, necessary information has gone missing from the identification terminal during class. The screen displays a new message, class information has been input using the system's authority. The screen now displays a concerning message, information has been found missing? The screen flashes, now displaying class information input is complete. The terminal identifies the user's talent as healer. It's confirmed that his class has unlocked. The obtained class has been identified as a rare class. The rare class reveal elicits a stunned reaction. "No way," he exclaims, clearly surprised by the outcome. Suddenly, the room is bathed in an ominous red glow. Red lights? The red light intensifies, accompanied by a strange, echoing sound. "It's red, a pure-blood awakening," someone exclaims, as another voice stutters, "He's starting off as red?" The eye glows intensely, accompanied by the sound of dirring. The terminal has made a connection. Then, a new message appears, the ancient dragon's blessing, sealed within the user's soul, has been activated. Golden light erupts around him as the ancient dragon's blessing activates. The blessing surges, crackling with power around his feet. His expression hardens as he prepares to speak. The system announces, the talent of kin, fighter's blood, has been awakened. The system then announces that his awakened talents have combined. With the combination of rare talents, a new class has been created. Stunned, he can only utter, "What the hell?" The system's announcement rings out, unique class. The system then declares, Immortal has been awakened. The title card appears, the heroic class's other return. A golden light? What is this? A voice wonders. Another questions, is this even a pure blood awakening? There was some red there, so it must be, right? A voice questions, uncertainty hanging in the air. Of course they'll have doubts, he thinks, his expression unreadable. But it'll work against me if I say something here. The man's face betrays nothing as he listens to the other's doubts. He knows that speaking up now could backfire. A question hangs in the air, is the sword statue broken? The silence is broken by a startling realization. There was no mana inhibition. It can't be a pure-blooded awakening. Crack. The sound echoes, confirming the worst. The cracking sound resonates, confirming their fears. The cracking intensifies as he clenches his gloved hands. He pauses, questioning, why are you all acting so serious? A smile plays on his lips as he reveals, we got 2 pure blood awakenings in one batch. He gestures expansively, asking, isn't this something to celebrate? A murmur ripples through the crowd. That's right, a voice booms in agreement. The man's declaration rings out, 2 pure blood awakenings. The voice continues, declaring, what a blessing. The man barks out an order, what are you doing? Go get a glove for our newest member. A subordinate immediately responds with a yes, sir. The newest member stands silently, awaiting further instruction. He stares at his gloved hand, a slight frown creasing his brow. This is quite hefty, he remarks, seemingly surprised by the weight. Next, booms a voice, as another subordinate responds with yes, sir. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he looks forward, seemingly pleased with what's to come. His intention's obvious, a voice declares, the words hanging heavy with anticipation. But taking Abel's help. The thought hangs in the air, unanswered. This feels like shit. The blunt assessment hangs in the air, a stark declaration of the protagonist's current state. His eyes narrow, a fiery determination burning within them. A surge of power emanates from him. He announces, with arms spread wide, this now marks the end of the blessing rite. We will have a celebration party soon. This is for everyone here, so please, do enjoy. Despite the announcement of a celebration, a voice wonders, party, my ass. There has to be a training room here somewhere, right? A sinister ha-ha echoes, hinting at a darker agenda behind the promised celebration. Zeke, a voice calls out, followed by a sharp intake of breath. His eyes widen in disbelief. I didn't expect him. A familiar figure blocks his path, a slight smile playing on his lips. Where are you wandering off so early into the party? He thinks to himself, to make contact with me so soon. To make contact with me so soon. He internally remarks, his eyes narrowing slightly. Congratulations, on a pure blood awakening, the message reads. A sinister smile spreads across his face. He reaches out, a sinister energy crackling from his gloved hand. A handshake, he questions, a sinister haha escaping his lips. He knows that if he refuses, his hostility will be obvious. A voice echoes in his mind, let's play along for now. His hand extends, meeting the others. The perspective shifts, revealing the aftermath of the battle. Bodies litter the ground, the lone figure standing amidst the fallen. Their fingertips meet. A question hangs in the air. His eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face as he looks down at their joined hands. The royal guard's gaze remains fixed on their intertwined hands, his suspicion deepening. The guard's gaze remains fixed, a palpable tension building as he continues to stare at their joined hands. Silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the unspoken tension between them. Well. The thought hangs heavy in the air, the pregnant pause stretching on. A sinister smile spreads across his face. This is awkward, Zeke. The man's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in them. Even for the sake of saving face, he begins, his intent unclear. His face contorted in disgust, he thinks fiercely, I can't shake this scum's hand. It can't be helped, he says, resigned. Extending his hand, he declares, "I'll have to settle for having seen your face." The sound of their hands barely brushing fills the air as the other man states ominously, "I'll see you again, Zeke." A beat of silence follows. Then, a voice responds with a simple, "Yeah." Following the ominous exchange, Zeke simply replies, "Yeah." The air crackles with tension as a disembodied voice declares, "I'll see you again." His face contorts in anger at the disembodied threat. A surge of power emanates from him. The voice echoes, laced with suspicion, "Two new purebloods, huh?" "That's right." Zeke's golden light was quite shocking, a voice confirms. "Isn't that the first time it's happened?" a voice questions, the murmurs of the crowd growing louder. "We thought he failed to awaken at first," a voice exclaims, followed by another asking, "Where is he now?" Where is he now? The question hangs in the air as the scene shifts to an exterior shot of a grand building at night. A sigh of relief escapes him, phew. He loosens his collar, breathing a sigh of relief. "I thought I was going to suffocate in there." That aside, he begins, the sound of footsteps echoing in the opulent room. He asks, "How am I fine?" Then, a revelation, all pureblood awakenings have the ability of mana inhibition. It's revealed that this ability proves he's in opposition to the dragons, the source of mana. However, because most machines use mana as their fuel. The lights flicker, and his expression hardens. He realizes the implications of his power. A realization dawns on him. If I was a pureblood, there should have been problems. A pureblood, it's said, requires the use of the house's gloves. He continues his train of thought. As soon. He concludes, as soon as I took this glove off. Immediately, a status window appears. The status window reveals Zeke Draker's class, Immortal, Unique, with the title, the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. His class skills include Healing Factor, Composed Mind, Vigor Recovery, and Heightened Senses. Another line in the status window appears, stating that a Dragonian skill is locked, requiring 10 points to unlock. His current karma points are 100. This is completely different from before. Zeke observes, a new development clearly surprising him. A thoughtful escapes Zeke as he considers, not mana inhibition but mana reflection? Zeke reaches out, deciding, I'll need to read it properly. The skill, Mana Reflection, creates a distortion field to nullify nearby mana. Zeke realizes, so Mana Reflection is categorized as a skill. He continues to study the information, noting, the mana lamps were fine. I was a rare healer, a voice declares. Before the rite, Zeke's status showed him as a rare healer. But now, his class has changed to Immortal, and it's designated as Unique. The change is startling. But now I'm a unique Immortal, he asks, the question hanging in the air. A sudden realization dawns on Zeke. Wait. He utters, his eyes widening with a mix of shock and disbelief. The realization hits hard. All the graduates had. The text reveals, suggesting a shared fate. Regular awakenings with a blue aura. The text reveals, hinting at a common trait among them. The text reveals a crucial detail, only Reyna had a red awakening. The text emphasizes, only Reyna had a red, pureblood awakening. A voice interjects, revealing, mine was red too at first. The man continues, revealing that it turned into gold. The text reveals, the system continued, stating that the classification terminal lost critical information. The system's message confirms that the classification terminal has lost information regarding class classification. A question arises, by classification terminal, did it mean the bronze statue? The system states that, as soon as the system put in the information, the system will use its authority to input class information in the terminal. The halted bronze statue began to emit a red light. A deep exhale echoes. Damn it! He mutters, frustration evident in his tone. He scratches his head, finally stating, so that's what happened. The realization hits him, the bronze statue doesn't determine whether you awakened or not, he realizes. It's the statue that determines the user's disposition, their class. Red signifies a rare class. And gold for unique. The statue's glow intensifies. The bronze statue is an ancient relic used even before. A voice narrates, explaining the statue's purpose. The narrator continues, revealing the statue dates back to the time of Tarakan, the founder of the Drakers. The voice clarifies that the concept of class is outdated. The statue's sole purpose now is to determine if someone has awakened. The voice then reveals, they have mislabeled the red light shown as a sign of a rare class, as a pureblood awakening. The voice concludes, revealing the true meaning behind the red light. He sighs, a revelation hitting him hard. And no family had ever realized this. He mutters, seemingly astonished by this oversight. He wonders, noticing something new. I have karma points now. A system message appears, revealing a draconian skill, currently locked, but requiring only 10 karma points to unlock. He currently has 100. A flicker of hope crosses his face. Did I get it back then? He wonders aloud. Let's try to use it, he declares, tapping the yes option on the system prompt. Do you want to use points to view your draconian skill? The message asks. The system confirms that his draconian skill is now available for viewing. His current karma points stand at 90. He can now browse his list of skills. The draconian skill window opens, revealing a list of class skills, including healing factor, composed mind, and heightened senses. Several draconian skills are listed, but locked. Dragon Eyes requires 20 points to unlock, while Might of the Dragon needs 30. Another draconian skill, Devour, appears on the screen, described as allowing the user to eat and digest a lot. It's locked, requiring 50 points to unlock. He muses, I get draconian points. The screen displays more locked draconian skills, Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon. The screen highlights the Devour Draconian skill, level 1, which allows the user to eat and digest a lot, but it remains locked, requiring 50 points to unlock. But eat and digest a lot? Why does this cost 50 points, he wonders, questioning the skill's value. He ponders, finger to his chin. Better get something that's obviously good rather than take a chance. Sitting on his throne, he considers his options carefully. A draconian skill has been unlocked, Dragon Eyes. Another draconian skill unlocks, Might of the Dragon. Might of the Dragon seems a little too dangerous to use here, he muses, contemplating the power he now possesses. So, he activates another draconian skill, Dragon Eyes. His eye glows with golden power as the Dragon Eyes skill activates. Runes and symbols swirl around him. He pauses, a soft escaping his lips as he takes a step. I expected more because it said detailed information. He muses. But nothing's really changed. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Wait. SFX, rumble. A sinister ha escapes him as flames erupt around his eye. This doesn't even make sense. He mutters, observing the scene unfolding before him. The statue in the center of. The text begins to explain, the words hanging in the air amidst the swirling energy. The text continues, stating, the garden looks like it's right in front of me. A mansion looms in the darkness, its windows glowing with warm light. This could be really useful, a voice declares, observing the manicured garden and the grand mansion beyond. A soft chime rings out as he examines the blue screen, a puzzled expression on his face. The screen prompts, do you want detailed information about the detected object? The screen then poses a direct question, detailed information? The screen's question elicits a shocked response. What? He stammers, eyes wide with disbelief. The screen displays a detailed list of items, decorational candle stand from Mycenae, desk made of olive wood and chair made from the Laverne dynasty, drawer made from the Merc Empire, and ceremonial dress of the Draker household. The screen continues to display the list, now highlighting, carpet made from the Room Empire. A grimace contorts his face as a fiery aura erupts around his eye. Ugh! He groans. Suddenly, he stumbles, reaching out to steady himself. What? My body is. He exclaims, clearly disoriented. He collapses back into the ornate chair. Are all draconian skills like this? He wonders aloud, struggling to breathe. I can't even use them much if they're like this. His class skill activates, triggering a healing factor. Then, his vigor recovery kicks in. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He wonders. What? I didn't intend to use healing, he thinks, confusion evident in his expression. He remains seated, a faint, glowing aura now surrounding him. Wait. He mutters, noticing something unexpected. A sudden realization hits him, all my class skills have changed into passive abilities. He realizes that not only have his class skills changed to passive abilities, but their levels have increased by 1. One of those skills is healing factor, which will allow his body to automatically repair itself. He ponders the implications of this new power, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. This is too broken, he exclaims, realizing the full extent of his newfound ability. Healing may seem like it's already overpowered, a voice narrates, as a surge of energy emanates from him. The surge of energy intensifies, but a voice warns, but it's not something you can constantly spam. Below, a shield lies impaled with numerous swords. And its healing effects are limited, the voice continues. However, healing factor is infinite, the voice concludes, as the man sits pensively, gazing at a glowing screen. An idea strikes him. I need to test this. A sharp blade glints in the dim light. He exhales a relieved phew. Sweat beads on his brow. He slices his own arm with the blade. Blood wells up from the cut. A drop of blood falls onto the polished floor. More blood splatters across the floor. With blood now splattered across the floor, a system message appears, class skill, healing factor, activated. Despite the activated healing factor, a voice whispers in disbelief, no way. The blade remains embedded in his arm, blood still flowing despite the healing factor's activation. Seated in a lavish room, he wonders aloud, does the academy take 5 years to finish? He then repeats, with a hint of disbelief, 5 years, huh? His tone hardening, he declares, I'll finish it in 2. A sinister grin spreads across his face, a silent promise of the challenges to come. Regressor Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent. Any aspiring knight would give an arm and a leg to enroll. The prestigious Regressor Academy resides within the Duchy of Troy. The academy teems with life each time the new semester rolls around in spring. The title card appears, the class of a hero is different. The academy students seem to be whispering amongst themselves. A voice booms, declaring that the higher-ranked students are no different from adults. Footsteps echo as a voice declares, they're all trained to perfection. However, if I compare them. The voice continues, leaving the comparison hanging in the air. To those from the cradle. The voice concludes, as a group of soldiers smirks confidently. But they're still children, the voice declares, a note of warning in its tone. It seems they've already established their authority, a voice observes, while another voice declares, this damned family is rotten to the core. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Regressor family are numerous, each with their own distinct crest. Among those branch families, the 3 with the most influence are known as the Great Families. One of these influential groups is the Turuan of Strength. Another of the Great Families is revealed, the Zimans of Wisdom. The next Great Family is introduced, the Vardek of Gold. Another Great Family appears to be on the horizon. Even the children of those 3 families are in this state. A voice remarks, hinting at the dire situation. A sinister smile plays on his lips. He walks away from the concerned group, thinking to himself, well, it's none of my business. The scene shifts to a high-class dormitory, the Platinum Mansion. The Platinum Mansion, a high-class dormitory, stands tall against the clear sky. The Platinum Mansion, a high-class dormitory, stands tall and imposing. 2 figures are seen bowing at the entrance. Walking past the bowing figures, the protagonist muses, sure is nice to be a purebred. A title card appears, simply stating, Platinum Mansion. The Platinum Mansion, it turns out, is more than just a residence. It's a dormitory furnished with a training hall, a library, and various other facilities. The library within is only accessible to the highest-ranked students. Even those from the cradle can't enter it so easily. However, pure-blood awakeners receive an even greater benefit, the special privilege of becoming a floormaster. Two figures stand back to back against the backdrop of a towering, Gothic structure. An entire floor is known as the Platinum Floor. The sound of footsteps echoes as Sir Regressor is welcomed. "We've been awaiting your arrival. We shall escort you to your assigned floor," they announce, leading Sir Regressor to a door marked with the number 4. A chorus of voices greets him, bowing deeply. "Welcome, Master." A dry chuckle escapes Zeke as he wonders to himself, "Isn't this a bit much, even if I'm a pureblood?" An attendant informs him, "Sir Regressor is waiting for you in your room." As Zeke enters the room, a voice booms, "Welcome, young master." He curtly responds, "What is it, Regressor?" Regressor states his purpose, "I have something to deliver to you." Zeke's eyes widen slightly as he hears something. He exclaims. Standing before Zeke is a large, ornate chest. "It really is on a different level from temporary gloves," he remarks, a slight smile playing on his lips. "It's a relief that you've taken a liking to them." He continues, "I've gotten new gloves, so I want to get a new sword while I'm at it." The sword clatters against the table as he asks, "But what do you think, Regressor?" Regressor responds, "That is an excellent decision, young master." The reason for this decision is revealed, because the Duchy of Troy is close to the Giants' Mountains. The reason for this is that it is abundant with good quality iron and excellent craftsmen. The reason for the duchy's importance becomes clear, it's to the point where people say that the first weapon of an academy alumni is always a Trojan. A blinding flash erupts as the weapon strikes. Despite the weapon's impact, a voice insists, "No, it's fine." He then declares, "Then I shall search for a decent craftsman." He states confidently, "I have one in mind." The sound of writing fills the air as the protagonist begins to draft a letter. In the background, a man in a suit stands silently, awaiting instructions. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he declares, "I'll go in person, so set up an appointment for me." The letter is folded with precision, the protagonist's next move shrouded in mystery. Galleon Halbert. "I've never heard of them before," he admits. Despite his ignorance, he instructs, "I shall contact them right away." A reminder appears, "Classes begin tomorrow, and the relevant documents must be reviewed beforehand." Always with the nagging. "I get it," he mutters, seemingly annoyed by the constant reminders. Sunlight streams through the window, signaling the start of a new day. The morning light finds him seated, already engrossed in his reading. "Given how the..." A voice begins, the words obscured by an abrupt interruption. "Given how the Platinum Floor is completely isolated," the voice continues, the statement hanging in the air. His eyes widen slightly as he examines the document in his hands. "I'll have a lot more freedom to develop my draconian skills," he realizes, a surge of anticipation building. He looks up towards the ornate doors and calls out, "Come in." A voice replies from beyond the door, "Pardon me." A maid enters, head bowed, and announces, "Floor Master Reina has sent a dinner invitation." "Reina has?" he questions, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. An immediate command echoes, "Take me there." The view shifts to a grand, ornate structure, the Demon King's brow furrowed in question. He strides forward, his military-style uniform crisp as he enters the room. He pauses, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Isn't that cute?" he muses. His voice booms out, questioning, "Are you guys some kind of southern trash?" "Welcome, Regressor," a voice announces. The announcement is followed by a title card, "Floor Master Reina Turin." Reina Turin speaks, a hint of apology in her voice. "My family's people are rather peculiar," she admits. "I apologize." He responds, "Thanks for your concern." He sits down in a grand chair, his gloved hands resting on the armrests. From his seat, he announces, "Let's discuss business after our meal." The focus shifts to a close-up, revealing the intense gaze of the Lightning Knight. The Lightning Knight observes, she's fully utilizing her lower abdomen to control her aura. The Lightning Knight wonders, has she already laid her eyes on the position of Purple Knight? The Lightning Knight wonders aloud, then why is her swordsmanship stuck in a rut? From above, the lightning knight scoffs, what a waste of her potential. He chuckles to himself, a sinister haha, escaping his lips as he sits at the table. Wiping his mouth, he admits, I'm a pretty big eater myself, but this was far beyond my expectations. With the meal concluded, he announces, we're done eating, so I'll get right down to business. The man states his business directly, accept the Turin family's support, Zeke Draker. The man continues, stating his offer directly, accept the Turin family's support, Zeke Draker. The man across the table states, it seems you've forgotten, but you and I are both pureblood awakeners. He continues, stating that it's true that we receive many privileges. Just this platinum floor alone is proof of that. But, there's a catch. However, he reveals the downside, we don't receive any benefits in terms of our growth. The Academy holds centuries of accumulated academic and practical knowledge. Moreover, they'll get a personal instructor to effectively raise their abilities. The speaker emphasizes the importance of something unseen, warning, if you don't have these, no matter how well off you may be, you will fall behind. The speaker's warning hangs heavy as a close-up reveals a menacing shield, its design dominated by a stylized bull's head. The speaker emphasizes, that is why support families are necessary. The speaker continues, stating that even Abel Draker, a pureblood like us, needs support. Abel Draker, the youngest ever to hold the title of White Knight and the current Black Knight, received support from his maternal family, the Zimmons. Although the patriarch of the Turin family has not told me the reason why, the speaker reveals, adding another layer of mystery. The speaker reveals, he has told me that you are not receiving support from your maternal family. His gaze intense, the speaker declares, I will say this once more. Accept the Turin family's support, Zeke Draker. Zeke Draker's immediate response is a firm, unwavering no. He clenches his gloved hand, a strange marking visible on its surface. A question mark hangs in the air above Zeke's head, mirroring his own confusion. He stammers, questioning why receiving the Turin family's support shouldn't be a bad deal for the other party. A voice cuts him off, declaring, it's not about that. The man states firmly, I don't need anything more than what I already receive as a pureblood awakener. It's not much, but in return for the meal. The man's voice trails off as he walks away, his footsteps echoing in the large courtyard. Leaning in close, he offers, I'll give you just one piece of advice you need right now. His face inches closer, the man offers a crucial piece of advice. Your sword has too much strength behind it. The man continues, his face now mere inches away. Your sword has too much strength behind it. The man's hand reaches out, a golden emblem visible on his dark sleeve. I guess you're too conscious of those men. The scene shifts to a verdant forest, the man's voice echoing, listen well, Reina. His voice continues, now speaking directly to Reina, your greatest strength is the fluidity that arises from having a flexible body. He extends his hand, a swirl of green energy gathering around him. The instructor's advice rings clear, don't receive attacks head-on and crush your opponents with strength. As his hand glows, leaves begin to swirl around him. The leaves multiply and accelerate, filling the space. The leaves swirl faster, forming a protective vortex around him. But fluidly cast your opponent's attacks aside. And the suspense hangs heavy. The voice continues, the final instruction ringing clear, land a single, delicate strike. His hand moves with impossible speed, a blur amidst falling leaves. Leaves swirl around him as he executes the delicate strike. The words echo in the air, if you can do that, you'll grow. His eyes widen, a flicker of understanding dawning within them. The disembodied voice continues, its words resonating, several times stronger than you are now. He turns and waves, calling out, thanks for the meal. A powerful impact shakes the room. A booming voice declares, the Turin family is the herald of strength. I was simply following my family's tradition, he finishes, a determined look hardening his features. His hands clench into fists, a visible tremor running through them as he thinks, it's not that I'm being conscious of others. His grip tightens on the sword, a surge of energy emanating from him. No, he's right. He acknowledges the truth in the other's words, realizing, because I had been obsessed with becoming a person fitting. He stands alone, bathed in light, as he admits, with becoming a person fitting of the Turin name. This is what had been unintentionally projected onto my sword as a result, he reveals. He simply saw right through that, the voice declares. When I was young, everyone praised me as a genius, he recalls, a hint of bitterness in his tone. And not one person gave me any real advice. Regressor. The name hangs in the air. A sharp thwack echoes as a leaf connects. The question hangs in the air, just who are you? A stern expression hardens her face as she examines the leaf in her gloved hand. The title card appears, emblazoned in gold, the class of a hero. Against a backdrop of a cloudy sky, a character exclaims, "All my changed class skills have insane performance." He stretches, a puzzled expression on his face. How am I fine even though I stayed up all night training, he wonders aloud. The secret to his condition is revealed: class skill, infinite stamina. Any fatigue, the text explains, will be offset quickly by an infinite amount of stamina, a passive ability. A flashback begins, a memory surfacing. In my past life, I thought of this place as being hell itself. He recalls. But now that I'm a pure blood, he continues, the memory taking a new turn. Money and power aren't everything. He muses, a faint smile gracing his lips as he recalls his past. But there's nothing quite like this, he thinks, overlooking a field where others are running. Footsteps echo as he begins to walk. He walks towards a large, white building. Reggressor's name is spoken. His eyes narrow. A figure in a military uniform addresses him, surrounded by other soldiers. So you're part of the special class too? Owen, a voice booms. The name is followed by a stark declaration, Owen Simmons, the third son of the powerful Simmons family. Two figures with glowing eyes loom over him, their grins predatory. He clutches his head in what appears to be pain. Scheming was a Simmons specialty, it's revealed. The text explains that Owen used others to bully him, all while cunningly maintaining his own image. A voice echoes, revealing, I invited you for dinner last night, but you didn't reply. The man questions, did you perhaps not receive an invitation letter? Another voice wonders why he's acting this way. The voice continues, dripping with sarcasm, all friendly now? A sinister smile spreads across his face as he asks, was it the one on my desk? The unseen question hangs heavy in the air, why did you not reply? The question hangs in the air as he looks off to the side, awaiting an answer. A smirk plays on his lips as he finally responds, well, aren't you funny? The words why do I appear, setting up the next question. The question hangs heavy in the air, why do I have to reply to every single one? The question hangs heavy as he looks up, a faint glow emanating around him. His foot slams down, the impact reverberating through the area. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. You're being rather rude despite the young master's kindness. Regressor, he announces, a predatory glint in his eyes. Staring up at his towering opponent, he demands, who are you? An enraged voice booms, why, you, how could you not know me? A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing sharp teeth. The sinister grin remains, as he declares, looks like those from the cradle aren't worth much after all. His expression shifts to one of mild annoyance as he mutters, ah, geez. The cloaked figure warns, I get that you want to look good in front of your young master, but keep in mind who you're speaking to. A blue energy attack streaks toward the cloaked figure. The figure braces for the incoming attack, eyes narrowed. The energy slams into him with a resounding crash. The force of the blow sends debris flying. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the energy crackles around him. His sinister grin widens as he observes the aftermath. It seems like high-ranking students are capable of basic aura manipulation. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, my name is Durbin Roswell. They call me Durbin the Mighty here. Durbin the Mighty stands ready, his hand outstretched, as the protagonist prepares to face him. Durbin declares, in place of young Master Owen, I will teach you some manners. Durbin the Mighty, a voice echoes, laced with disbelief. Durbin remains stoic, but a figure looms over him, casting a long shadow. So a cadet that isn't even a knight has a pseudonym. The voice muses. A powerful strike lands, the force of the blow sending shockwaves outward. The force of the impact sends debris flying in all directions. The impact obliterates everything around it. A hand reaches out amidst the devastation. Grasping at something, he struggles to rise. What a joke, he thinks, his voice dripping with disdain. A devastating blow lands. His eyes widen in shock as blood splatters from his mouth. He's sent hurtling through the air, the force of the blow undeniable. The world spins around him as he flies through the air. The force of the impact sends him spiraling further. The air rushes past him as he continues to plummet. As he falls, a voice booms out, taunting, "So, who's next after Durban the Mighty?" The ground rushes up to meet him. The taunting continues. "Hurry up and pick," the voice demands. "Young Master Owen," the voice booms, the speaker's sinister grin widening. Footsteps echo as young Master Owen faces his opponent. The air crackles with anticipation. Young Master Owen's voice cuts through the silence. "You sure like to bask in your own glory, Zeke Draker." Back to back, young Master Owen and Zeke Draker stand, a silent tension building between them. The speaker scoffs, dismissing the entire scene with a cutting remark, "What a joke." Draker Academy, it turns out, is largely split into two classes. One is the normal class, where students are taught what to do if they lack talent. For those lacking talent, overcoming it requires effort and a strict regimen from early morning to late at night. However, there is also the special class, where students may freely choose their subjects outside of the basics. Even within the academy, the special class is where the greatest elites gather. That's why, the protagonist admits, he had some expectations. Leaning back in his chair, the protagonist seems underwhelmed. He raises a hand to his face, a gesture of disbelief. The protagonist, still looking up, hears the announcement, "But most of the people here are just alumni of the Cradle." An indignant voice booms out, questioning, "What special class?" "This is just the Cradle class." Immediately, another voice commands, "Quiet." The announcement continues, revealing that someone very special has come today to encourage the special class's freshmen. The announcement continues, revealing that he was not only the commander-in-chief during the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, but also the hero who saved the continent. The students erupt in cheers. The announcement continues, revealing that he was also the hero who single-handedly stopped the Empire's invasion with his resourcefulness. The announcement continues, requesting everyone to welcome the Command-in-Chief, Dean Howard Draker. Dean Howard Draker, the Command-in-Chief, greets everyone with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen." The announcement clarifies, Dean Howard Draker is also the Dean of the Academy. Howard Draker, the war hero, is worshipped as a tactical genius. But the truth is that the information he leaked to the enemy for his own survival just happened to throw the enemy into chaos. The truth continues to unravel, he's simply a traitor that got lucky. The judgment is clear, that rat's no hero. The speaker pauses, choosing his next words carefully. Rather. The speaker's accusation hangs heavy in the air, he's the main perpetrator that got me kicked out of the academy. The speaker's voice cracks with emotion, revealing the depth of his loss. "I'd lost the only remaining place where I could belong." He recounts his tragic fate. He wandered the Duchy of Troy, only to be captured by slave traders and sold to the Southern Cartel. His story continues, revealing a long line of slaves being led across a desolate landscape. With a sinister smile, he vows, "I'll make sure to pay him back for that." His eyes narrow, a palpable anger radiating from him. His voice booms, declaring, "I believe that all of you have taken the bait." He continues, stating that they will begin basic classes immediately. He orders everyone to take their swords and head to the arena. A resounding yes, sir, echoes in response to his command. The sign reads, Special Class Indoor Arena. Before them lies the Special Class Indoor Arena. The students stand in formation, awaiting their next command. A thought bubble appears above the students. Who would have thought even the special class has to learn the basics of dragon slaying? A memory surfaces, in my past life, simply because of the fact that I couldn't use aura. He recalls, I spent 2 years learning what would have amounted to nothing. He exhales heavily, pleading, "Please go easy on me." A voice booms, "Welcome, cadets." Standing before him, a line of uniformed figures awaits. The voice continues, identifying itself, "I am Andre Draker, and I will be teaching you all dragon-slaying basics." Andre Draker stands tall, his gaze unwavering as he grips the hilt of his sword. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as Andre Draker looms over them, his presence commanding attention. A question hangs in the air, is he? The thought continues, unspoken but clear, he's so. The unspoken thought is finally voiced, young. That's the formal Draker uniform. The thought trails off. The realization hits hard, Andre, the Rose Knight? Despite not being a pure-blood awakener, he graduated early from the academy, and is valedictorian from Valhalla. He's a once-in-a-century genius. The text emphasizes that even the special classes teachers are on a different level. He's not only a genius, but he's also known for his inflexible personality. "Quiet," he commands. His eyes glow with an ominous red light, a clear sign of his growing anger. His patience wearing thin, he announces, "If you're done chattering, I will begin the class." "Everyone, draw your swords," he commands, the order echoing through the training hall. The students immediately comply, drawing their blades. His crimson eye glints with an unsettling intensity. His gaze falls upon a cadet, and he demands, "Cadet, what is that sword?" A question mark hangs in the air. The cadet unleashes a powerful strike. The cadet's sword clashes against his opponent's. The cadet's blade continues its upward trajectory. The cadet's eyes widen slightly, his upward swing continuing. "As you can see, it's the sword I'm using." His red eyes narrow with intense focus. The challenge is clear, step onto the arena. But before he can act, a voice booms, questioning, "Cadet, are you not aware of the fact that you must pick a sword that suits your body?" Before the cadet can step forward, his attention is drawn to a massive sword lying on the arena floor. "I knew this would happen, so I made sure." The cadet's inner thoughts reveal a plan already in motion. "To stand out when drawing my sword on purpose." The cadet finishes his thought, his eyes still closed. His eyes still closed, the cadet seems confident in his next move. It can't be. He thinks, the realization dawning on him. The realization hits him, helped. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, "I'm sure I could beat you with this sword, instructor." He adds, "It'll be faster too." He thinks to himself, "Just show him my skills." His eyes glow a menacing red as he resolves to demonstrate his true abilities. Activating his class skill, Indomitable Mental Defense, he prepares to withstand whatever comes next. With Indomitable Mental Defense activated, he stands ready to face his opponent. The opponent responds, "I understand, cadet." The opponent continues, "If you wish to learn with your body." He bit. He continues, "Then if your blade so much as touches my body, you will be exempted from not just the punishment for your rudeness." A red arc flashes. A crimson arc cuts through the air. The arc continues its deadly trajectory. The figure stands amidst the crimson glow, his single red eye piercing through the haze. A blinding white light fills the void. A crimson arc cuts through the light. The crimson arc continues its deadly path. The arc continues its swift and deadly descent. The figure stands amidst the swirling red energy, his gaze intense. His gaze burns with intensity, revealing that the power originates but also from the dragon-slaying arts class. Yuzu announces, "We've changed basics to arts. Thank you for your understanding." The title card flashes, "Dragon-slaying arts class, another return." A voice booms, reassuring, "Don't worry. I don't plan on using aura against the cadets." Then, a second voice chimes in, almost mockingly, "Oh, class exemption." The man smiles, his expression unreadable. He thinks to himself, "I can beat Andre since I know his weakness, but considering Abel's keeping an eye on me." A towering figure looms over him, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. He realizes, it'd be dangerous for me to garner attention like I did back in the cradle. He resolves, I'll just graze his clothes and lose. A sly smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to put his plan into action. All right then, he declares, ready to execute his plan. A sharp blade shoots across the room. The blade strikes, and he braces for the impact. The blade curves in a wide arc, poised to strike. The blade descends, a flash of red energy accompanying its deadly arc. The blade strikes, the impact a blinding white. As expected of a blue knight, a voice booms out. The blue knight's opponent, eyes wide with shock, is met with a declaration, "This won't be enough. This won't be easy," the blue knight declares. The blue knight's declaration rings out as he stands his ground, surrounded by multiple opponents. This won't be easy. A nearby observer realizes, an official Draker Knight really is on a whole other level. The Draker Knight's skill becomes clear as one of the onlookers observes, "Yeah. He hasn't managed to even graze his clothes for 30 minutes. The Draker Knight moves in a blur, his speed creating sonic booms as he closes in. The Draker Knight's attack lands, tearing through his opponent's uniform. His sword continues its deadly path. The Draker Knight, still standing, provokes a question from his opponent, "What's with his ridiculous stamina?" Panting, he grits his teeth, muttering, "Even if I'm suppressing my aura." The Draker Knight's thoughts betray his growing frustration. To think that I'm losing to a cadet. He fumes inwardly. Truly, the existence of purebloods. He thinks, as golden energy flares around him. Truly, the existence of purebloods. The Draker Knight thinks, his red eyes narrowing as golden energy intensifies around him. Is unfair. The Draker Knight's thoughts solidify his resolve as the golden energy surges around him. His poor stamina is the same as ever, a voice observes, the Draker Knight standing ready with his sword. And him suppressing his. The words hang ominously, unfinished. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror spreading across his face. The Draker's aura cultivation method is known for its peculiarity. The Draker's aura cultivation method demands constant activation, even during daily tasks and sleep. In fact, it's practically maintained as if breathing. The Draker's aura cultivation method demands constant activation, even during daily tasks and sleep. In fact, it's practically maintained as if breathing. In other words, for Andre, he's basically holding his breath. Swords clash in a burst of light, the force of impact palpable. Unconventional swordsmanship, a voice declares. The voice continues, explaining that this style depletes your stamina even further. The swordsman in black is sent flying back, his sword knocked from his grasp. Though knocked down, the swordsman's expression hardens. But losing like this doesn't quite feel right. He kneels, retrieving his sword from the dust-filled ground. He kneels, declaring, "There's no helping it." As he reaches for his sword in the dust. He grips his sword tightly, declaring, "I have to force him to use all my strength." The hero prepares to unleash his aura, bracing his sword. The hero's sword glows intensely as he prepares to strike. Creating situations that can be easily handled is useless. The sword flashes, emitting a powerful burst of energy. The leaping figure is met with a counterattack. The swordsman's attack is met head-on, but a voice echoes, "I need something that'll make him unconsciously use aura." He lies on the ground, defeated. His sword clatters to the floor, the battle clearly lost. In other words, it's an extreme situation. The force of the blow sends him flying. He soars through the air, his sword a silver streak against the white background. He continues to hurtle through the air, the impact creating a visible ripple on the floor below. A blinding purple energy erupts from the point of impact. His eyes widen in disbelief, uttering, "That's skill, swift steps, activated." The system message confirms a new ability has been unlocked. Swift. The word bursts forth, accompanied by a burst of speed. Swift steps. The words hang in the air as the newly acquired skill is put to immediate use. The hero dodges a barrage of attacks, moving with incredible speed. "No way!" The exclamation punctuates the hero's disbelief at what he's witnessing. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, "Skill, critical strike, activated." Purple energy surges around the hero's blade. Eyes blazing crimson, the opponent is visibly shaken. How can a cadet know swift steps, he questions, clearly caught off guard. The hero's blade, now glowing with purple energy, is poised to strike. His red eyes narrow, a laser-like focus burning through the air as he prepares to meet the hero's attack head-on. His gaze intensifies, the red eye burning with unwavering determination. A surge of blue energy erupts around him. The blue energy intensifies, engulfing the area in a blinding light. The energy subsides, revealing the aftermath, multiple versions of him, stacked one atop another. He plummets downwards, a stack of multiple versions of himself. Dragon-slaying arts appears. The words Chapter 1, the first verse appear, accompanied by a gleaming sword. His eyes glow with power as he raises the gleaming sword high above his head. Sky Slice appears, the title of the first verse now emblazoned across the screen. With a sinister grin, he brings the blade down in a swift, decisive arc. The blade descends, a blur of motion against the pale sky. The strike lands with a resounding crash. The force of the blow shatters the ground. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The air crackles with energy. The woman watches with a calculating gaze as the energy surges around her and her subordinates. The sword shatters. Shit! He mutters. Despite the pain, he smirks, a trickle of blood running down his chin. That really hurts. A class skill activates, Healing Factor. Healing Factor activated. With his Healing Factor activated, he thinks, now I can collapse. His Healing Factor now active, he struggles to keep his sword aloft. He collapses onto the ground, his sword clattering away from him. A fissure rips through the ground, mere feet from where he lies. A figure looms over him, sword in hand. The sword descends. The blade hurtles down. A beat of silence hangs in the air. The camera pans up, revealing the city's vast, intricate architecture. This cadet, a voice begins to say, as one of them is sent flying, does not need to attend class anymore. The ominous words hang in the air as the cadet lies defeated. From above, the instructor's voice booms across the training grounds. Are there any other cadets who wish to be exempt? Silence hangs heavy in the air as the other cadets look on, a mixture of apprehension and disbelief etched on their faces. A crimson splash erupts, hinting at a brutal clash to come. His eyes glow with menacing red light as he declares, I will assume that there is none. Now then, lift your sword, the command rings out. The cadets are about to witness a true Draker's something. The scene shifts to a hospital, its sign bearing a prominent red cross. Lying in a hospital bed, the Draker remarks, that was a pretty good performance if I say so myself. The Draker continues, while I didn't graze his clothes. The Draker continues, revealing, I got Andre to use the aura he said he wouldn't. The Draker concludes, acknowledged my abilities. The Draker relaxes, revealing the outcome of his machinations. In conclusion, Andre got disciplined, and I obtained free time. It's a win-win. Andre's last attack was... The Draker begins, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. The most basic move of the dragon-slaying arts is revealed as Chapter 1, the first verse, Sky Slice. However, the panel reveals the origin of the dragon-slaying arts, because it came from a Blue Knight. Despite the Blue Knight's incredible power, he believes, I can still beat a Blue Knight, considering my limitless stamina and healing. But this isn't enough to live freely, he realizes, as a bird perches on a branch outside his window. In order not to be restricted, he thinks, his gaze fixed on the small bird perched outside. I need unrestrainable power. A single feather drifts down, a silent echo of his desire for freedom and unrestrained power. That desire seems to manifest as a single feather descends. The feather transforms into a bird, a symbol of the freedom he craves. That bird embodies the power that won't let me submit to anyone. So, a voice begins, followed by a sharp, bird-like cry, Key. Tears stream down his face as he clutches an empty bottle, a forced smile plastered across his face. The disheveled man is told, so you're Arthur's youngest son. The man looms over him, holding an empty bottle. The man, still drinking, asks, who the hell is? Lying in the hospital bed, the man stares up at him, wide-eyed. The man's smile widens, a chilling glint in his eyes. Your eyes are the same as that arrogant bastard Arthur's. He then admits, I wasn't able to sense him despite the strong stench of booze, he finishes. Not to mention that arrogant bastard Arthur? He's calling the current patriarch of the Drakers such a thing? The drunkard looms over the bed, bottle in hand. Who are you? He demands, then immediately follows with, how'd you do that earlier, kid? He chugs from the bottle, a loud gulp echoing in the room. He sure acts as he pleases, a voice remarks, seemingly observing the drunkard's behavior. The young man, visibly confused, questions, what do you mean by that? The bottle slams down on the table. Feigning ignorance, gosh. A voice says, dripping with sarcasm. The voice reveals a crucial detail, you were inflicted with an internal wound earlier. Blood trickles from his lip. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. How did it heal instantaneously, he wonders aloud. He caught on to healing factor, he questions, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Suddenly, a system notification appears, class skill, indomitable mental defense, activated. Another system notification flashes, class skill, indomitable mental defense, activated. Despite the activation of his mental defenses, he steels himself, thinking, no, don't fall for it. Doubts creep in, as he questions, there's no one who would know of healing at the academy. A voice retorts, I don't know what you're talking about. He stares intently at the person before him, his expression unreadable. He questions, so you're going to keep up this charade? His eyes widen in shock, as a sharp crack echoes. The room is filled with the sound of something breaking. He lunges, a blade flashing as he strikes. An assassin. He is sent flying back, crashing through the room. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards, a vortex of wind and energy swirling around him. The force continues to send him hurtling backwards. He cries out as the force of the impact continues to send him flying backwards. This kid's got tricks, the unseen opponent exclaims, clearly impressed despite the ongoing battle. A sudden, internal warning flares, my instincts are screaming at me. Skill after skill activates, first swift steps, then precise stab. Then, skill, critical strike, activated. That if I don't kill him, he'll kill me. The stark realization fuels his resolve. He lunges forward, propelled by the chilling realization. SFX, swoosh. A sharp, crystalline shard hurtles towards him. His eyes widen with alarm. As the shard flies towards him, a voice remarks, your ability in adapting to the situation is impressive. The man smirks, his weapon meeting the shard head-on. Almost like. He begins to say. A mercenary, he finishes, a sinister grin spreading across his face and his red eyes gleaming. The man's hand reaches out, poised to strike. Just who the hell is he? The question hangs heavy in the air. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he muses, almost like a mirror. Blades clash with a resounding impact. A mercenary, he concludes, his glowing red eye piercing through the darkness. A sinister grin spreads across the mercenary's face, his glowing red eye fixed on his target as he clutches the fabric of his opponent's clothing. With a powerful gust, the mercenary's white cloak billows behind him as he draws his sword. A flash of light erupts as the mercenary strikes. The mercenary's strike sends a shockwave rippling across the floor. Just who the hell is he? The man wonders, his eyes narrowed. Mercenary. The man wonders if the mercenary knows something about his past life. A Draker has abandoned his sword and stepped back. A sharp ting echoes as a finger snaps. A finger snaps, and the Draker declares, I think you are better suited to be a mercenary than a knight. That's what he meant, the thought bubble reads, a question hanging heavy in the air. The Draker's words hit hard. I've never felt. The thought bubble begins, the sentence unfinished, leaving the audience in suspense. I'm sure of it after our brief fight, he thinks, realizing the Draker's true intentions. This since master. The hero realizes the vast difference in their power. There's an overwhelming gap between our abilities, he thinks, understanding the Draker could easily kill him if he wanted to. He concludes, he's at least a red knight. Looking down at the hero, the Draker observes, that's a claymore from the basic supply of the cradle, right? The Draker questions the hero's choice of weapon. You're talented. What are you doing with a weapon like that, he asks. Then, thinking to himself, no, perhaps even stronger. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, a flicker of doubt now visible in his eyes. So this is where you were, he states, arriving in what appears to be a hospital room. An exclamation mark appears above someone's head. The protagonist stops short, recognizing the man. Andre, he questions, a thought bubble indicating his confusion, why is this guy? A voice announces, Garden Keeper Dexter. The protagonist's shock is palpable as he thinks, he's the garden keeper? That guy? How did you know I was here, you leech-like bastard? Dexter demands. The protagonist responds coolly, you were at the training room earlier. Dexter retorts, you sure are annoyingly quick-witted. If you're done getting treated, you can return, cadet, the superior states. The protagonist responds, yes, sir. Understood. Suddenly, a voice booms, kid. He pauses, hand gripping the door handle. The voice continues, an invitation echoing in his mind, if you have time, come to the Academy's Western Greenhouse. The man smiles, extending an invitation, I'll teach you something useful. I'll teach you something useful, the man offers. But the other man is left wondering, a question mark hanging in the air. Meanwhile, the woman stands silently by the door. The offer is immediately rejected. No thanks. The man's eyes widen slightly, a visible shock registering on his face. A strange noise suddenly fills the air. The door swings open, revealing a man inside who immediately shouts, would you look at that mouth of yours? Your personality is the same as Arthur's too. The word garden is displayed. Keeper Dexter, he asks, a smirk playing on his lips. Who is he trying to fool? His smirk widens as he thinks, if he has the rank to call the current patriarch Arthur Draker so easily. The man states the obvious, so you're Arthur's youngest son. The man's thoughts continue, deducing, then he must be the person who only had one disciple, Andre, throughout his entire life. Above the man looms a title card, Duke Draker. His red eyes gleam menacingly as he grips his sword. He is known as the Gale Knight, one of the Black Knights who wield the martial force. The Gale Knight strides forward, the text proclaiming his intent, to go against a whole kingdom alone. Flames engulf the castle behind him. He was quite the talk of the town for disappearing one day without a word, but to think he was leading a secluded life at the academy. Lying in a hospital bed, the man's eyes widen in realization. Perhaps Andre came here because of him. A question echoes, when you say Duke, do you mean a man with frightening tenacity? The man in question stands by the window, his expression unreadable. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. There is even a rumor that he obtained Black Knight status. Just because he liked the color black, the voice continues, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. That must be a false rumor, right? He asks, his voice laced with uncertainty. Right now, Duke, a voice booms, filled with authority. He deflects the blow, a cold fury in his eyes. Is showing a strong interest in me, he thinks, but receiving light teaching due to simple interest is? Something I have no interest in. His thoughts solidify his resolve. He resolves, if I'm going to learn something, I should at least learn his secret move. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, I'm going to change that interest into tenacity. The sky stretches out before him, seemingly endless. A grand, white castle rises before him, its towers piercing the clear blue sky. A man stands before a chalkboard covered in arcane symbols, a pentagram prominently displayed. He asks, in a case like this, do you know what happens? The man is revealed to be Academy Magic Theory Professor Fanon. A hollow laugh echoes, followed by a chilling question, and no one? The students are all asleep, snoring loudly. "Ha, right," he says, a hollow tone in his voice. He continues lecturing about mana formulas, oblivious to the fact that his students are fast asleep. "Actually take damage," he continues, still lecturing. Interrupting the lecture, a student raises his hand. "Oh, and I don't understand the mana transfer energy law you mentioned earlier." The student's face flushes red as he asks, "Oh?" The student's question hangs in the air as a bright light emanates from the chalkboard. The light intensifies as the student, now wearing glasses, smiles brightly. He asks, "Professor?" "Oh, sorry. It's my first time getting a question, so..." He begins, then continues, "For mana transfer. To explain the concept," he begins, pausing briefly before adding, "Oh, that's interesting too. That's how mana is." He explains, continuing his lesson on mana transfer. The scene shifts to a grand, white palace under a bright blue sky. Why are we learning about magic theory at a night? Someone wonders aloud. A voice cuts through the confusion, declaring, "It's nap time, actually." The professor seems to be asleep, but a student thinks to himself, that was an easy to understand lecture. He's no ordinary professor. "Wait, Zeke," a voice calls out. Another wonders, ? "What's wrong, Professor?" a student asks. The professor waves his hand dismissively, but he looks unsteady. It's nothing much." The professor continues, "I just feel like I had a proper class for the first time in a while because of you." He then invites the student, "So if you ever have anything you're curious about, come to my research lab at any time." With a knowing smile, the professor adds, "I'm still a Delphoa Magic University Scholarship alumnus, so I know lots." An exclamation hangs in the air. His eyes widen, surprised by this revelation. He thinks, "I thought he wouldn't be an ordinary mage, but to think he'd be an alum from the Magic University of Delphoa, the nation where magic originated." "I understand, Professor," he states. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he confidently states, "There's nothing bad about getting close to a mage." The air crackles with energy. The air crackles, and a voice booms, emphasizing, "Mages who are good at math are usually flexible thinkers," the voice continues. "They're better suited as colleagues than stuffy knights." The booming voice concludes its thought. "Fanon, ha!" The instructor muses, a slight smile playing on his lips. The instructor considers, thinking to himself, "I should see if he'll be useful." The instructor's gaze sharpens, a new idea forming. A faint smile plays on the instructor's lips as she observes the protagonist below. "He's less patient than I thought." The protagonist sits on a bench, head in his hands, the sound of something approaching echoing around him. Anxiety creeps in as he wonders, "It's only been around a week, right?" The protagonist is startled by a voice, as someone asks, "Is it done, kid?" Turning to face the voice, the protagonist is greeted with another question, "What brings you? Why didn't you come to the greenhouse?" The man continues, stating, "You must have understood what I meant when I said I'd teach you some useful things." Interrupting, the protagonist firmly states, "I told you, I'm not interested." Clearly shocked by the protagonist's firm rejection, the man exclaims, "What? Why?" Stunned, the man recoils from the protagonist's rejection. A new voice begins to speak, "I'm aware that you're incredibly..." Cutting him off, the protagonist states, "But I'm busy with individual training right now." "Of course. You can't slack off when it comes to personal training," the voice booms. Energy crackles around the instructor's hand as he asks, "Is that what you thought I'd say?" He gestures expansively, the air around him swirling with unseen power. His eye glows with power as he trails off. The power slams into him, his face contorting in pain as he's struck. He groans, the attack clearly taking its toll. Ugh! He struggles to stay upright, thinking, to think he'd just knocked me out. It seems waiting a week was too much for his opponent. His vision blurs as he realizes, then is this. The scene shifts to a distant view of the academy grounds. The western greenhouse, he wonders, as a new voice calls out to him. "You?" "What's up, kid?" a voice calls out, seemingly from above. As the protagonist drinks from a green bottle, he demands, "Did you abduct me?" Looking down at the protagonist, the man in the military uniform asks, "You finally came to your senses?" A sinister grin spreads across the man's face as he confirms, "Yes, I have abducted you." His sinister smile widens as he admits, "I'm a bit interested in you, kid." The man makes no attempt to conceal his intentions now. It seems he's quite impatient. Suddenly, a system notification appears, skill activating, swift steps. With swift steps activated, he lunges forward, closing the distance in an instant. But a sudden message flashes, "But it's not time yet." Suddenly, a voice booms, "Peekaboo." The attack comes from above. The hero barely dodges the surprise attack, a look of shock on his face. Above him, the red-haired man grins, holding a bottle. A blinding flash erupts, obscuring everything. The red-haired man moves with terrifying speed, his hand outstretched. A surge of electric power crackles around him. The force of the impact sends debris flying. Sent flying by the blow, the black-haired man thinks, "He's still treating me as a joke." Recovering, the disheveled man pours liquid from a bottle, muttering, "I need something to light a fire." Meanwhile, the black-haired man asks, "What about me has drawn your interest?" An exclamation punctuates the air as the black-haired man presses, "I asked you how your internal wounds healed instantaneously." "So that's what?" A voice trails off, seemingly in realization. "So that's what?" He begins, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Bothered him. He narrows his eyes, a cruel challenge in his voice. "If you're that curious, make me answer you." Silence hangs in the air. He moves with blinding speed. An exclamation hangs in the air. "He's disappeared," a voice cries out. He leaps from the rooftop, disappearing from sight. "Where is he?" a voice wonders. Below, a figure stands in the distance. An attack comes from above, a blur of motion and force aimed directly at him. The attack connects. His eyes widen in shock as the blade descends. The blade cuts through the air, a purple aura surrounding it. The blade connects with a sickening thud. The foot crashes down with immense force. Swinging his sword, he demands, "What are you doing?" Dust billows as the foot continues its descent. "You told me to make you answer me," he states, his words laced with a chilling challenge. "But that's too easy, so let's make a bet." Holding his sword, he proposes a daring wager: "If you graze even a single piece of my clothes, I'll grant you one wish." A final thought echoes, like master, like disciple. But if he gives up on this duel, what then? His eyes glow with an eerie light as he demands, "You have to tell me everything you're hiding." SFX, whoosh. The air rushes past. A spray of blood erupts. He continues his desperate flight through the jungle. The air fills with dust and debris. Amidst the dust cloud, a voice wonders aloud, "Just what is that kid made out of?" His brow furrowed, the man wonders to himself, "Just what is that kid made out of?" His fist clenches tighter, the man's resolve hardening amidst the swirling dust. It's already been 3 hours, he thinks, the swirling dust a testament to the ongoing battle. He doesn't just have good stamina and endurance, the thought continues. It's that his stamina and wounds are being limitlessly recovered. He leans heavily on a nearby rock formation, his sword planted firmly in the ground for support. His eyes narrow with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. "That kid," he mutters, clearly taken aback. He struggles to remain standing amidst the swirling dust, his face a mask of pain and exertion. Class skills activate, healing factor, and infinite stamina. The edge of exhaustion fades from his face. Though his stamina and healing are restored, he realizes, "I'll be able to keep going all day long, but I can't beat the bet." Might of the dragon, he muses, realizing, it seemed dangerous, so I'd never used it. But against a black knight, he realizes, perhaps now is the time to use that dangerous power. "That won't be a problem," he declares, his foot slamming down with newfound resolve. The ground cracks beneath his foot as a dark power begins to surge. His eyes glow with an eerie light as the dark power intensifies. The dark power crackles around his hands as he grips his sword tightly. An intense stare pierces through the shadows. "Let's keep going," he declares, his resolve unwavering despite the encroaching darkness. His gaze, a sinister, unsettling smile now spreads across his face. That smile widens, a manic glint in his eyes as he shouts, "Yes." That maniacal grin spreads further as he declares, "That's how you should be." A powerful impact shakes the forest. The swordsman lunges forward, his blade crackling with energy. The swordsman's attack cuts through the air. Skill, swift steps, activated. Skill, swift steps, activated. The swordsman moves in a blur of motion. The swordsman's blade crackles with purple energy as he prepares to strike. The purple energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The light fades, leaving only a smoky haze. "He's repeating the same attacks," a voice observes. Then, with dismissive confidence, it continues, "He may be fast, but compared to that leech bastard or the Turing girl, he's nothing." A sinister grin spreads across his face. "But this spite," he roars, his face contorted in rage. Purple energy crackles around him. His spite surpasses tenacity. "I love it." Blue energy gathers around his hand as he considers, should we use a bit of aura? A draconian skill, Might of the Dragon, activates. The blade glows with intense power. He prepares to strike, the air crackling with energy. The blade descends, a flash of golden light illuminating the space. The hero parries the blow, deflecting the powerful strike. Fragments of metal scatter. "What just?" he begins to say, clearly stunned by the exchange. His eyes widen in disbelief as a powerful force erupts. The force sends him flying backwards, a trail of dust marking his violent trajectory. Staggering, he wonders aloud, did he block my vision? The dust swirls around him, obscuring his view. But it'll be difficult. The dust obscures his vision, but he realizes, for him to find me, too. The dust swirls, and the man with red hair appears to be closing in. A blinding flash erupts as the red-haired man's attack lands. His eyes widen as a draconian skill activates, Dragon Eyes. He moves in a blur, the draconian skill intensifying. The draconian skill intensifies as he unleashes a flurry of attacks. The draconian skill manifests as a blinding purple energy. He strikes with unrelenting speed. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the environment. The ground cracks under the immense pressure. Dust and debris explode outwards. Is this? The ground continues to buckle and heave. He stands firm amidst the destruction, sword in hand. Duke's secret move, it seems, is deceptively simple. A simple dash caused a gust. His golden eye glows intensely as he moves with incredible speed. "Is this why he's known as the Gale Knight?" a voice exclaims, finally understanding the source of Duke's power. "Let's." He begins, his intentions still unclear. His face contorted in fury, Duke's eyes lock onto his opponent. A surge of power erupts from Duke, his eyes burning with crimson light. Duke's attack lands, but a bewildered what reveals his shock at the unexpected outcome. The impact sends a shockwave outwards. Duke is sent hurtling downwards, his sword falling from his grasp. He plummets through the air, a helpless descent. As Duke falls, a voice booms out, declaring, "Call this a draw, kid." Blood sprays from Duke's mouth, a brutal impact. A sword descends, blurred by speed. The sword continues its descent. He plummets. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground. Dust explodes outward. A system message flashes, "Due to excessive skill use, your fatigue has surpassed the acceptable limit." A voice then mutters, "Wow. Like master, like disciple, really." He sits amidst the settling dust, blood trickling from his lip. Suddenly, a new system message appears, "For your safety, your consciousness will be forcefully shut down." Before he can react, a gloved hand reaches for him, and indecipherable words fill the air. Darkness descends as he utters a desperate, "sh shit." Complete darkness. Then, light floods the room, revealing an ornate, circular design. Ugh! He groans, sitting up in what appears to be a lavish study. This is my room, he thinks, a question forming in his mind. Did Duke bring me here? He sits up further, taking in the full view of the opulent room. A voice echoes, laced with regret, "Ha! I almost won." Leaning back against the headboard, he sighs, "Ha! I almost won." As expected of a black knight, a voice declares. He continues, a hint of resignation in his tone, "I think I did everything I could right now, and it was useless." He recounts his strategy, trying to make Duke lower his guard by repeating the same attack 100 times. He reveals that he even tried to use the might of the dragon and dragon eyes, but it wasn't enough to make a difference. His eyes widen, realizing something critical. That skill Duke used at the end. He begins to say. The realization hits him, it was definitely his secret move. He reflects, admitting, "I did get knocked unconscious for using the draconian skills too excessively, but thanks to that, I got to see." His secret move. The words echo, filled with a newfound understanding. His eye flares with a golden light, revealing a reptilian pupil. The nonsensical high-speed movement arts he used. The text hangs in the air, describing the technique. His body glows with an internal light. His leg snaps forward, a blur of motion. With his extremely trained body. That secret move must have been the one that allowed Andre, who has weak stamina, to rise to the position of Red Knight. Lying back in his chair, he reflects, "It's a shame that I lost the opportunity to learn his secret move, but it was still worthwhile." Might have. The text begins to reveal. The text continues to reveal the name of the move, Might of the Dragon. The skill, Might of the Dragon, is revealed to be so powerful that even a Black Knight would hesitate. It's said that most small fries would submit the moment they are exposed to it. Lying back, he seems skeptical about the skill's description. Suddenly, a system message appears, "You have an unopened message." Confirm? The message notification intensifies, demanding attention. The system practically screams, "Message?" The system announces a significant upgrade. The rank D skill, Swift Steps, has evolved into the rank C skill, High-Speed Movement. The system then proclaims that his soul has developed due to the demonstration of his strong will. The system announces that, along with his soul's development, his system functions are now activated. The system informs him that it's possible to activate the next function using karma points. What? He utters, clearly surprised. The system displays a new function, a mini-map. It notes that the geographical terrain features can be seen through the form of a map, but it is currently locked. 20 points are needed to unlock it. The system then reveals the inventory function, which can save as many items as can be accommodated. However, it's locked, requiring another 20 points to unlock. An elementary level quest book appears, including tutorials and missions for the effective development of low-ranking administrators. However, it's locked, requiring 45 points to unlock. A bunch of things just popped up, he notes, observing the system's new additions. By the descriptions, other than inventory. Deciding to check his inventory first, he reaches out to activate it. The system confirms, he has activated the inventory function. The system then explains that any selected items will be stored within the inventory. The system adds that to retrieve stored items, he simply needs to think of the item's name or shape. The inventory screen appears, a grid of empty slots awaiting his selections. The system clarifies that the space an item occupies in the inventory depends on its weight and size. The system then reveals that karma points can be used to increase inventory size. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he wonders, select the item I want. The system informs him, I can activate skills just by thinking of them. Grasping the hilt of his sword, he realizes, so putting them into the inventory must be the same. Save, 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 a voice echoes. Save, save, save. A voice repeats, as the weapon descends. The weapon strikes. The blade descends, a silent impact leaving the wielder in shock. The claymore. The inventory screen displays the claymore, now occupying 2 of the 28 available slots. So this is what the system meant when it said that the space the item takes is dependent on the weight and size of it. The system continues, explaining the inventory's mechanics. To retrieve it, he needs to think of its name or form. His eyes widen as the claymore materializes before him. "Oh," he exclaims, clearly surprised by the sudden appearance. With a gesture, he summons the inventory screen, the claymore still glowing between his fingers. A grin spreads across his face. "I thought of it as a subspace storage, but it's better," he exclaims, clearly pleased with this new discovery. The inventory screen hovers before him, a grid of empty slots promising untold possibilities. Seated by the fire, he reflects on the cost. That artifact was expensive, sure, but it was hard finding an object to store it in. The possibilities now seem endless. He realizes, and I can even increase the space of the inventory. The inventory's potential expands, all achievable by using points. The system reveals that this OP function is only a low-rank administrator function. The status window confirms his name as Zeke Draker, class as immortal, unique, and title as the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. A blinding flash erupts. Zeke Draker wonders aloud, what happens when I reach a higher rank? He grips his weapon tightly. If the worth of these points are... He realizes, if the worth of these points are this high, then I can't just recklessly use them. A new thought dawns on Zeke. I think I'll have to change up my plans. Zeke resolves to alter his strategy. A voice calls out, "Can I come in, young master?" Zeke wonders who it is. "Decker?" A voice responds from within, "Come in." "What is it?" Zeke asks. Decker responds, "There's a message for you." The message is relayed. "He said you'd know who it's from if I said Garden Keeper Dexter." Zeke is clearly taken aback. A sinister smile spreads across his face, the mention of Garden Keeper Dexter clearly striking a nerve. A message appears, stating, "I guess it wasn't a complete fail." The note continues, "Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come whenever." He holds the note, a gloved hand gripping the challenge he was just offered. The challenger looms over him, declaring, "Let's call this a draw, kid." The protagonist wonders if that's what he meant by a draw. Anyway, it means the challenger continues, but the sentence is cut off, leaving his meaning unclear. A sinister grin spreads across the challenger's face. An ominous thought bubble appears above him, opportunity still remains. The challenger states, "I have one more thing to tell you." The protagonist looks on, a question mark floating above his head. The challenger's words hang in the air, leaving the protagonist in suspense. The challenger reveals, "I found the blacksmith you mentioned before." "Oh. Really? When's the appointment?" he asks, eagerness evident in his voice. The man adjusts his monocle, a grave expression settling on his face. "There is a problem." The news breaks, the blacksmith refused the appointment. Eyes wide with disbelief, he exclaims, "What? Why?" The blacksmith's workshop stands silent and empty. "He doesn't," a voice declares, amidst the disarray of the blacksmith's workshop. The room plunges into darkness. He collapses, face down on the floor, an empty bottle lying beside him. Looking down from above, the sky stretches out beneath the platform. The title card appears, set against a backdrop of mountains and a clear sky. The camera pans down, revealing a quaint stone building with a sign depicting a hammer and anvil. Standing before a large wagon, he reflects, "It's been a while." The sign above the building reads, "Papner's Breath." The camera pans down to reveal a floor littered with broken bottles and discarded swords. The words "The Sword of Radiance Graham" appear on the screen. It's revealed to be the Sword of Radiance Graham, the masterpiece Galleon forged. It is payment for saving his life, and fitting of the title. Galleon, blacksmith of the soul, was said to read the souls of those for whom he forged weapons. And Galleon lived up to his name, forging a sword that possessed the very ability he needed most. The newly forged blade pulsed with ethereal energy, its power resonating with Galleon's soul. "What the?" "It's just a kid," a voice exclaims, followed by an order, "This isn't a place for children, so get out." Galleon Halbert, the blacksmith of the soul, pauses, a look of surprise etched on his face as he holds a bottle. While he was a person who had a moody. The text begins. Temperament, it wasn't to this extreme, a voice narrates, as the room is shown in disarray. Bottles litter the floor, and a figure drinks heavily at the counter. Just what happened? The voice continues, before he met me, exactly? He chugs from the bottle, eyes wide and unfocused, as if trying to forget something. He slams the empty barrel on the table, the sound echoing in the room. The barrel rolls away, clattering loudly across the wooden floor. Swords lie scattered nearby. The barrel spills onto the floor, water spreading across the surface. A voice cuts through the silence. Are you awake now? The speaker smiles down, his expression unreadable. A hand reaches out, and a voice stutters, D.D. Draker? He scrambles back, stammering, my apologies for showing such discourtesy. His hand slams down on the table, the sound echoing through the room. Draker watches him with a stern expression. Now that I think about it. A new thought bubbles to the surface. The realization dawns, he was already the greatest blacksmith in the continent back when I met him, and Galleon never told me what kind of life he led before that. He probably didn't want to share this embarrassing past. The protagonist muses, the glint of metalwork flashing before him. But the protagonist declares, I can't just wait 10 years for him to come around. Galleon Halbert, he shouts, the name echoing with determination. The man replies, please forgive me for showing you behavior so disgraceful. But Galleon Halbert dismisses the apology, stating, worry not. I wish to see some of your failures. I'll guide you to the back, the man offers. Helping it. A voice trails off. I must guide him to the right path myself, the voice declares with newfound resolve. Swords of all shapes and sizes fill the training grounds. It's charming, if anything, a voice remarks, amidst the rows of swords lining the training grounds. Thank you, a voice stammers from the training grounds. The camera focuses on the gleaming swords. Be careful, sir, the blacksmith warns. Even if they're failed works, they're still sharp. The man pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he examines the blade. The blade slices cleanly through the air, this, and this. No. These are not failures. He assesses the swords, declaring, they're of similar quality to the things he forged when he was named the best in the continent. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes something. Stunned, the blacksmith stammers, how did you? Cutting off the blacksmith's bewildered response, the figure demands, I asked you a question. The figure's piercing gaze intensifies as he presses the blacksmith, you utilize your own style of smelting, correct? SFX, shatter. The sound of shattering metal rings out as he declares, but the durability is weak. He continues, in cases like these. He explains the weakness, stating, it's because impurities haven't been properly eliminated during the heat treatment process. That's accurate. The words appear, confirming his analysis. Not only did he recognize my smelting method immediately. Then perhaps. Sire, a voice cries out. The sudden interruption seems to catch him off guard. This might be a bit, very random. He continues, but I have something to ask of you. The man's expression remains unreadable, but his companion stands nearby, awaiting his response. He stands, awaiting the man's answer. After a moment of silence, the man finally speaks, alone, escaping his lips as he examines the table. The man finally reveals, this is Galleon's secret. The man reveals that Galleon's secret, years later, is a blueprint of a magic brazier. Laughing maniacally, he asks, what is there to hide from the one who saved my life? With a sinister smile, he reveals, with this, your smelting method would work perfectly. Indeed. I knew you'd recognize it immediately, he exclaims, confirming his suspicions. He presses the issue, demanding, you have the full blueprints, so why aren't you making it? He looks away, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He finally admits, the most important part, the mana energy law blueprint, remains. But the magic tower's commission fee. He trails off, leaving the statement hanging. He scoffs, realizing, so it took him 10 years to gather that much money, huh? The price, he declares, is absurd. He continues, stating, "That's why I wanted to ask you something." He then reveals, "You're a Draker and a pure-blooded awakener at that." This is tricky, he admits. He thinks it would be possible if he were the family's guardian knight, but as it stands, it's impossible for him, even as a pure-blood, to receive the support of 10,000 gold. He states, "But it's not like I can give up." The words echo, on Graham, the Sword of Radiance. The voice continues, explaining, his issue is regarding mana energy laws. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widen. Wait. His eyes snap open, a realization dawning. Mana energy laws, he repeats, questioning the implications of the statement. A stammer escapes the craftsman. "Truly, sire," he asks, clearly surprised by the protagonist's sudden change in demeanor. "I can ask a favor from a mage I know." He offers, continuing, "I'll let you know when I get an answer." "Ah, and stop drinking," he begins, seemingly about to give the craftsman a stern order. "King." He finishes, the sound effect emphasizing his cutoff command. Tears streaming down his face, the craftsman stammers, "Thank you. Thank you, sir." He vows, this galleon will serve you for the rest of your life as his savior. Annoyed, someone shouts, "Gosh, I got it, so stop." Cutting off the craftsman's gratitude, he declares, "I'll contact you once it's complete." The scene shifts to the Draker Academy professorial research buildings. He strolls through the grounds, muttering, "Why did the Mage Tower bastards have the commission fee so high?" The structure itself seems simple. He stops abruptly mid-stride. His eyes narrow, a sudden intensity taking over his expression. "In that alley." A voice echoes, revealing the source of his sudden focus. Clutching at a leg, the man cries out, I am sorry. "It's all my fault, so please," the man pleads. The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" He stutters, before apologizing directly, "I apologize, Sir Leon Conrad. My lowly self put a hand on your body." He admits, tears streaming down his face. A voice then remarks, "Yes. Nicely said, Zeke." Thank you, Sir Leon Conrad," he says, his voice trembling. The light shines on Zeke as he thanks Sir Leon Conrad, his voice still trembling. A sinister grin spreads across Zeke's face, a stark contrast to his earlier trembling. A dark coat swishes as Zeke turns away. His voice booms out, echoing off the buildings, "Like you." The ominous words continue to echo, declaring that they are a hindrance. Just by existing. His face contorted in rage, the impact of the blow sending shockwaves through the area. His eyes widen in disbelief, rage twisting his features. That bastard Zeke is the same. He lunges forward, fury etched on his face. "Cut the bullshit," he roars. His vision blurs, but the words echo in his mind, the loss against that inferior vermin couldn't be helped. He collapses, the surprise attack having landed before he could even react. But a burning question remains, how could a recessive bastard? His face contorts in rage as he struggles to comprehend the defeat. "Beat me by luck, because a pure-blooded." A twisted grin stretches across his face, barely concealing his fury. "Pure-blooded, like me." The twisted grin widens, his barely contained fury erupting as he finishes his thought. "Pure-blooded, like me." A blinding flash erupts. "I'll give you all 3 seconds." He threatens, his glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Extending his hand, he issues a chilling ultimatum. "I'll give you all 3 seconds." A vast, cloud-strewn sky stretches out before us. The sound of something shattering echoes across the landscape. The camera pans down to reveal the building below. What? Someone exclaims, the words barely audible against the backdrop of the towering structure. Below, a group of figures in dark suits descends upon a lone swordsman. One already lies prone on the ground. A menacing voice cuts through the air, "Your arrogance has gone through the roof ever since you got your pure blood awakening, Zeke Draker." "Are you sure you really went through a pure blood awakening?" one of the suited figures begins, pointing a finger. "Shut up," Zeke Draker retorts. The command echoes, "Drop down." Zeke Draker's eyes glow with menacing power as he levels a gloved hand. Or else. His eyes widen in terror as the threat looms. He grits his teeth, a pained UGH escaping him. Ha! What is this pressure, he wonders, sweat beading on his brow as he clutches his arm. The scene shifts, just a few months ago. The text declares, as the focus moves to a figure in a hat, partially obscured in shadow. He was crawling between my legs, and yet I'm scared? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. His face contorted in rage, he snarls, "How dare you tell me what to do, you inferior bastard?" A voice booms out, demanding, "What are you doing?" "Attack him." A commanding voice cuts through the air, "What are you doing?" "Attack him." And with a shared, sinister grin, the surrounding soldiers surge forward. With a sinister grin, the soldiers leap into action, blades drawn and intent clear. Swords descend, a storm of steel aimed at their target. "Don't blame me for this, got it," he says, a chilling warning delivered just before the attack. His expression tightens, bracing for the inevitable impact. The fist descends, a blur of motion aimed directly at him. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he utters. The blow lands, a purple energy crackling as it connects. Purple energy now radiates from his eyes, the attack's full force unleashed. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. The force sends his body spinning through the air, another figure caught in the brutal trajectory. Still spinning, he plummets towards the ground, his trajectory intersecting with another figure below. He slams into the ground, another soldier caught beneath his weight. The impact sends dust billowing into the air. Swords clash in a flurry of motion, another soldier caught off guard. Another soldier falls, defeated in the relentless onslaught. The onslaught continues, another soldier struck down amidst the chaos. The relentless assault continues, each strike echoing the previous one. The soldier falls, another casualty in the brutal conflict. He grits his teeth, bracing against a powerful blow. The brutal assault continues, another soldier struck down amidst the chaos. The soldier is struck, a spray of blood erupting as he falls. The soldier falls, another casualty in the relentless onslaught. His eyes widen in shock as the attack lands. Tears stream down his face as the unseen force strikes. "There's..." The text reads, leaving the audience in suspense. He collapses to the ground. Is this bastard? The thought trails off, leaving the audience wondering who is being referred to. Really the Zeke Draker I know? A disbelieving voice questions. There's no need to be scared. Standing amidst the fallen, Zeke Draker declares, "I'm sure you already know." A chilling promise echoes, "It only hurts for a moment." A sharp, metallic sound rings out as the blade meets its mark. "Stay away," he cries out, desperately trying to fend off his attacker with his sword. "I'll cut you if you come closer," he shouts, his words a desperate warning. His opponent's menacing glare pierces through him. "Are you really drawing your sword out in the training arena? You do know what this means, right?" Silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by the sound of the sword being drawn. The text reveals that Leon Conrad has unsheathed his sword with murderous intent, even within the holy training arena. "Wait," a desperate voice cries out, but the glint of steel suggests it may be too late. "I, Zeke Draker," he declares, his eyes burning with resolve, "will retaliate in the name of honor." Zeke Draker stands firm, his sword now leveled, ready to strike. Despite his earlier declaration, Zeke's face betrays a growing fear. The following battle will end once one of us is faced with death. A snap of finality echoes as the terms of the battle are laid out. All responsibility lies within ourselves, and the opponent takes no responsibility for the outcome to follow. The disembodied voice declares, "Liam Stone, you are the witness." Bloody and battered, the man lies prone on the floor, speechless. A voice booms, "Now then, let's continue." The sound of metal echoes as he stammers, I am sorry." Blood trickles down his face, obscuring his intense gaze. A sharp impact echoes. On his knees, he begs, "Sir Zeke Draker, please, let me live. Just let me go." He pleads, hands clasped together in desperation. Another man lies motionless nearby. Zeke Draker, sword in hand, turns away from the pitiful scene. The sword plunges into the ground with a sickening thud. A voice echoes, filled with regret, I am sorry, Leon Conrad. Bloody and battered, he begs, please, let me live. A booming voice declares, this foolish bastard. The booming voice continues, the speaker revealed to be a man in a military uniform, blood smeared on his face. A flash of purple energy erupts, blindingly bright. Purple energy explodes outward, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The purple energy intensifies, filling the space with an overwhelming light. The light fades, revealing the aftermath, bodies litter the floor. Looming over the scene, the figure declares, I'll be taking your ear as payment. A pained scream pierces the air. My. The victim's cry echoes through the chamber. My ear, he cries, his eyes wide with pain as he clutches his bloodied hand to the side of his head. His tormentor's voice booms, a chilling promise hanging in the air, if your ear is reattached when we meet again, what I'll be taking next won't be your ear. The chilling threat echoes, promising a far more gruesome fate, but your head. Eyes wide with terror, blood trickling down his face, he clutches at his ally, a desperate cry escaping his lips. The crushing blow lands, the sound echoing as his head is mercilessly stomped into the ground. His opponent stands over him, uttering a dismissive, phew. A hand reaches out, as a desperate, Zeke escapes his lips. But a voice echoes, filled with confusion, why? The question hangs in the air, why did you help me? He lies on the ground, unmoving. Silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the unspoken question. Despite the blood trickling down his face, he says calmly, don't worry about it. Despite his injuries, he smirks, stating, I wasn't helping you. He walks away, leaving the other figure kneeling in a pool of light. I was helping myself. He pauses, thinking, did Galleon rub off on me? He casually adjusts his hat, a flicker of self-awareness crossing his face. He realizes, I almost said something embarrassing out loud. Above, a voice asks, will this be possible, Professor? The scene shifts to the Academy Galleon Research Lab. Inside the lab, one of the men states, let me get to the point. It should be possible. Responding to the man's statement, a voice says, really? Then I'd like to leave this with you. Wait, I think it would be better if you listen to my explanation first, he interjects, adjusting his glasses. Cutting him off, the man with glasses insists, just like you said, the overall composition is simple. However, the problem is the core in charge of power output, the man with glasses continues, his words hanging heavy in the air. He elaborates, pointing to the blueprint, the core is considered the heart of this machine, but the following circuit has extremely tricky restrictions. The man with glasses continues, explaining that although the core may be small, it requires enough power. Furthermore, they'll need a way to adjust the output without delay. Suddenly, a voice declares, this is unprecedented. The statement hangs in the air, heavy with implication. The man in the military uniform looks on, a question forming in his mind, but is it possible? The man with the glasses responds, his words cutting through the tension. Yes. There are two options. The man in the suit begins to explain the situation, stating, given the condition of the core. He offers a solution, I could personally adjust your design. However, he warns, it would take at least a decade to redo the design for the core. The protagonist is clearly shocked by this revelation, exclaiming, F-15 years? The voice confirms the immense undertaking, yes. It will take an incredible amount of time. As for the second method, the voice continues, as a hand dips an ornate pen into a pot of ink. The voice continues, explaining, we can avoid designing the core and use an alternative material. However, even that would only save a lot of time. The voice trails off, then continues, the material needed is a high-compression mana stone. What? He exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief. It can't be. Isn't that an ancient artifact that can't be made with modern technology? The man confirms, correct. Ancient relics are already rare. He continues, stating that finding artifacts in ruins is even harder. Furthermore, he notes that coming across a mana stone that can withstand their design is quite a feat. His eyes widen in shock as he hears the exorbitant price. It would cost over 3,000 gold. Speechless, he can only trail off, the weight of the cost settling in. He slumps onto the couch, the sound of his body hitting the cushions echoing. The crushing weight of his secret surfaces. I might get kicked out if someone finds out that I can't use aura. His thoughts race. But 15 years is way too long. He clutches his head, a grimace twisting his features. However, 3,000 gold is too high, he thinks, despair creeping in. I can't believe it. I can't just give up. On Graham, the Sword of Radiance. The words echo, hinting at a possible solution. Most people think that. The text declares, a prelude to an explanation. He reveals that he became an aura user due to the events of the blessing rite. But that was merely a reaction created with ether and healing, he clarifies. Despite this, he admits, the fact that I'm unable to use aura still remains the same. Ether, he explains, is considered a difficult power to wield. He continues, revealing that, excluding the skilled spirit of the soul his master taught him, he can't use any sword skill that utilizes aura. Even with that skill, I can only reinforce and swing my body around. He admits. Compared to ether, he explains, aura is easier to use and more versatile. That's why I need Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Frustration etched on his face, he asks himself, damn it. How am I supposed to get a high compression mana stone? Someone comments, by the way, the creator of these blueprints is amazing. Another voice chimes in, praising the blueprints, by the way, the creator of these blueprints is amazing. The blueprints draw a reaction from him. This would be difficult to create, even among the Golden Age relics. The realization dawns on him, a Golden Age relic? The realization hits him hard. Yeah. Why didn't I think about that before? A smirk plays on his lips as he examines his gloved hands. A voice echoes, leaving a request. Please take care of the designs until I'm back, Professor. The professor stares at the designs with a look of surprise. The professor questions the request. What do you mean? You want me to take 15 years to complete the design? A voice answers, haha, of course not. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he states, I'll bring one. His sinister grin widens, revealing sharp teeth. The sinister smile stretches further, his intent growing ever more unsettling. A high compression mana stone, he clarifies, his words laced with a subtle threat. A monstrous form descends, accompanied by a rushing sound. The monstrous form continues its descent. A smaller, white dragon soars nearby. The monstrous form continues its descent, blotting out the sun. The text declares, the Golden Age. It was the Liberation War, fought to escape the rule of dragons. The dragon's massive wing slices through the air, a purple glow emanating from its edge. The Golden Age ended with the defeat of the evil dragon, Bahamut, by Regressor. The dragon's dark form surges forward, a fiery aura engulfing its head as it unleashes a torrent of power. Regressor raises his sword, preparing to strike, granting humanity a century of peace. During that era, the ancient relics discovered within the dragon's lair were remnants of the age of the Hero King, the prime age of magic. These relics, techniques, and magic far surpassed modern standards. Among the relics was the high compression mana stone, capable of sustaining the mana needs of an entire village. It's a relic from the age of the Hero King. The hero's different aura. The scene shifts to Regressor Academy's central library. The camera pans out, revealing the grand scale of Regressor Academy's central library. Despite its infrequent use, Regressor Academy's central library was meticulously maintained. It was believed that Tarakan himself established Regressor Academy's central library. During the expansion of a records room, relics from the Golden Age were discovered, leading to the involvement of the Magic Tower and the Archmage. Nirvana, a member of one of the three great families, participated in the excavation. Countless relics from the Golden Age were discovered during those months. And news of it spread through the Continental newsletter, or, at least, that's what they wanted everyone to believe. That's what would happen 10 years later. Inside the Central Library records room, the narrator reveals that nobody has discovered the relics yet, nor are they even aware of them. He walks through the Central Library records room, unaware of the relics hidden within. He sighs, resigned to the difficulty of his task. I could look for it all day and I still wouldn't be able to find it. Peering around the corner of a bookshelf, he seems to reconsider his chances. Suddenly, a system notification appears: Draconian skill, Dragon Eyes, has been activated. Golden light erupts from his eyes as the newly activated Draconian skill takes hold. His gaze intensifies, one eye now glowing with draconic power. The Draconian skill activated, the hero walks through a vast library, its shelves towering high. He continues through the library. He pauses, his eyes widening as he notices something in the distance. He stops, a triumphant bingo escaping his lips. A red light emanates from the floor. Tapping the floor, he confirms, it should sound hollow when I tap it. Yes, this is it. The words "Soul of the Spirit" now appear, emblazoned across the library. A surge of power emanates from his hand. The words "Soul of the Spirit" materialize, filling the library. The library is now filled with the words "Soul of the Spirit." Then, the words "The Only Ether" appear. The words shift again, now reading, "Application for the Soul of Spirit skill I learned from my master." The words then shift again, now displaying, "Application for the Soul of Spirit skill I learned from my master." The words shift again, now explaining, since ether materializes a user's will, it is possible to apply certain properties like cut and use it in different scenarios. However, the explanation continues, there are drawbacks, as the user must expend a large amount of ether to perform any action. I guess using the soul of the spirit is too much. He admits, the drawback becoming apparent. Sweat beads on his brow as he clutches his head. The strain of the spirit's power is clearly taking its toll. Darkness descends as the spirit's power surges. The world fades to black, save for a few distant glimmers of light. The darkness recedes, revealing a grand library filled with towering shelves. A figure is seen hiding beneath a table in the library. A faint tremor echoes through the seemingly empty library. Suddenly, the library erupts in flames. Holding a torch, he descends into the depths. The newsletter didn't say that it would be this deep, he mutters. He moves deeper into the library's underbelly, torch in hand. Suddenly, a questioning voice echoes in the darkness. A sudden noise makes him jump. His eyes widen in alarm. The sound of rattling bones echoes through the chamber. Two skeletal figures emerge from the shadows, each wielding a shovel. Clinging to the wall, he glances back, a thought bubble revealing his plan. It should be at least a decade before someone finds these ruins. Peering cautiously from behind the wall, he wonders, could someone have found this place before that? Suddenly, a startled thought breaks through: skeletons? Two skeletons stand guard, one's red eyes glowing ominously. They're holding shovels and pickaxes. A voice observes. All right, looks like it's. The voice concludes, stating that this must be not made by a lich. If that's the case. He begins, drawing his glowing sword. He takes a step forward, his armored boots hitting the stone floor. Suddenly, a system notification flashes: skill, critical strike, has been activated. The activated skill lands, shattering the skeleton into pieces. With the skeleton now defeated, he confidently states, this should be easy. He unleashes another strike, a surge of power emanating from his blade. The strike connects, creating a powerful shockwave. His axe cleaves through, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. The light intensifies as the axe cuts deeper. Flames now engulf his head, yet his expression remains unchanged. The axe connects, a purple energy erupting violently. His eyes widen, staring down at a notification screen. He wonders. The screen displays, for defeating two skeletons, you have earned 2 karma points. Oh, he exclaims, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. The system updates again, now showing he has 22 karma points. Oh, right. I can earn points by killing monsters, he realizes. The thought had slipped his mind while he was focused on the artifact. But then, a thought stops him cold. Wait a minute. His eyes glow with a sinister light as he wonders, isn't this a good chance to farm for points? A sinister grin spreads across his face. The ominous shape of a speech bubble looms, hinting at a looming declaration. He charges forward, sword raised high, declaring, I'll be right there. My lovely points. His charge ends abruptly. The skull shatters into pieces. The skeleton's ribcage is all that remains. A system message appears, for defeating one skeleton, you have earned 1 karma point. Skeletons defeated now total 20. This is easy, he declares, his glowing sword piercing through another foe. The system displays Zeke Draker's status, an immortal with the title, the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. He has 40 karma points, just shy of unlocking the beginner quest book and minimap. Let's look into it more in case I find anything to unlock with my points. He thinks, as the system displays the costs, 45 karma points for the beginner quest book, and 20 for the minimap. His inventory has 25 slots. The system reveals that the Draconian skill, Devour, and the level 2 Lock skill each require 50 points to unlock. He sighs, realizing, I guess I can only purchase the minimap at the moment. The system confirms, the minimap feature has been activated. The minimap materializes before him, a red arrow pinpointing his current location within the dungeon. He seems surprised by something he sees. After a moment of consideration, he realizes, it's similar to a magic map. He pauses, hand to his chin in thought, and wonders aloud, what's this? Suddenly, a system notification appears, the mini-map has been converted from 2D to 3D. He's taken aback. A 3D rendering of the mini-map suddenly appears before him. He reaches out, seemingly to interact with the new 3D mini-map. His face lights up with a sinister grin as he exclaims, amazing. This is what I'm talking about. But then, a question arises as he stares at the mini-map. Why is that the only room in a different color? The mini-map displays the layout of the building, but one room stands out, highlighted in a different color. Suddenly, a system prompt appears, would you like directions to the selected, Grave of the Dragonslayer storage room? The choice is now his. His eyes widen in disbelief. Storage room, he exclaims, clearly questioning the system's suggestion. A thought bubble appears, revealing his inner musings. It took the search party days to find this, but I found its location with ease? A faint sound echoes as he touches the wall, revealing the words, the Dragonslayer storage room etched above. A system message appears, we will now provide the quickest route to your destination. His eyes widen in surprise as the system begins to chart a course. A path of light materializes beneath him, guiding him forward. Suddenly, Korean characters appear before him. Ha ha! I can't believe this, he shouts, as Korean characters appear, seemingly mocking the path he's been following. Above the map, a question echoes, how would I lose my way with this? Mocking Korean characters appear below. The system announces, you have arrived at your destination. But he replies, I guess I'm here, but... Despite the system's declaration, he stares up at the massive, ornate door, a sense of unease washing over him. The hero wonders aloud, how am I supposed to get inside this place? He presses his hand against the imposing door, but it doesn't budge. Looks like it won't open just by pushing it, he observes. Red energy crackles around his hand as he touches the door again, a golden emblem on his gauntlet now glowing. He channels red energy into the door, the power crackling intensely around his hand. The hero realizes, a security spell. The red energy crackles intensely as it spreads through the air. The reason the magic tower and the Archmage of Nirvana were involved. It must be because of this door, he realizes, noticing the glowing red symbol emblazoned upon it. He then adds, I would have lost my hand if it weren't for my gloves. He stares intently at his gloved hand, now glowing with a menacing red energy. Looking at the door, he realizes, I won't be able to get through the spell. Facing the intricately sealed door, he asks, System, can't you open it for me? In response to his question, a system message appears: "We have received the administrator's request. As such, we will connect with the security device." The system announces that the security spell is being deactivated. However, a new message appears: "The activation of the automatic device has been unsuccessful. We will now activate the manual device." He responds in disbelief. "What?" His eyes widen in disbelief as he asks, "Wait, are you responding to what I just said?" He continues to question the system, asking if it's actually responding to him. The system responds, confirming, "Yes, I am. Do you have any more requests, Administrator Zeke Draker?" The confirmation stuns Zeke. "I can talk with the system," he wonders aloud, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. The system administrator's uniform comes into view. What will he ask next? If that's the case, he begins formulating his next question. He demands, "Why did you force me to regress?" But the system responds, "I cannot answer the following question." Now, he wonders, what is this administrator system? The hero then asks the system a direct question: "Who made you?" The system's response is immediate and absolute: "I cannot answer the following question." The system then asks, "Do you have any more requests, Administrator Zeke Draker?" Frustration mounts as Zeke runs a hand through his hair. Damn it! I'm not getting the answers for any important questions. The administrator stands in what appears to be a hallway, still trying to figure out the system. Before a massive door, he demands, "Just open the door." A system message confirms, "We have confirmed the administrator's request." The system announces, "Grave of the Dragonslayer storage room has been opened." The massive doors swing open, revealing only a blinding white light. The force of the opening blasts outward, indicated by the streaks of motion. The blast sends shards of energy flying outward. The energy continues to radiate outward. The air crackles with residual energy. The structure groans under immense strain, threatening to collapse. His eyes widen as he takes in the scale of the destruction. Whoa, is all of this? His question hangs in the air as he sees what lies ahead. Are treasure chests? The words treasure chests appear above him, followed by an explanation: they are chests filled with valuable relics and treasures. Finding even a single relic within these chests, it is said, would be considered a near miracle. The treasure chest creaks open, light spilling out. The chest spills over with light as a voice exclaims, "Huh? You're telling me there's hundreds of these things?" "Ha ha! You're telling me there's hundreds of these things," a voice calls out as the chest overflows with gold, jewels, and treasure. "I'll take this," a voice declares, followed by another, "Oh. This seems nice, I guess." The treasure hunt continues. A voice considers, "I can give this to Fanon." A sinister grin spreads across his face. "Finally, I found it. It's a high-compression mana stone. The discovery could change everything." Inside the chest, 4 high-compression mana stones glow with power. There's 4 of them? Even better. He decides, "I'll use 1 point to expand my inventory by 4 slots." However, he realizes, "I still don't have enough space for everything." He then wonders, "I guess I'll have to come back here regularly until I graduate?" Sitting on the chest, he continues to manipulate the interface, a slight smirk playing on his lips. With a satisfied look, he declares, "This should be enough for now." He stands, declaring, "This should be enough for today." He clutches the object tightly, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The air crackles with energy. The hero is thrown back against the shelves as a wave of energy explodes outward. The energy surges, engulfing everything. The figure stands amidst the dissipating energy, a strange sound emanating from his outstretched hand. "HM? What is this ominous feeling?" he wonders. The ominous feeling intensifies as a swirling vortex of energy forms above his outstretched hand. The ominous feeling solidifies as the energy intensifies, a visible vortex now swirling above his hand. A surge of power erupts. His eyes widen in alarm as the red energy crackles violently around his outstretched hand. What is this? He exclaims, as the red energy intensifies, forming intricate circles around him. The red energy intensifies, the ground beneath him now vibrating with power. The red energy explodes outward, a shockwave rippling through the air. A crimson fissure tears through the darkness. He drops to one knee, shielding someone behind him as the crimson energy intensifies. The crimson energy surges. His eyes widen in confusion. System, where am I? He asks, looking around the unfamiliar surroundings. He finds himself surrounded by cold, stone steps. Suddenly, a system message appears. The administrator's current location is the home of the Dragon Slayer. The title card appears, emblazoned with the words Dragon Slayer classes different return. The administrator's location is confirmed, the home of the Dragon Slayer. I never heard anything about a room filled with coffins in the newsletter, someone remarks, clearly disturbed by the unexpected discovery. The mini-map activates. The mini-map displays a new, unknown path ahead. A red marker indicates their current location. I knew it. I'm not far from. The words trail off, leaving the destination unspoken. His eyes narrow in concentration as he studies the map. But there isn't any path connected with the home of where I was previously. If that's the case. He mutters, his train of thought continuing, neither is the Dragon Slayer either. This could be a hidden. The words trail off, leaving the sentence unfinished and the implication hanging in the air. Area that's never been found before. The words burst onto the scene, revealing the significance of his discovery. I can't ignore this place then, he declares, a newfound determination hardening his gaze. With newfound resolve, he moves forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the unknown space. He is surrounded by darkness. Suddenly, a massive symbol appears before him. Before him stands a knight in shining armor, an ominous symbol floating above. Armor, he wonders, as a system message declares he's found exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment. He reaches out, touching the knight's armor. A resounding clang echoes through the chamber. A system message appears, confirming he's found Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Examining the armor, he remarks that it's different from the armor of the Golden Age. But then, something catches his eye. What's this? He wonders. Focusing on the anomaly, he notes, there's like a hole, or something. His eyes widen in alarm as he realizes what he's seeing. Don't tell me. He mutters, a growing dread washing over him. His eyes narrow with determination as he declares, I can't just let this opportunity pass. A system message appears, you have installed a mana battery in the Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. With the mana battery installed, a system message confirms, the equipment has been activated. The Dragon Slayer's visor glows with power, energy crackling around the activated equipment. A chilling grin spreads across the Dragon Slayer's face, his eyes wide with anticipation. Below him, glowing symbols light up a vast, complex structure. A surge of power emanates from the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer is engulfed in a bright green aura. Huh? A surprised voice asks. The Dragon Slayer's eyes widen in alarm. What's happening? He exclaims, as the green aura intensifies around him. The green aura explodes outward. The activation fails due to an overload caused by equipment failure. A warning message appears, estimating an explosion will occur and suggesting they take cover. Covered in soot, he retorts, it already exploded, man. Amidst the lingering smoke, a message appears, we apologize. He questions the armored figure, incredulous. You're telling me a high-compression mana stone was the energy source for these ancient armors? He presses on, curious about the details. What kind of features did it have? That it required such a large energy source, he wonders, his curiosity piqued. He decides, I'll ask Fanon about it later. Let's keep searching, he declares, his footsteps echoing in the seemingly empty hall. The sound of their footsteps echoes as a voice breaks the silence, the other rooms are all empty. He approaches the final room, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. Looks like this is the last one. Inside, a voice declares, this glass cube is the only thing in this large room. He stands in the room, hands in his pockets, a look of slight bewilderment on his face. He stares intently at the blue glass cube, a strange energy emanating from it. His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. "What?" he exclaims, utterly shocked by what he sees. "Tarakan Draker." The cube whispers. Sweat trickles down his face as he recalls, this guy, he was crazy. The air crackles with energy as the memory intensifies. The memory takes shape, a towering figure with massive horns emerges from the darkness. The towering figure's eyes glow with a menacing red light. The Demon King's jagged teeth now glow with the same menacing light. The screen declares, "The legacy of Tarakan Draker, heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, has been found." A pulsing, fiery heart appears, the legacy of Tarakan Draker. "To think he left the heart of the dragon he defeated as a dying gift," a voice exclaims, revealing the surprising circumstances of its origin. "So, this explains the ominous feeling I got when I entered the storage room," he realizes, finally understanding the source of the unease. But compared to that, the text reads, implying an even greater threat or power is about to be revealed. A subtle sound echoes, suggesting something is about to move. "It's different," the text declares, confirming the shift in power. The air crackles with a changed energy. "It's different," the words declare, confirming a shift in power. The heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, is reacting to the administrator. The administrator is slammed against a wall with immense force. Struggling against the unseen force, the administrator cries out, "Yes, I hear you." The administrator, still struggling, concedes, "Yes, I had no choice. Yes, I understand." The administrator's eye flares with a burning light as he vows, "Yes, I'll kill them all." Suddenly, a system message appears, "Class skill, Indomitable Mental Defense, has been activated." The administrator's gaze intensifies, his eyes burning with resolve. Despite the activated skill, pained grunts escape him. Then, a chilling command echoes, "Kill them all?" A sharp cry of pain pierces the air. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Why would I?" He begins to question, seemingly fighting against the chilling command. A guttural sound escapes him as dark energy begins to emanate from his body. What the hell is this?" he exclaims, as the dark energy swirls violently around him. The dark energy intensifies, crackling with power. The oppressive darkness surges, almost completely obscuring the figure standing before the glowing cage. "What's going on?" a voice cries out, lost in the swirling darkness. An urgent quest appears, Tarakan Draker's test, defeat the strong curse from Bahamut's heart. The quest reward? Ownership over Tarakan's dying. He reaches out, his hand outstretched towards the quest window. A sharp ping echoes as he seems to accept the quest. A surge of power erupts. His class skill, Indomitable Mental Defense, has been activated. But then, a crushing message appears, "Error. The skill activation has failed." The force of the attack slams into him, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. The impact reverberates, the symbol of failure hanging ominously in the air. "Kill them all," the words echo in the darkness, a chilling promise of what's to come. The chilling command echoes again and again, "Kill them all." The chilling words, "Kill them all," are emblazoned across the scene, a terrifying decree hanging in the air. Crimson eyes glow with murderous intent. The words echo, "Accept me, and you will be free," a twisted promise amidst the crimson haze. A flurry of strikes blurs, the promise of freedom hanging heavy in the air. He crashes hard against the floor, the impact echoing through the arena. "Stop mumbling. You're so annoying," a voice cuts through the arena. The floor cracks under the force of the impact. "Stop mumbling. You're so annoying," the voice continues, laced with irritation. A question hangs in the air, "You'll give me freedom?" Freedom is won, the words echo, promising a new reality. The promise of freedom turns to scorn. "You dumbass," the figure spits out, a sinister grin spreading across his bloodied face. The ground shatters, the sound echoing as the world begins to fall apart. A deafening roar rips through the air, the world itself seeming to buckle under the force. The hero has won against the Light Dragon's curse. The urgent quest is complete. A system message appears. As a reward, he has obtained ownership over Tarakan's dying gift. Damn it, that could have been worse, he mutters, seemingly relieved. Lying on the ground, he thinks, to think the skill would fail. What the hell was that just now, he wonders aloud, still on the ground. A system message then appears. Class skill, healing factor, has been activated. Another system message appears. Class skill, infinite stamina, has been activated. Yet another system message appears, this time stating, you have started to absorb part of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. A single, glowing rune appears. Bloodied and battered, he can only think, ? That rune explodes with power. The rune's energy surges downward, impacting the ground with immense force. His face contorts in a scream as the rune's power courses through him. What's happening now? The rune unleashes its power, a pure and dense source of mana. The mana surges, the rune's power escalating, is flowing. The mana surges, a blinding torrent of power. The mana surges into him, flowing. Into me. However, I don't have any circles to. The surge of power is met with a stark realization. Accept mana. The power surges, crackling with red energy. Without a place to be stored, all that mana is destroying my body. The overwhelming power threatens to consume him. His eyes glow crimson as the mana surges uncontrollably. A surge of power erupts from him. The world blurs with red energy as he realizes, I have to do something. Blasts of red energy erupt outwards. Purple energy crackles around his outstretched hands. The darkness intensifies, the words Spirit of the Soul emblazoned at the bottom. The power intensifies, the words Spirit of the Soul now blazing with light. His eyes glow with intense power as he clenches his teeth. The Spirit of the Soul surges around him. The Spirit of the Soul explodes outward, a blinding surge of energy. The surge of power triggers a seal. The light fades, leaving only scattered embers in the air. Energy crackles. I'll use ether to cover the mana, he declares, preparing for his next move. His plan unfolds, and seal it in an ether. Seal it in an ether hole, he finishes, his eyes glowing with intense power. His hand crackles with violet energy, the ether hole opening before him. A blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations. Another explosion rips through the air, even more intense than the last. Amidst the fading light of the explosions, a book adorned with golden emblems remains intact. The ground cracks as a monstrous form rises. The ground erupts, stone shattering as something immense bursts forth. A surge of red energy explodes outwards. The ground cracks further as something pushes its way out. With a sickening crack, something immense tears free. He grits his teeth, a surge of power emanating from him as he forces his way out. With a final, explosive burst of power, he breaks free. He emerges from the smoke and embers. Catching his breath, he sighs, phew. The ordeal seems to have taken a toll. Staring down at his hand, he wonders aloud, I guess I lived? Above him, a menacing, glowing red symbol hovers. Silence descends upon the shattered landscape. Above him, a stark message rings out, the heart is gone. The figure remains, unmoved. A voice declares that the mana originated from Bahamut. The figure stands silently over the shattered box. He stares ahead, a question forming in his mind. He stares at the shattered remains, a single question echoing in his mind, what is this? His gaze focuses on the tattered emblem clutched in his hand, a sinister, horned silhouette. The emblem in his grasp, he wonders aloud, did this occur when I sealed Bahamut's mana? His eyes widen in alarm as a piercing sound rings out. Suddenly, a system message appears, you have absorbed part of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. The sound intensifies, Teoring. His eyes widen as the echoing sound intensifies around him. The absorbed mana has changed the administrator's body. His constitution has been altered to a divine body. Furthermore, a system message alerts him, we have detected a power that you are unable to control. 95% of the power has been compressed and sealed. As a Hurator, he now has the right to open Tarakan. Draker's secure library is now open. The beginner quest book has also been unlocked, and a tutorial for the low-level administrator has been provided. The administrator is confused by the sudden changes. Divine Body. Tarakan Draker's secure library, a tutorial. What the? The administrator, completely bewildered, scratches his head. What the hell is all of this, he asks, staring at the glowing interface before him. He then asks if the interface can be removed for now, promising to look at everything later. His eyes widen slightly as he suddenly says, "Wait." His hand hovers over the interface, singling out one particular icon. Except this one. A realization dawns on him. Looks like my ancestor was feeling generous. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he gazes at the interface. A system message appears, confirming, "We have confirmed the administrator's request." The system announces, "We will now open Tarakan Draker's second dying gift." A chest opens before him, revealing a glowing, crystalline object. He stares intently, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He reaches out, carefully taking the crystalline object from the chest. His eyes widen, a look of disbelief washing over his face. "Is this?" he exclaims, clearly recognizing the object. Sweat beads on his brow as he stares intently. The sky above churns with ominous clouds, the air thick with anticipation. The title appears against a backdrop of a looming building and a stormy sky. The Heroes class returns. The looming structure is revealed to be the Platinum Mansion. Inside, a voice declares, "This should be good enough." A gloved hand reaches into a cabinet, retrieving a golden chalice. Smiling, he shuts the locker, the chalice now secured. "Now," he states, "it's time to take a look at the chalice." A status window appears, revealing Zeke Draker's class as Immortal, and his title as the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon Hurator of Tarakan Draker. His skills are revealed, including precise stab at expert rank, and draconian skills like Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon, both at the beginner level. Incantation and Devour remain locked, and he currently has 10 karma points. Another draconian skill, Incantation, is revealed, but it remains locked. The system states, "Your words are filled with power." Locked, the administrator currently lacks experience. Gazing at the screen, he realizes, "Looks like this incantation can be unlocked once I'm stronger." Apparently, Authority and Constitution have been added to his stats. The system displays the effects of his new authority, Draconic Control, granting him control over dragonkind, allowing him to summon and command dragons. Furthermore, his constitution has become a divine body, allowing him to perform at the highest level, increasing his learning rate for combat, and enhancing the transfer rate of ether within his body. Holding the glowing interface, he admits, the descriptions aren't really helping. He notices another status window, revealing that he's been granted a power that he can't control. 95% of it has been compressed and sealed. Furthermore, as a Hurator, he now has the right to open Tarakan Draker's secure library, and the beginner quest book has been unlocked. It's not the second dying gift, but another status window related to Tarakan. He commands the system, "Open that one window related to Tarakan." In order to open the window, a condition must be met. In order to open Tarakan Draker's secure library, an information update is needed, the system declares. He wonders, Tarakan's secure library? The system then instructs, "Please move to a location where an information update is possible." The system then poses a question, "Would you like me to mark a location on your mini-map?" Confused, he wonders, "I need to go somewhere for this?" Then, he demands, "Show me." A mini-map appears before him, a red marker pinpointing a location. Is that? He begins to wonder, a question hanging in the air. Valhalla, he asks, the name hanging in the air with a sense of foreboding. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he looks towards the looming structure. The words "the most prestigious night training institution" appear, solidifying the weight of the challenge ahead. The name Valhalla looms above the night training institution, a stark declaration of the trials to come. Two crossed swords stand guard before Valhalla, the prestigious night training institution. A stark warning appears: individuals other than administrators are unable to view, let alone enter, the area. Even for him, entering Valhalla would be difficult, he admits. I wasn't planning on joining Valhalla either, he admits, his words hanging in the air. But if something related to Tarakan's dying gift is there, he muses, a new determination hardening his gaze. A sharp intake of breath. He's clearly bracing himself for something. It might be worth adjusting my plans, he declares, a new course of action forming in his mind. I guess I'll have to keep being a part of this damned family, he admits, his gloved hand clenched in what seems like reluctant acceptance. Suddenly, a system notification appears: the beginner quest book has been activated. Now, a new interface fills his vision: the beginner quest book. The beginner quest book interface clarifies that a tutorial for the low-level administrator will soon begin. Once completed, a quest will be given to encourage the administrator's growth. The interface promises that once the quest is over, a reward will be given. He contemplates the floating interface, which states, I obtain a reward once I successfully complete a quest. He notes that the missions seem similar to those from an adventurer's or mercenary guild. But what is this tutorial, he wonders, a new question arising in his mind. His expression shifts to one of confusion as a new message appears: the tutorial for the low-level administrator will now begin. He glances down, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he looks at the glowing symbol on the floor. He reaches out, his hand hovering over the glowing symbol. The symbol flares with an intense light. The light intensifies, engulfing everything in a blinding flash. The protagonist is sent hurtling through a space filled with glowing symbols. He is surrounded by a matrix of glowing blue lines and arcane symbols. Finding his footing, he looks around, questioning, What is this place? His eyes widen as he wonders, have I been teleported like before? But then, he realizes, no, it's different. He observes, it feels like the entire area has changed. A strange red energy crackles above him as he takes in the transformed scenery. Red energy flares intensely. The red energy intensifies, crackling with immense power. He is blasted backward by the force of the energy. The force sends him hurtling towards a spiked barrier. He manages to grab onto a nearby spiked club. A furious roar rips from his throat as he grips the club tightly. Eyes blazing red, he screams in fury, the word orcs exploding from his mouth. A sharp ringing pierces his ears, his eyes widening in alarm. The ringing subsides, replaced by a system notification, a tutorial quest. He must defeat the monsters within 60 minutes, using at least 2 different skills, for a reward of points and unlocking the system store. Suddenly, orcs appear. He smirks, a system window hovering before him. Is the tutorial trying to create situations where? A voice wonders. I can take advantage of the system, he finishes, an ogre with glowing red eyes lunging towards him. The ogre looms, its massive form filling his vision as he grips his sword. The ogre's glowing red eyes bore into him as it lunged. It would have been nice if I had this before, he thinks, bracing for the imminent impact. A blinding flash erupts as the ogre's attack connects. The ogre's club slams down, a shockwave of energy erupting from the point of impact. Just as the club connects, a system message appears: Swift Steps has been activated. Another system message flashes: Continuous / has been activated. The activated skills unleash a flurry of strikes, each blow empowered by a glowing aura. The hero moves with blinding speed, his attacks leaving trails of light in their wake. The beast's glowing red eyes lock onto its target, lightning crackling around its snarling jaws. The beast lunges forward, its red eyes burning with savage intent. The claymore feels light as a feather, he thinks, amidst a spray of blood and shattered stone. His constitution has been upgraded to a divine body. His body can now perform at the highest level, increasing his learning rate for combat and the transfer rate of ether. He wonders, is this the effect of having a divine body? The blade drips crimson as he declares, with this, I should be able to easily defeat a purple knight. The screen flashes, you have completed the tutorial quest. The screen announces, you have completed the tutorial quest. Oh, I'm back, he declares, now standing in what appears to be a training arena. Was that all? He asks, seemingly unimpressed. Was it an illusion? Despite his question, he muses, it felt incredibly real. A system notification appears. You have obtained a critical bonus. Now, a new system notification appears. You have obtained a time bonus. The rewards keep coming. As a quest reward, you have obtained 40 points and access to the shop category. Eyes widening, he wonders aloud, I can buy items through the system? An excited thought bubble bursts forth. What is this? This is amazing. The system interface displays a shop, offering items like Giant's Flesh for 10 points, which increases defense, and Wings of the Sky for 5 points, which boosts dexterity. Giant's Flesh. Breath of a Flame Giant, he exclaims, clearly surprised by the shop's offerings. He notes that the shop only contains rare relics that cost a fortune to acquire. A thought then strikes him, could I make a fortune just reselling the items here? His inventory screen appears, revealing a long sword taking up a significant portion of the available space. The system prompts him to place the item he wishes to sell within the designated window. It then clarifies that he can also sell items directly from his inventory. However, the system quickly informs him that his training claymore cannot be sold, but an elven dagger can be sold for 4 points. He realizes he can only sell ancient relics. 4 points, he questions, knowing he could sell the dagger for 100 gold in the auction. He decides, I guess I won't use it unless I really need the points. He sheathes the dagger, deciding to hold on to it for now. Stretching his arms behind his head, he sighs, phew. Today was a long day. A sudden crack echoes through the night. Looks like I'll get a good night's sleep tonight, he thinks, but a noise interrupts his thoughts. 2 dark shapes descend from above. The source of the noise becomes clear, a flock of birds flies past the towering structure. The sign reads, Draker Academy Professor Research Center. You really managed to find a high-compression mana stone within a day. The professor marvels, turning to face the seated protagonist. He continues, curiosity piqued, how did you do it? The protagonist responds simply, it's too complicated for me to explain. Abruptly, the protagonist changes the subject. Forget about that. How long will everything take? A steaming bowl sits on the table as a voice declares, it's already complete. Already? That's incredible, he exclaims, examining the item in his hand. I think it's more impressive that you managed to bring this. He sips from a teacup, but a thought bubble reveals his suspicion, looks like he's suspicious of me. The narration explains that every time high-compression mana stones are found within the continent, they are registered using a variety of ancient texts. These ancient texts, it is explained, manage the ownership of the continent's most expensive mana stones. The mana stone is placed into a device. The device hums as the mana stone glows brightly within. By checking the registration number, it's possible to confirm where and when the mana stone was found, as well as its current owner. However, the man states with a hint of unease, there's no way the mana stone I'm holding is registered. Before them sits a massive tome, the Central Continent High Compression Mana Stone Registration Encyclopedia. A voice booms out, declaring, that's because I'm the first one to find it. The ability to suspect me, the voice continues, the words hanging heavy in the air. Rather than blindly believe me, as well as his judgment and skill. A teacup is placed on the table with a soft click. Now that. The voice begins, the sentence hanging in the air, unfinished. Now that you've confirmed the registration number, can we leave? He asks, a hint of impatience in his tone. A voice from behind responds, oh, you knew. A voice declares, you're too talented to rot in a place like this. Deciding to act, he declares, all right. I'll try activating it, then. The camera focuses on a building with a sign reading Papner's Breath. The activation begins, a bright green magic circle glowing intensely. The magic circle intensifies, its green glow now almost blinding. The magic intensifies further, the room now filled with a blinding blue light. The room vibrates as the magic reaches a fever pitch. The magic surges, engulfing the room in a wave of intense energy. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he manipulates the surging magic. With a smug expression, he clasps his hands together, channeling the potent magic. The professor announces, I have a lecture to attend, so I'll see you later. A student stammers, thank you, professor. An awestruck student beams, to think I would get to see a completed magic brazier in my life. Thank you, sir. The professor smiles, brushing off the student's gratitude. It's all part of the deal. There's no need to thank me. The professor's tone shifts, a reminder hanging in the air. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the condition that you offered. The professor's smile tightens, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at something more calculated. An eager voice cuts through the tension. Of course. Just say the word, and I'll do it. A disembodied voice commands, make this into a sword. An objection is immediately raised. Sir, isn't that? His eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A gasp escapes as the contents of the chest are revealed, a dragon's fawn? The system message confirms the impossible, cursed light dragon Bahamut's sharpest fang. A sharp intake of breath is heard. Eyes wide with disbelief, he exclaims, I've never seen one in this condition or size. The man then demands, where did you get this? Suddenly, the words Tarakendraker's second dying gift appear, hanging ominously in the darkness. It was this. A gleaming white tooth rests within a velvet-lined box. From the heart to the fangs, he loved collecting things, the words echo, revealing the nature of Tarakendraker's gift. A sly smirk plays on his lips as he admits, it's a bit complicated. A beat of silence hangs in the air as the craftsman hesitates, his head bowed low. The word you appears, hanging in the stark white space. You made a magic brazier, he begins, then continues, and even gave me a chance to craft with a dragon's fang. A concerned voice asks, are you okay? With a triumphant grin, he declares, I will exceed your every expectation. Fire blazes behind him, mirroring his fiery resolve. An unseen force slams him to the ground. A fiery energy crackles above, poised to strike. Despite the sudden attack, Galleon Halbert shouts his name with a crazed grin. I, Galleon Halbert. Galleon Halbert declares, will create your blade, even if it costs my life. An echoing voice booms, of course you should, since it's a request from the person who saved your life. Galleon Halbert declares, I, Galleon Halbert. His words hang in the air, a promise etched on his smiling face. Will create your blade, even if it costs my life. Galleon Halbert vows, his words echoing with determination. Please don't do that. It's a bit too much for me. He hears, as Galleon Halbert pouts, still holding the hammer. He's still the same, a voice observes. A faint smile graces Galleon Halbert's face, a subtle shift from his earlier intensity. The faint smile lingers on Galleon Halbert's face. The faint smile remains as he says, all right. I'll leave it to you. Standing before Papner's breath, he wonders, I wonder what sword he'll make this time. He continues forward through the field, his destination unknown. He grips the hammer tightly, a determined glint in his eyes. I'm looking forward to it. With a sinister grin, he unleashes a torrent of blue energy. A cup of coffee spills as the room is filled with an ominous glow. With eyes closed, he seems to absorb the energy swirling around him, a faint smile playing on his lips. The energy swirls around him, and he absorbs it with a serene smile. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts from him, bathing the room in a bright blue light. The light fades as he declares, and a real black night. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he thinks, I thought Duke was impossibly strong, but this guy is on a whole other. A card is slammed onto the table with a resounding thud. The Black Knight questions. This is a gift for having become Duke's disciple, the card reads. The Black Knight is left speechless, only able to think, that's. The card is revealed to be a credit card only given to a very select few. Gazing at the card, he admits, I didn't think that I'd get to see one in person. It grants incredible benefits, and it doesn't even have a limit. He assures him, I'll have it under both our names, so you can use it freely. Bowing his head, the other replies, thank you. I will use it only when necessary. Despite the generosity, a voice notes, he's making it seem like he's being nice, but his intentions are too obvious. As if, a voice exclaims, the words hanging in the air. Magic can make you look young, a voice booms, but it quickly clarifies, but immortality is not possible. What if? A disembodied voice echoes in the dark room. A figure stands in the distance, but a sudden, disembodied what echoes through the room. Suddenly, the words soul manifestation appear, surrounded by glowing energy. The energy intensifies around him as the word hearing appears. The glowing energy continues to swirl around him. The relic he's looking for is something related to the elder dragon, a voice questions. That is a possibility, comes the reply. The question hangs in the air, is it possible that he's already located it? Possibly, comes the hesitant reply. The uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. The Order of Black Knights has reported that its location is most likely within the northern continent. The Order of Black Knights' location is most likely within the northern continent. A man takes a drink, seemingly contemplating the Order of Black Knights' location within the northern continent. He reflects on the past, recalling, only after taking over half the central continent did the war finally stop. He had assumed the conflict would end sooner. On such a decrepit, absurd dream, but I guess not, he mutters, taking another sip. He then considers, if even one of those artifacts can grant immortality, then. His thoughts drift back to the war, the scope of it becoming clear. The continent was devastated. He finishes his drink, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he declares, will once again be engulfed in a sea of flames. An unseen character expresses their shock, what? You'd leave. The response comes, given the importance of this matter, I've agreed to go to the north myself. He smirks, his golden eyes gleaming with a sinister intent. The journey north clearly holds a dark purpose. He raises a glass, the liquid swirling within. You're as sly as a fox, he remarks with a sigh of relief. Glasses clink together, sealing their agreement. Suddenly, he collapses to his knees, a gasp escaping his lips. He clutches his chest, realizing the toll of his power. I used soul manifestation for too long. Even after absorbing the heart of Bahamut, he realizes the strain is too much. He grimaces, admitting, I can't do anything about the side effects. The words Elder Dragon appear, hinting at the true cost of his power. A realization dawns on him. Now it all makes sense. I stole the artifact that the Emperor would use to make his wish come true. He realizes the Emperor even mobilized a unit under his direct control, the hunting dogs, to chase after him. He admits that, at the time, he was so consumed by revenge that he didn't know or care about any of it. Still, he managed to find a clue, the administrator system that sent him back to the past. Bathed in an ethereal blue light, the administrator system looms. He leans against the wall, exhausted, letting out a long, heavy sigh, ich. In the end, he was left with even more questions. He finds himself in a dark, wooden structure. That was a nice drink, a voice comments. Then, another voice declares, that I'll make my move immediately, O Master of the Drakers. A third voice chimes in, I'll put my faith in you. Smiling slyly, the Draker Master raises his hand in greeting. Another figure in the background returns the gesture. The Draker Master's ornate, black and gold boots step forward, closing the distance. The Draker Master continues his advance across the patterned floor. The Draker Master's gaze is now fixed on his opponent. His golden eyes narrow in intense focus. He says, but if that really was the artifact His words trail off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Emperor was looking for, he finishes, a realization dawning in his eyes. He pulls the door open, his gaze sharp and focused as he enters the room. He pauses inside the room, a moment of silence hanging in the air as he takes in the scene. The room is cast in shadow, sunlight streaming through the high windows. I guess it was nothing, a voice echoes from the doorway. Only the bottom of the door and the floor are visible. A new voice cuts in, questioning, why did you send them away? He looks up, sweat beading on his brow, and wonders, a student? I don't have any friends at the academy, though? Could it be Reina? His gloved hand grips the top of his cane. An authoritative voice rings out, "Tell them to come in." "But Liam." "Stone," a voice echoes, laced with disbelief. A cold voice cuts through the air, rejecting the very notion. "Why would I be your friend?" Desperation floods the air as a voice pleads, "Please take me in." "Take you in," he scoffs, thinking he should have ignored him the last time. He's met with a question, "Are you saying you'd become my subordinate?" Gripping his weapon tightly, the man reveals a painful truth: "I was abandoned." A declaration rings out, "I must go to Valhalla." He collapses to his knees, his face contorted in agony. Blood stains the ground where his fingers claw desperately. As he writhes in pain, someone observes him, thinking, "He was like this in my past life, too. Just why is he so obsessed with Valhalla?" As he suffers, someone approaches, musing, "He was like this in my past life, too. Just why is he so obsessed with Valhalla?" The figure declares, "As such, I won't be of any help to you entering Valhalla." He continues, "Besides." Besides. The figure continues, his words hanging in the air, leaving the listener in suspense. How? The reflection begins to question, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Suspicion hangs heavy as the reflection challenges, "Am I supposed to believe you?" The reflection's suspicion deepens. "To be frank, you might be a spy sent by Jakin." A glint of steel flashes as a hand grips a curved blade, the sound of metal ringing out. Suspicion confirmed, he draws his blade. The blade is now fully unsheathed. Blood splatters across the floor as he strikes. It's only natural that you doubt me," he says, but then vows, "But I'll prove myself to you, whatever." Bloodied and determined, he declares, "If you wish for me to become a cripple, then I will cut off my foot." He plunges the blade into the ground, mere inches from his foot. Instead, he proclaims, "I will place my life in your hands, my lord." Silence hangs in the air as he pauses, his expression unreadable. A voice booms, declaring, "In place of your worthless life, take me in." The unexpected plea hangs in the air. The voice continues, now revealing its true desire, "I wish to become stronger." The figure's ambition is laid bare, than anyone else. The figure stands silhouetted against the night sky, his ambition now fully revealed. A pregnant pause hangs in the air as the figure considers his next words. In the background, another man struggles to his knees, blood staining the ground around him. A desperate plea echoes, the words trembling with fear, Please. I beg of you." A swift strike descends, the sound of impact echoing through the air. The sword falls. His own sword clatters to the ground, leaving him with only a broken hilt. Kneeling, he clutches the broken hilt of his sword. A voice booms from above, "If you manage to withstand even one strike from me, I'll take you in." The voice finishes its offer. A strained smile stretches across his bloodied face. Thank you very much." He manages to stammer. The voice continues, posing a direct question, "Have you ever?" Aura. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. However, the question remains hanging. Is he? The unfinished thought hangs heavy, the question unanswered as the scene fades. A blade gleams, poised to strike. He plummets toward a colossal, glowing eye. "Really, my peer," a voice booms, laced with disbelief. The impact reverberates with a deafening oong. Dust explodes outwards, obscuring everything. He gasps for air, sweat beading on his brow. Grasping his sword, he struggles to breathe. "I can barely even breathe." Power crackles around him as he raises his sword, a fierce light burning in his eyes. With a yell, he swings his sword down, a surge of power emanating from the blade. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The impact is blinding. The clash of steel rings out. Dust explodes outwards. A blade cuts through the air with blinding speed. The blade descends with lethal force. The blade hurtles towards him. "How miserable," he comments, his sword held high. Dragonslayer's peerless progression. He scrambles back, hands sliding on the cold stone floor. He grips his sword tightly, bracing himself. I can tell you're determined, his opponent observes. But it would be best for you to give up on Valhalla, his opponent declares. A voice cries out, Lord Zeke. It's likely true that he. The words trail off, leaving the rest of the sentence hanging in the air. Was cast aside by Jakin. The explanation continues, he's descended from such a distant branch family that, if he weren't Jakin's attendant, he likely wouldn't have been able to enter the cradle. The speaker continues, stating, this is the academy that even expelled a direct descendant like me. It wouldn't be odd for Liam to be expelled even now. The speaker's thought continues, stating, it's only natural for him to be Const. Even so, the speaker's words are cut off by a sudden sound. The sound of a blade being drawn cuts off his thought. He turns, sword already in hand. The man at his feet clings desperately to his leg. Is there a reason for him to cling onto me this desperately, he wonders. In his past life, Liam was expelled from the academy. But in the end, he managed to make his way up to the level of Red and was known as the Mercenary King. Tears stream down his face as he begs, please, give me one more chance, Lord Zeke. His expression hardens, a steely gaze replacing the desperation. It looks like a change is coming. Despite his pleas, he doesn't intend to give up. The man relents, stating, fine, I'll give you a chance. The man's grip tightens on his wrist, an ominous silence hanging in the air. He agrees to give him a chance, but clarifies, on one condition. The sword is slammed into the ground. The condition is revealed, you said if I wanted you to be mute, you would cut your tongue. And if I wanted you to be a cripple, you would cut off your feet, right? He asks, pushing the earlier demand even further. A sharp thud echoes. Then. He's pinned. A chilling command echoes, cut off your right arm. His eyes widen in terror. A wave of nausea washes over him. What's wrong? Do you value your right arm that much? The voice taunts. His gaze hardens, a malevolent red glow burning in his eye. The voice continues, I'm basically telling him to give up. The voice continues, declaring, there's no way he would do it if he's in his right mind. He's essentially telling the other man to give up on becoming a swordsman. He then declares that he has plenty of training to undertake himself. The swordsman adds, if you can't do it, then get out of here. Silence descends upon the training hall. The swordsman kneels, defeated, as the protagonist grips his sword, a determined look etched on his face. His gaze sharp, the protagonist wonders aloud, I don't know why he's so desperate. A voice booms, seemingly from nowhere, addressing the defeated swordsman, but don't be too devastated, Liam. The disembodied voice continues, offering a cryptic consolation, even if you don't make it into Valhalla, you'll be able to reach Red. A heavy silence descends. A massive blade pierces the ground near him, and his eyes widen in shock. He grips the massive blade, his face contorted in a furious snarl. He swings the blade with immense force, leaving a trail of light in its wake. This crazy bastard. His opponent grits his teeth, bracing for the incoming strike. The strike connects, sending debris flying. Water droplets scatter, suspended in the air. The air shimmers in the aftermath. The scene fades to white, the aftermath of the clash hanging in the air. He's sent flying backwards, his sword spinning wildly as he crashes into a nearby wall. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards, his grip on his sword lost in the impact. The enemy advances, closing the distance with alarming speed. The enemy's blade descends, a storm of slashes aimed to finish the fight. A stunned silence falls. He clutches his chest, a look of disbelief etched across his face. He clutches at his chest, a sharp pain shooting through him. Have you lost your goddamn mind? He demands, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He presses on, demanding, what were you planning to do if I went back on my word? He hesitates, replying only with a weak, well. His eyes betray a deep uncertainty. He finally answers, his expression troubled. It's because I might lose something more important to me than my arm. The man's sharp reprimand cuts through the air. If you do something this foolish again, screw your loyalty or whatever, I'll toss you out. Keep that in mind. Suddenly, a sword clatters to the ground between them, interrupting their conversation. Lord Zeke. Then, does that mean, a voice cries out, the speaker's words laced with shock and dawning realization. A sinister grin spreads across Zeke's face, confirming the worst fears. Hurry up, Liam, Zeke commands, his impatience evident. He continues, a chilling threat veiled in a question. What would people think of me if someone calling themselves my subordinate were to be missing an ear? A trembling voice responds, why yes. Understood, Lord Zeke. The scene pulls back to reveal the grand hall, its opulence a stark contrast to the chilling exchange. The camera pans back, revealing the vastness of the hall. A lone figure stands at the far end of the room, dwarfed by the sheer opulence. A close-up reveals the protagonist's furrowed brow and clenched fist. The protagonist's frustration is palpable. He hesitates, the question weighing heavily on his mind, is it truly all right for me to use such a valuable potion? A calm voice reassures him, I'm simply investing in you, so don't worry about it. The bed's ornate headboard comes into view as the scene focuses on the room. The cup rattles against its saucer as a voice questions, so, what is it? He sits at the table, hands clasped, as he awaits the answer. The man's expression is grave as he asks, what is it that you value more than a right arm, no, more than life? His hands tighten, knuckles white, as he answers, it's my mother. The camera focuses on a teacup, the tension of the moment hanging heavy in the air. He reveals that, just days after Jacob abandoned him, he learned his mother had collapsed from a high fever. Fortunately, the fever soon broke, but he trails off, his expression suggesting the worst is yet to come. The worst had indeed come. Her entire body is covered in rose-like red spots, he reveals, his gaze filled with sorrow. The situation worsens, and she's growing weaker by the day. The village healers are stumped, unable to name the disease. Then comes the question, so, why Valhalla? Right. Comes the reply, followed by the explanation, Valhalla students and their families are offered the greatest medical treatments available on the continent. He scoffs, dipping his quill into the ink. He prepares to write, the quill held firmly in his gloved hand. With a soft talk, the ink drips from the quill's tip, poised above the blank page. The quill scratches against the paper as he begins to write. Rose-like red spots. He muses. The quill continues to scratch across the page, recording the symptoms, periodic high fevers, and rose-like red spots all over the body. The red spots drift, detached from any surface. The rose-like spots now float freely, detached from any surface. 5 years later, the red spots linger as the scope widens, the entire central continent. The central continent will be plagued by the rose disease. Roses bloom on the afflicted skin as they scream in agony. The rose disease is highly contagious and carries a high fatality rate. Countless people will lose their lives. Despite the rose disease's high fatality rate, a radical treatment will be invented, bringing the plague to an end. A fan is used to cool down. This is the method for producing the medicine to heal your mother's illness, a voice declares. He hands over the method, reassuring, it's not very difficult to make, so your village's healers should be able to make it as well. Thank you very much, he stammers, but then a question arises. But, the healers didn't even know the disease's name, so how do you know this, my lord? The scene shifts to the figures of Al and Jeff, the genius alchemist brothers. They managed to invent a treatment for the disease plaguing the central continent. However, the greedy Alchemists Association profited from the desperate people's lives. Learning this, the brothers publicly revealed the production method for the cure. The news of the cure spread rapidly. And it spread across the whole continent to the point that even a warrior like me came to know of it. A slight smile plays on his lips as he says, let's just say I know an alchemist. The scene shifts as a voice declares, now then, since you have the treatment method in your hands. Setting his teacup down, he declares, you have no need to go to Valhalla or to be my subordinate. The offer is immediately rejected. Not at all. The rejection is swift. Not at all. Eyes narrowed with fierce resolve, he declares, my life already belongs to you, Lord Zeke. A foot steps forward, leaving a dark, ominous footprint. The foot slams down, shaking the very ground beneath it. Prostrate on the floor, he swears, "I swear my lifelong loyalty to you, my lord." Unmoved by the display of fealty, he calmly sips from his cup. An oath of loyalty. The text declares, as the man's eyes narrow, observing the scene before him. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he continues to observe the unfolding scene. The oath continues, revealing the man's past life, having the mercenary king from the past life as my subordinate is quite reassuring. The oath reveals a surprising connection to his past life. If you lag behind, I'll abandon you, so follow after me well, the protagonist warns. A subordinate responds with yes. I understand, my lord. The pair travels onward, the sky ablaze with the colors of dusk. The journey continues, revealing a sprawling city bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A voice cuts through the evening air, sharp and inquisitive. Yes, what is it? The view shifts to a window, light streaming in from the other side. The response comes, Cadet Owen. Yes, Dean, Cadet Owen replies, standing at attention. The Dean reveals his proposal. How would you feel about raising the difficulty of the examinations this semester? The Dean, twirling his mustache, then asks directly, your reason? He responds to the question, stating, you may believe me to be arrogant, but the first years are quite skilled. He continues, elaborating that all of the children from the great families are here and there are 2 pure-blood awakeners. He continues, stating that if the examination has the same difficulty it had last year, then it may end up being a poor assessment. He pauses, a thoughtful escaping his lips. That makes sense. You truly are a child of Zimmons, he acknowledges. I shall consider this positively. He receives a simple, thank you, Dean. A thump echoes. The ornate double doors stand closed. Ha! The man breathes, a visible smirk playing on his lips. The man's ornate uniform comes into view as he leans forward. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, he muses, seated in a grand room. The camera pans to the window, where the sunset casts a warm glow. That boy thinks so similarly to him. The warm sunset continues to bathe the room in a golden light, as he gazes out the window. Considering. The man's confident expression hardens as he states, any future problems? Will be handled. He grips the sword tighter, a silent threat hanging in the air. A sinister smile creeps across his face, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling confidence. It's semester exam day, and the students will be exploring a dungeon. The students are about to begin the dungeon exploration exam. This semester exam, unique to Draker Academy, requires pairs of students to escape a dungeon within a strict time limit. The challenges are numerous, and each pair is assigned a dungeon at random. His partner asks, are you nervous, Liam? A hesitant, yes, is the response. Liam admits, I am a little nervous. That's a given, comes the reply. He continues, warning that being too nervous will lead to mistakes, but being too relaxed breeds arrogance. The instructor advises that a suitable amount of tension will guard against both. The instructor, eyes closed, seems to savor his own wisdom. Behind him, 2 subordinates exchange knowing smirks. Suddenly, the announcement rings out, next. Zeke Draker and Liam Stone. Liam Stone declares, let's go. His subordinate immediately responds, yes, my lord. Just as they are about to proceed, a voice booms, wait. A gloved hand descends, accompanied by the sound of something striking. He stops, a question forming in his mind as he looks up. The speaker directs them, stating firmly, you guys will go that way. The entrance looms before them, an ominous darkness swallowing the path ahead. Backpacks and swords in tow, they head down the path as instructed. A moment of hesitation. An impatient voice booms, cutting through the silence. Hurry up. What are you doing, cadet? The imposing figure awaits, his voice laced with impatience. Hurry up. What are you doing, cadet? The cadet's eyes remain closed, seemingly unfazed by the impatient demand. A faint sound emanates from the cadet, still with his eyes shut. Suddenly, the cadet responds, still prone on the ground, yes, I'll do as ordered. The cadet lies motionless, face down on the ground, after the heavy thud. The scene fades to black, the text at the bottom reading, although the difficulty varies from dungeon to dungeon. The scene shifts to a dungeon, the text explaining that these are exam use dungeons under the Draker's management, so there isn't much danger. Each group receives a timer that activates upon entry, and escaping within the time limit is the goal. Each group is given 96 hours to escape the dungeon. Basic battle abilities will also be graded. They can earn extra points by bringing the heads of monsters they've subjugated, but the most important thing is leaving the dungeon. The stakes are made clear: if we don't manage to escape within the time limit, we will receive a failing grade. With the meal finished, one of them tells Liam, "Now that we've eaten, get some shut-eye." Another voice then asks him sharply, "Did you not set up camp and prepare our meal all by yourself?" Despite their concern, Liam assures them, "Don't worry, I'll be fine even if I don't sleep for around 4 days." One of them admits it might be shameless, but he'll lie down. Liam responds, "All right. If anything happens, I'll wake you up." The fire crackles, casting long shadows on the cavern walls as Liam settles in for his watch. A bell hangs from a high point in the cavern, rigged to alert Liam if anything approaches. Liam stares at the pocket watch in his hand. "It's been 16 hours since we entered the dungeon," he thinks, continuing, "I've been on guard for 4 of them." Liam realizes he's been pushing himself to the limit. "I've stayed up for 3 days, which means I've been awake for 90 hours now." A system message pops up, clarifying, "Infinite stamina only recovers physical fatigue." Another system message appears, stating, "It doesn't recover mental fatigue." Liam is clearly pushing himself past his limits. Liam thinks to himself, "A dungeon, where you never know what to expect, I need to reduce as many risk factors as possible." He decides, "I'll have to switch out with Liam once he wakes." A bell rings out, its sound echoing through the dungeon. His eyes flutter open, the bright light of the dungeon assaulting his vision. A whistling sound cuts through the air as snow falls around the dungeon's entrance. The whistling intensifies, the blizzard raging outside the dungeon's entrance. The whistling grows louder as a red banner emblazoned with a golden eagle whips in the wind. The whistling wind howls around a towering, snow-covered peak. Snow swirls around the mountain peak, obscuring the view. Through the swirling snow, a figure emerges, their long hair whipping in the wind. The blizzard intensifies, visibility dropping to near zero. The figure lies still, sprawled in the snow. A trail of blood stains the ground near a discarded blade. A resounding impact echoes through the frozen landscape. His eyes flutter open, a gasp escaping his lips. Silence hangs heavy in the air. "Damn it, that dream again," he mutters, his hand covering his face. He sits up, sweat beading on his forehead. "Wait, I'm sure," he thinks, a flicker of hope igniting within him. His eyes snap open. "I heard a bell." He realizes. He stares ahead, the imposing structure looming before him. The figure is clad in a dark uniform, the dragon emblem on his hand glinting faintly. A surge of blue energy erupts from the device in his hand, striking the rocky figure. "Wake up, Liam." "It's an enemy," a voice shouts, followed by another urgent command, "I'll go check out the situation first, don't light the fire." "I understand, my lord," a voice booms. In the distance, a figure stands ready, sword drawn. A system message appears, using dragon eyes during an exam. The protagonist decides against using dragon eyes, deeming it too risky. "Adjusting my eyes to the darkness would be better," he thinks, preparing for a different approach. He walks along the wall, the sound of bells ringing out. A thought crosses his mind as he continues onward. Suddenly, a distinct odor fills the air. The scent of sulfur? No way. He wonders. The text reveals the source of the sulfurous odor: monsters with a danger level of rank 3, known to hunt in packs. The dog from hell, the hellhound, appears engulfed in flames. The memory surfaces: in my past life, during the semester exam, Reyna had hunted an orc. Gripping his sword, he realizes, but I didn't think there would be hellhounds here as well. A sudden, sharp intake of breath pierces the air. His eyes widen, a question forming in his mind as he gazes into the darkness ahead. Wait, something's odd, he mutters, realizing even the leader of a hellhound pack would weigh at most several hundred kilograms, he calculates, the realization dawning on him. A massive blade pierces through the stone wall. The weight, however, is far greater than he initially thought. Judging from the echoes, it sounds like it weighs several tons. A low rumble echoes as the question hangs in the air, is it a mutant? His eyes narrow, a silent intensity building within him. What is he thinking? A guttural sound escapes him. That's insane, he exclaims, the words hanging in the air. A flurry of attacks descends. He's sent hurtling through the air, his sword flying from his grasp. He struggles to block the incoming attack, barely managing to raise his sword in defense. He plummets through the sky, debris falling around him. A deafening crack echoes as he hits the ground. Dust explodes as something slices through the ground. "Hey, are you all right, my lord?" he asks, concern etched on his face. He plants his sword firmly into the ground, bracing himself. A powerful gust of wind rips through the landscape. "Those damn Zimmers," he growls, his anger palpable. His teeth grit, the man clutches his weapon tighter, his anger directed squarely at the Zimmers. But what exactly are these Zimmers that have provoked such rage? Planning this time. The monstrous Zimmer grins, its eyes burning with an eerie light. The Zimmer's massive hand closes around its target, the sound of impact echoing. The Zimmer's face fills the view, its bloody fangs bared in a savage roar. The wolf's head flies through the air, blood spraying. The spiked club slams down, crushing the Zimmer's body beneath it. The air crackles as he prepares to strike again. He lies on the ground, looking up at his approaching attacker. "They're out to kill me." He looks up in disbelief. "A troll?" He grips his weapon, preparing to fight the towering figure looming over him. The word trolls appears, followed by a stark warning: they're rank 1 monsters, dangerous enough to casually munch on hellhounds and orcs. The troll's blood, it turns out, is a highly sought-after ingredient for healing medicine. Furthermore, they possess regenerative abilities to match. He grips his sword, a question mark hanging in the air as he faces a looming figure. Facing the looming threat, one of the figures declares, "I will be a decoy." He urges, "Please take that opportunity to flee." The other figure clenches his fist, retorting, "Don't say something so depressing." A sudden thought strikes him: what kind of lord would abandon their subordinate? They stand ready, swords drawn, prepared for a fight. "Believe not in me, but in your own efforts, Liam," he declares, his gaze unwavering. "You are not weak." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he adds, "I'll support you, so do as you'd like." A sinister smile curls across his lips as he offers his support. "Thank you, my lord," the response echoes, sealing the deal. The blade descends with deadly speed. The man is sent flying back, crashing against the wall with a resounding impact. The air crackles with energy. He recovers quickly, drawing his sword as the monster lunges forward, claws outstretched. He deflects the monster's attack with a burst of energy from his sword. The blade clashes against an unseen force, sending sparks flying. "He's quite good," an unknown voice observes. A piercing gaze, glowing with an ominous purple light, focuses intently. Despite the troll's tough hide, he's already managed to wound it, someone observes. But his true aim, it turns out, is its joints. "It seems like he's been studying monsters in his spare time as well," someone observes. His foot slams into the ground with a resounding thud. However, the air crackles with energy. A surge of power erupts. Sword in hand, he prepares to face the looming threat. The clash rings out. The impact sends shockwaves. The warrior is forced to kneel under the immense force. The earth trembles. The warrior is sent flying backwards. The warrior is sent hurtling through the air, his sword flying from his grasp. He is sent crashing through a nearby structure. The impact reverberates. Stumbling, he apologizes, I apologize, my lord." "It's fine," the lord responds. "This much isn't bad for your first real battle." A voice muses, "It was a good decision to aim for the comparatively soft joints." But you overlook the troll's regenerative ability, a voice states, revealing a critical flaw in the previous strategy. Keep this in mind. Trolls will be able to immediately heal small cuts, the voice warns. So you cannot keep up with their regeneration with proper attacks. The voice concludes, highlighting the futility of their current approach. A red symbol flashes, emphasizing the warning about the troll's regeneration. A massive hand descends, the troll's relentless assault continuing. The troll lunges forward with incredible speed. This seems like too much for you, the troll declares, looming over the two swordsmen. So I'll finish things up. The swordsman's gaze hardens, his grip tightening on the glowing blade. His gloved hand tightens around the orb, readying for the impending clash. A single, orange object falls from above. The monster lies defeated, blood dripping from its fangs. A triumphant chime rings out as the system announces, "You have subjugated a troll." The system rewards him, "You have earned 30 karma points." "We should earn plenty of extra points with this," a voice declares, followed by a direct order, "Pick it up, Liam." Liam responds with a subservient, "Yes, my lord." SFX, tailing. A system notification chimes, prompting Liam to wonder. A sudden quest appears, hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species within 72 hours. The reward? Double the karma points. What? Double the karma points? A manic grin spreads across Liam's face. The quest status updates, 2 species and 14 monsters down. A crucial detail is added, non-hostile monsters are excluded from the count. The clock ticks down, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds remain. The clock continues to tick down, now showing 79 hours remaining. The clock ticks, but he thinks having to hunt 100 monsters isn't a problem, but having to hunt 10 different species is troubling. The challenge ahead suddenly seems much more daunting. The sheer variety of monsters becomes apparent. However large this dungeon may be, given that this is an exam-use dungeon, there would normally only be 4 different species. However, since this is a trap prepared by, the ominous words trail off, leaving the implication hanging heavy in the air. "There should be 10 if I look thoroughly," he mutters, suspecting the Simmons bastards are responsible for this trap. The protagonist realizes the stakes are even higher. Doing the quest on top of escaping. "I've got a lot to do." A voice declares, "I'm done, my lord." The subordinate stands ready, equipped with the head collection bag and timer. He notes that it's far inferior when compared to a subspace pocket. He continues, stating that it's enough to carry drops. "Good, let's get moving." "Don't fall behind, Liam," the leader commands. "Yes, sir," comes the immediate reply. 67 hours remain. The clock continues to tick down as the hero finds himself surrounded by fiery wolves. 64 hours remain. The timer ticks down further. Now, only 47 hours remain. Another figure stands amidst the fallen, holding a goblin mask. The clock ticks down to 39 hours. A monstrous wolf-like creature looms, its fangs bared. The countdown continues. Now, only 31 hours remain. The clock continues to count down, 27 hours, 20 hours, then 12. The clock ticks down further. Now, only 8 hours remain. The figure standing over the tide sack inquires, "How is it, Liam?" He continues, pressing Liam for an answer, "We've hunted plenty of monsters by now, so have you gotten used to real combat?" Liam replies, "I'm not sure yet." The other man responds, a slight smile on his face, "Yeah, it's normal to take a while to get used to it." Liam pauses, lost in thought. A timer appears, only 50 minutes and 54 seconds remain. Before him, a maze appears. Above it, a quest status, 9 species and 99 monsters remain. Even after killing a leech the size, the hero begins to say, "Of a finger, I'm at 9 species," he continues, frustration mounting. "I've looked everywhere. Those Zimmons really are useless," he sighs, looking down at the glowing maze in his hand. They should have prepared just one more species, he mutters, his frustration evident. Suddenly, his eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He exclaims, something clearly catching his attention. He braces himself, a determined look on his face as he prepares for whatever is coming. He stands firm, ready to face the unseen force. He swings his sword down with a mighty shing. The force of the blow sends him crashing to the ground, a blinding light erupting around him. He cries out Liam, as he is sent hurtling backwards. A voice booms out, demanding, "Drop the bag." His expression shifts to confusion. He wonders. A blinding flash erupts. The world is consumed by light. SFX, KWA bang. The explosion rips through the area. Amidst the chaos, one of the men is struck by a powerful blow. A sickening thud echoes across the battlefield. A pool of blood spreads across the ground. His eyes widen in disbelief as he gasps. A powerful strike lands, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. He's sent flying, the impact echoing with a resounding UGH. Stumbling, he reaches out, fear etched on his face. A voice assures him, "Don't worry, it's the monster's blood." He pauses, a thought bubble above him simply reading. He stares at his bloodied arm, a strange calm washing over him. "Just watch this time, Liam," he says, his words laced with a chilling intensity. Red letters materialize in the air, a silent warning. The jaws of a monstrous beast descend, ready to devour its prey. "It'll be hard for me to pay attention to you," he declares, as the monstrous jaws descend further. Suddenly, a guttural roar shatters the air. Eyes narrowing, he recognizes the new threat. A dungeon worm. The text reveals the gravity of the situation, an incredibly dangerous monster requiring 8 purple knights well trained in subjugation. The impact throws him back, and he curses, "Those damn Zimmons." The monster's gaping maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, looms before him. The monster's maw descends, poised to swallow him whole. Just as the monster's maw closes, a voice booms out, "They prepared very well." A desperate cry rings out, "My lord!" A powerful impact sends shockwaves outward. The force of the blow is immense. His face contorts in pain, teeth bared. Sweat beads on his brow, a grimace twisting his features. Straining, he struggles to lift the heavy bag. With a grunt, he swings his sword, preparing to strike. The blade connects, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The impact reverberates with a deafening boom. The force of the blow pulverizes the surrounding stone. The force continues to ripple outwards. Even a blue. The text reads, the sentence cut off abruptly. Even a blue knight would want to avoid encountering a dungeon worm in a place like this. The inner monologue trails off, as the hero stares ahead into the dark cavern. The sentence is cut short by a stylized roar sound effect. The unfinished thought is interrupted, because of how it consumes the earth to move. The roar reverberates through the dark, viscous landscape. If I take too long to subjugate it, he thinks, his figure small against the cavernous landscape. A sharp crack echoes, the sound of something shattering under immense pressure. His piercing gaze intensifies as the armor beneath him shatters. I'll be buried alive, he realizes, staring up at the monstrous maw closing in around him. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to unleash another attack. The air explodes with a deafening roar. The hero is caught in the blast, the force of the explosion threatening to overwhelm him. The monstrous maw of the beast descends, its razor-sharp teeth poised to strike. A shockwave rips through the air. The hero is sent flying backwards, blood splattering from his arm as he desperately raises his sword. His teeth bared in pain, the hero is struck again. The hero is barraged by a flurry of attacks. The hero is struck by another series of blows. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the relentless assault. The hero continues to be pushed back by the relentless force. I'll cut you. The ominous voice threatens. His teeth bared, the threat hangs heavy in the air. In half, the voice booms, the threat now fully revealed. The ground shatters beneath his foot, the force of his threat made devastatingly real. The air vibrates with raw power. The monster's spiked appendage whips through the air with incredible speed. "This damn bug," he curses, leaping back to avoid the monster's attack. The massive insectoid monster looms over him, its spiked mandible poised to strike. He raises his weapon, a grim determination etched on his face as he prepares to strike. He leaps toward the monstrous insectoid, his arm now visibly bloodied. The clash rings out. He cries out as the insectoid's claw comes crashing down, drawing blood. The impact sends shockwaves. The hero is dwarfed by the insectoid's massive form. His sword shatters, the blade splintering under the insectoid's power. The insectoid's attack lands with a deafening crack. The force of the blow sends tremors through the very air. The insectoid towers above, its massive form casting a long shadow. He unleashes a burst of purple energy, striking the towering insectoid. The force of the impact sends tremors through the air. Blood trickles from his lip. He's clearly taken damage. The pressure is a bit weaker now, he thinks, perhaps sensing a shift in the battle. A blade pierces the giant's arm, causing a visible reaction. More strikes land against the giant, impacting its massive form. He lands on the giant, bracing himself for another attack. "Are you all right, my lord?" a voice calls out, while another demands, "What did you do, Liam?" A powerful blow sends dust flying. Liam, holding a vial, declares, "I applied an anesthetic to my sword." A realization dawns on him. "I see. The main ingredient in an anesthetic is belladonna." The voice continues, revealing more about the belladonna's effects. "For a human, it'll simply weaken one's senses. But for a demon, it's a deadly poison." But to a worm, the voice continues, as the belladonna's poison visibly takes effect on the massive creature. "It would be a deadly poison," the voice declares, as the belladonna continues to take effect. Remembering that worms are incompatible with belladonna, he adapted by using an anesthetic as a substitute. "Your judgment and adaptability reflect your title, Liam," the voice booms. The voice commands, "Liam, when I give the signal, stab it with that sword again." A sinister smirk plays on Liam's lips as he thinks, taking you and really was the right choice after all. Clang, the sword meets its target with a resounding strike. The blade strikes. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The hero is sent spiraling through the air, the force of the blow immense. Crashing back towards the ground, he struggles to regain his balance mid-air. He plummets, the monstrous maw of his enemy looming below. Gripping his sword tightly, blood streaks his arm as he continues to fall. Suddenly, a voice cries out, "Liam!" He grits his teeth, purple energy erupting around his blade as he clashes against his unseen opponent. The monstrous opponent lunges with a terrifying roar. The monster's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A surge of purple energy erupts as the hero counters with his own attack. The hero's eyes glow with power as he prepares to strike. Soul manifestation flashes brightly, signaling the hero's next move. A flash of violet energy erupts. The violet energy coalesces into a towering, ornate structure, a beam of light piercing through its center. The structure hums with power, violet light radiating intensely. He spins, the sword a blur of motion, as the word lacerate flashes across the scene. The lacerating strike continues, a violet blur against the stark white. The lacerating attack tears through the air, a vortex of violet energy. He crumples, blood streaking his arm as the violet energy slams into him. The blade descends, poised to strike. The quest is complete. Karma points will be doubled, and 2 random boxes are granted as a reward. An announcement booms across the training grounds. "Cadets that have come out of the dungeon, come here to receive your grades." The training grounds buzz with activity as cadets gather to receive their evaluations. The announcement continues, "Those who are finished may leave." The instructor announces, "Now, let's begin grading." A chorus of "Yes, sir," echoes from the cadets. The grading begins. The base grade for escaping is 30 points. The grading criteria are revealed: 20 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc. The total score is tallied, 180 points. Whispers ripple through the crowd, "That's close to Sir Abel's record score of 200. Another voice adds, purebloods really are on another level. A voice booms, as expected of Turin. You far surpassed the passing grade of 130 points. Turin responds to the praise, stating simply, thank you for the praise. With Turin's score settled, the instructor announces, well, let's begin grading. The instructor announces the score, total, 120 points. You've surpassed the passing grade of 70 points, very well done. A wide smile spreads across Turin's face as he says, thank you very much. Reina flashes on the screen. Turin's name echoes, seemingly called out. Turin, perched on a stone, declares, you won't be able to act so cocky forever. Turin narrows his eyes, a sinister glint in them. Well, if need be, he begins, a low growl rumbling beneath his words. I'll have to use force, Turin finishes, his voice low and menacing. A coldness settles in Turin's expression as he declares, I can just take care of her like I did with Zeke. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he wonders, man, how long has it been since we've seen the sun? A blinding light erupts. That voice, he exclaims, a look of disbelief washing over his face. A dark hand reaches out, leaving him utterly bewildered. He lies among the fallen, trapped within the clutches of a monstrous being. How? He stutters, lying defeated amidst the carnage. Did he? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Is that a dungeon worm, he questions, spotting the creature. He wonders why it's there, adding, weren't orcs the highest scoring monster? Why is that? The question remains, did the two of them slay a dungeon worm? A flurry of motion obscures the aftermath of the battle. The ground trembles violently. You seem pretty surprised, Owen, a voice observes, the speaker's identity still concealed. Owen's eyes widen in disbelief. A smirk plays on the speaker's lips as he asks, are you that happy to see me? Owen's expression betrays a different emotion entirely. This arrogant bastard. Owen thinks, his anger palpable. The other man retorts, what happened to that poker face of yours? His smug expression only seems to fuel Owen's anger further. Well, this look suits you more anyway, he taunts, clearly enjoying Owen's visible frustration. Owen's rage intensifies, a palpable aura emanating from him. A voice calls out, dripping with sarcasm, you're leaving already? Footsteps echo as he walks away. Those damn purebloods. He mutters, continuing his departure. His eyes narrowed, a burning rage evident on his face. I'll make you pay for looking down on me, he vows. He's merciless, a voice comments as a group of soldiers departs. Are you done fighting now, cadet? A taller figure asks. The shorter cadet replies, yes. It's been a while. The taller figure begins to write on a clipboard, seemingly taking notes on the cadet. The taller figure is identified, Instructor Andre. Instructor Andre announces, I'll begin grading you now. The protagonist questions the necessity of being graded at all, stating, I don't have anything but this guy, so is there any need to grade me at all? Instructor Andre, pulling on his gloves, retorts that as an instructor, he won't carelessly gloss over things. The creature's grotesque maw fills the space, its question echoing ominously, did it eat the bag holding your heads? The creature's question hangs heavy as it receives its answer, that's correct. Panic erupts among the remaining soldiers as the gravity of the situation dawns on them. A smirk plays on his lips as he admits, I got lucky. The aftermath of the battle leaves its mark, splattering the area with dark purple stains. The character laments, I lost all the heads I'd gathered over these past 4 days because of that damn dungeon worm suddenly attacking me. He continues, explaining, but I couldn't afford to receive a failing grade, so I just quickly brought the dungeon worm's head with me instead. He wonders aloud, what instructor other than Andre would examine the flesh and skin stuck between the teeth? The rubber gloves lay discarded on the table, stained with a viscous, dark purple liquid. The announcement rings out, the monsters I've currently confirmed are. Below, a horde of goblins with glowing eyes stares back. The announcement continues, listing the confirmed monster types, gremlins, goblins, and hobgoblins. The announcement continues, revealing the final, more dangerous threats, hellhounds and orcs. The announcement reveals the final threat, a troll, its menacing grin promising a brutal encounter. The students react with shock to the announcement. A troll, one asks, his wide eyes reflecting the fear rippling through the crowd. Doubt clouds the air. Were there even trolls, someone wonders aloud. Considering the amount of blood, it seems there were dozens of heads, he muses, then adds, but it would be unfair to count that. Wiping the monster blood from his sword, he declares, so I'll count each monster species as one head. He clarifies, although the troll and dungeon worm are not included in the examination criteria. He continues, clarifying that because records indicate a troll is as strong as 3 orcs, and a dungeon worm is as strong as 6, I'll give them 90 and 180 points respectively. Total. A voice booms, the word hanging in the air. The voice declares, total, 368 points. You pass. With the announcement of their success, one of the cadets asks, how many points did we get as cadets? A voice chimes in, remarking, back in our day, hellhounds weren't even part of the exam criteria. The announcement of 368 points is met with murmurs of disbelief. One cadet wonders aloud, is that even possible? That's not fair, someone shouts, protesting that the only proof he has is a single dungeon worm's head. Another cadet steps forward, his face contorted in anger. Hey, even the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points. He argues, clearly challenging the previous announcement. The cadet, looking perplexed, questions the very basis of the argument. And what does that even matter, he asks, cutting through the rising tension. The instructor's voice echoes, a chilling hypothetical hanging in the air. Think about it carefully, if you guys were faced with a dungeon worm, the instructor's hypothetical scenario looms large, the monstrous image filling the cadets' minds. Or a troll, the instructor continues, a sly grin spreading across his face as he poses the daunting question. Would you be able to fight against it? The instructor asks, his question hanging heavy in the air as he stands next to a towering figure. The words "was Zeke Draker" loom above the back of a character's head. The character smirks, his gaze confident. This strong, he wonders. They're sure making a lot of noise, he observes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. This feels different from how it was when they used to mock me. His eyes narrow, a sense of unease creeping in. It doesn't feel bad, but... He trails off, a hint of uncertainty now in his gaze. The darkness fades slightly as a realization dawns on him. I've done something to stand out again. His eyes widen slightly as he looks off into the distance. The realization seems to be settling in. The narration reveals, Zimmons went as far as to manipulate the Examus dungeon. The monster's gaping maw fills the space, intent to try and eliminate me. But a question lingers, was it Owen's decision alone? His brow furrowed in anger, he declares, no, even he wouldn't dare to mess with the Academy's examinations. But then, a chilling realization dawns, it could be that the Zimmons as a whole are. And a deeper fear surfaces, I'm being observed. His gaze sharpens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes, it would be counterproductive to hide my strength in an obvious. He continues, the thought solidifying in his mind, it would be counterproductive to hide my strength in an obvious manner. He resolves, for now, I'll have to try and adapt a bit while I keep an eye on the situation. He continues forward, taking in the vast landscape before him. Zeke Draker, a voice announces. The man's uniform is adorned with a golden emblem. A woman stands at the forefront, flanked by 2 soldiers. Her gaze is intense and unwavering. Footsteps approach, the sound echoing across the barren landscape. The man glances up, his expression unreadable as the figures draw nearer. The approaching figure speaks, the word hanging in the air, Reyna? A voice concedes, you win this time. Reyna's expression hardens, her gaze fixed on something ahead. He remains silent, a group of figures visible in the distance. Floating above the landscape, a thought bubble appears, I win? Win what? His thoughts drift, questioning, I win? Win what? His thoughts continue, as he stands within a grand arena. Now, I guess I'll have to start with this? A draconian skill is revealed, Gluttony, level 1. It states, you can eat a lot and digest a lot, but it's currently locked, requiring 50 points to unlock. He currently has 780 karma points. I've been ignoring it as a useless skill, he admits, seemingly reconsidering the gluttony skill. He realizes, but I can easily invest 50 points now. A system prompt appears, draconian skill. Will you activate gluttony? Without hesitation, he confirms, sure. A resounding crack echoes as the draconian skill activates. His eyes widen in disbelief. The skill description changed, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. The draconian skill, gluttony, at level 1, now allows him to eat and digest anything, converting it into energy. More importantly, it states that upon consuming monsters with bloodline abilities, he will absorb that monster's ability. His eyes narrow, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Absorb a monster's abilities, he thinks, a realization dawning. I should have activated this before the exam. He holds the pulsating mass in his hand, a strange energy radiating from it. I'll have to try using energy conversion to know what it's like, he declares, ready to test his new skill. Suddenly, a system notification appears, draconian skill, gluttony, has been activated. A sudden, shocked outburst erupts. What could have triggered such a reaction? His eyes widen in disbelief as dark energy surges from his hand, seemingly devouring the red gauntlet. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he remains speechless, processing the impossible. He falls back, utterly shocked, as the dark energy spreads. The red gauntlet lies discarded amidst the encroaching darkness. What is this? He wonders aloud. The gauntlet sinks into the dark energy, consumed by the encroaching shadows. As though it were being swallowed up by a bog, he thinks, watching the darkness spread across the room. The jerky disappeared into the shadow. Golden smoke rises, swirling in the air where the jerky once was. Now, only golden smoke remains, a lingering trace of what was offered. A system message appears, you have recovered energy from the energy you've absorbed. Energy returns, as a system message confirms, you have recovered energy from the energy you've absorbed. His migraine vanished, he realizes, as if he'd just taken a nap. Though it's only a little, his mental fatigue seems to have lessened as well. And that's not all, he thinks, realizing, it feels like my whole body has been rejuvenated. The word hangs in the air, completing his thought. His mental and physical fatigue seem to be fading away. And even ether. The transformation continues, his legs now appearing to be made of plant matter. It's only a little, but the transformation seems to be continuing, despite the statement. I've definitely recovered all of them, he declares, the transformation seemingly complete. A system message appears, draconian skill, gluttony, has been activated. This is definitely worth 50 points, he thinks, a dark aura swirling around him. He's confident that with this one skill, I'll be able to reduce the risk of all of my other skills. He declares, I can recover mental. And thanks to infinite stamina, I can't feel physical fatigue. A sinister chuckle escapes him as he gazes down. He continues, anyway. He declares, eyes wide with manic glee, I'll be able to train for 24 hours straight without the need for food or sleep. He declares, I'll start right away. I'll start right away, he begins, before a sharp knocking sound interrupts his declaration. I'll start right away, he begins, only to be interrupted. Decker, I told you last time, didn't I? I asked you to avoid disturbing me when I'm in the training hall. My apologies, young master, a voice says, announcing, I've come to inform you of some important news. Important news? The news arrives, your sword has been completed. A sinister smile creeps across his face. Finally. The anticipation is palpable. Galleon, I heard that my sword is complete, he announces, his voice echoing across the village. A voice responds, seemingly from just beyond the fence, yes. Please wait just a moment. He pauses, lost in thought. What could be taking so long? He recalls that, in his past life, Galleon gifted him something extraordinary, the Sword of Radiance, Graham. It was forged from mithril and pure iron. It was a famous sword that anybody would recognize the excellence of with just a glance. The fang of a dragon is material this time. He reflects, expecting something similar in appearance to Graham. But just what? He wonders, as a framed sword comes into view. The framed sword pulses with dark energy, its true form still obscured. Is this, he questions, as dark energy continues to emanate from the framed sword. The scene fades to white, the dark energy seemingly consuming everything. A gloved hand, marked with an intricate design, grips a dark, ominous weapon. The blade is drawn, emitting a low hum. He examines the blade, its dark metal glinting in the light. Only judging by its appearance. It's not a very pretty sword. The man holding the sword then asks, "Did you not sharpen it on purpose?" The man pauses, searching for the right word. "It's supposed to be that way," he finally answers. His hand rests on his apron, as if hiding something. His gaze sharpens, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. "So that means this is the sword that you believe suits me best?" He states, his hands now resting on the sword inside the box. A stammered reply confirms his suspicions. That is correct. Most people would have been bewildered at my words. He thinks, a slight smirk playing on his lips. But it seems he understood what I was getting at, he thinks, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. If it's possible, the thought continues, the words hanging in the air. Kill him. The thought concludes, his eyes narrowing with a newfound resolve. An outstretched hand hovers over a sword resting in a red-line case. "Sir, the truth is, this sword doesn't have a name yet." His hand still outstretched, the voice continues, "I tried to give it one, but no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't think of one." The man looks up, surprised. "Sir, if you could, would you please give it a name?" the voice asks. He wonders aloud, "You want me to do it?" "Graham, the Sword of Radiance," Galleon says, revealing the name he had chosen himself. But Galleon can't think of a name for the sword? He muses that he thought it was simply Graham in a different form. But it appears I'll have to think of it as an entirely different sword from Graham, Galleon realizes, a shadow falling across half his face as he contemplates this new reality. A name. Galleon thinks, staring intently at the glowing blade in his hands. His eyes widen in disbelief, a stunned wah-dash escaping his lips. A voice booms from above, cutting through the silence. "Sir, what are you doing?" Blood drips from the blade held in his gloved hand. "Even if healing factor is active at all times, it is still my skill," he declares. Another voice stutters, "Why you must stop the bleeding," a voice cries out. He stares intently at the wound, muttering, "I should be able to control it." Suddenly, a system message appears, the administrator's request has been confirmed. Just as he tries to control the bleeding, another system message appears, the passive activation of class skill, healing factor, has been stopped temporarily. His hand glows with a faint, ethereal light. "All right, it worked," he exclaims, a surge of relief washing over him. "Now then, what will happen next?" His eyes remain closed, but blood now drips from his arm, staining the surface below. More blood drips, falling into the darkness. The blood continues to fall, now splattering against the floor. He wonders aloud, could this be the sword naming ritual? The screen flashes with the words, "the sword." The words naming ritual flash on the screen. A traditional dwarven naming ritual is about to begin. The rite involves granting a weapon a name. To do so, the owner must infuse it with their blood, energy, aura, and mana. To initiate the dwarven naming ritual, blood must drip onto the sword. Once the ritual begins, the initiator must delve into the depths of their unconscious mind. There, they will spend an endless amount of time until a name is chosen. "I can't believe he knows about this ancient dwarven rite," a voice echoes, disbelief laced with concern. "That has long been forgotten because of how dangerous it is." The perspective shifts, and the man is seen lying on the ground, staring up in disbelief. Just how, he wonders. Bubbles rise, obscuring the view of what lies above. He floats in the darkness, surrounded by glowing symbols and rising bubbles. The glowing symbols swirl around him in the dark water, an ethereal script dancing in the depths. Of the countless names whirling around me, a voice echoes in the darkness. I must pick the one name that will stay with me, the voice declares, as he is surrounded by countless swirling names. For the sake of my new sword, the voice declares, the swirling names intensifying around him. The swirling names intensify as he repeats, I must pick. The swirling names intensify as he declares, I must pick a new name. The glowing names continue to swirl around him, an endless selection of possibilities. The swirling names continue, a dark, endless vortex of potential identities. The swirling vortex of names begins to coalesce, drawing together into a single, radiant point. The radiant point solidifies, taking on a distinct, crown form. The crown form continues to materialize within the swirling vortex. The crown form continues to take shape amidst the swirling energy. The crowned figure's eyes glow ominously as the words, the Stygian blade, appear. An ominous shadow looms over him, eclipsing the light. The name Bahamut echoes ominously. The system registers the blade. The Stygian blade Bahamut has been registered as an item. A crimson glow emanates from his eyes, a palpable intensity building. A storm of crimson swords materializes around him, each blade radiating intense heat. A massive sword materializes before him, dwarfing the crimson blades swirling around it. He stands amidst the storm of crimson swords, a trail of blood running down his arm. The enormous blade looms above, ready to strike. Despite the looming threat, a disturbing smile creeps across his face. I can't believe I picked out the name of an evil dragon. He thinks, questioning, is my subconscious all right? Suddenly, a voice booms, you are truly incredible, sir. You know of a right that even dwarves hardly know of. He casually explains, I just happened to come across it while studying dwarven history. But his eyes betray a hint of amusement as he wonders to himself, how long has it been since I'd needed bandages? The camera focuses on his armored boots and the bloodied bandages discarded on the floor, a stark reminder of the battles he's faced. A voice calls out to him, Sir, would you rest here for a moment? I have something that I wish to give to you. The man approaches, a warm smile on his face, hand over his heart. But the hero's expression is hidden, a question mark hanging in the air. Sure. Don't worry, he replies. Thank you very much, he replies, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the room. Silence hangs in the air as he stares intently at his gloved hand and bandaged arm. His gaze remains fixed on the emblem adorning his glove. The administrator's request has been confirmed, and the passive activation of his class skill, Healing Factor, has been temporarily stopped. The fact that I can suppress the activation of a passive skill is huge, he realizes, understanding the implications. It means that I'll be able to avoid having my abilities found out like that time with Duke, he realizes, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he holds a dark bottle over the unconscious form of his companion. There's no need to show all my cards, he thinks, his gloved hand resting calmly. I feel bad for Galleon, but I'll have to take these bandages off when I get back, he concludes, his plan now fully formed. His gaze sharpens as he continues his train of thought, but more importantly, a sinister smirk plays on his lips as he gazes down at a dark, ominous weapon. His eyes narrow, a plan forming. I'll have to check this guy out. The weapon is revealed to be the Stygian blade Bahamut, forged in the mana of the blue flame. Its properties? Indestructible, with aura conversion. The blade is sealed, to be released depending on the user's growth. The words echo in his mind, it'll be unsealed depending on the user's growth? Holding the Stygian blade Bahamut, he thinks, I've never heard of a weapon like this before. The voice continues, stating that on top of that, it's indestructible. The voice continues, suggesting that it may be made with a dragon's. The voice continues, doubting that it may be made with a dragon's fawn, but that's unbelievable. Well, regardless. The voice trails off as a massive blade descends. The most important thing is? The voice declares, as the massive blade gets ever closer. The most important thing is aura conversion. The text declares, highlighting the sealed ability that will be released depending on the user's growth. The reason I overexerted myself to create magic circuits for Galleon when commissioning this sword. the voice declares, revealing the sword's hilt. Was partly because of his incredible abilities, but also because. The voice continues, the massive sword dominating the scene. Of Graham's core ability, aura conversion. The text reveals the sword's special property. The voice continues, explaining that Graham's core ability, aura conversion, allows it to convert mana, ether, or any other kind of energy into aura. A surge of power emanates from Graham, its aura intensifying. The blade hums with power as Graham channels the converted aura. As someone born without the ability to use aura, a voice declares. The man stands, the blade held vertically before him. As he continues, I can convert it. This was what allowed me to reach the level of the Black Knights. He breathes a sigh of relief. Phew! I finally found it. My apologies, sir. I'm sorry for making you wait. He holds the sword, apologizing for the wait. He pauses, a sudden realization dawning on his face. He stops, a question forming in his mind. You're here? A wave of shock washes over him. Aora? A sinister smile spreads across his face as he realizes the sword is wrapped in a clear aura. A confident smirk plays on his lips. You've made a truly absurd sword, he declares, acknowledging its power. He knows it's already surpassed what even a purple knight would struggle to overcome. He offers a compliment, stating, very well done, Galleon. It's nothing compared to the furnace, Galleon replies humbly, before continuing, more importantly. Galleon then asks, would you please take a look at this? Galleon presents a sheath, prompting a question, a sheath? He elaborates, stating, this is a sheath personally crafted by my master. The protagonist considers the sheath, escaping his lips. He'd never heard of Galleon's master, not even in his past life. The protagonist squints at the inscription, trying to decipher, Golan. Joe. Bert. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widen in shock. What? Golan Jobert, he exclaims, recognizing the name. The inscription continues, revealing him to be the one they called the pinnacle of blacksmithing, that Golan Jobert. The inscription finishes, the protagonist's shock palpable even in the words. The inscription clarifies, Golan Jobert is the greatest blacksmith currently on this continent, unrivaled even among dwarves. Golan's creations were all created near perfectly and bear special abilities. Collectors will pay hundreds of gold to get their hands on them, the inscription reads, highlighting the value of Golan's work. The man's tone shifts, a realization dawning on him. So you were Golan's disciple. The man's eyes widen, a surprised grin spreading across his face. So you can read the dwarven language as well. The man's eyes narrow, his tone turning serious. If it's the Golan I know, then there's no way that's just a simple sheath. Of course, he exclaims, a smirk playing on his lips. Using the dial located by the opening of the sheath. He begins, a clicking sound echoing as he manipulates the mechanism. It can transform into a shield like this. A golden glow emanates as the sheath shifts, revealing its new form. He explains that the shield is crafted from mithril and wyvern bones, built to withstand significant damage. If you turn the dial on the shield's handle, then it will return to being a sheath. He insists, this is nothing compared to the grace you've shown me, sir, but please take it. He holds out the sheathed shield, presenting it as a gift. It is my gift to you. The man bursts into laughter, but a thought bubble reveals his true feelings. You could have just sold this to make a furnace. His true feelings surface, he thinks, I can't sell my master's works to just anyone. But then, a new thought surfaces, it would be worth several hundred gold coins though? The girl is taken aback. Is that so? Despite his initial hesitation, he thinks, well, I'll accept it gratefully anyway. He observes, the sheath is small compared to the sword. He holds the massive sword and its seemingly inadequate sheath, a clear size discrepancy. However, the sword begins to slide into the sheath. His eyes widen as he realizes, if it's Golan Jobert's work, then. The sword is now fully sheathed, a red afterimage of its movement lingering. I knew it, he exclaims, the sheathed sword now still. His grin widens, a triumphant look on his face. It far exceeds expectations. The voice continues, expressing gratitude. I've received a very valuable gift. Thank you, Galleon. The voice chuckles, a small, happy face appearing above the blacksmith's building. I'm glad you've taken a liking to it. The camera pans down, revealing the altar room. Eyes widening, he exclaims, meteoric iron? That's an incredibly rare material. His eyes widen as he stares intently at the object in front of him. A bead of sweat rolls down his face, highlighting his shock. The gauntlet information reveals they are made from light yet durable meteoric iron. Currently, they have no properties, but that will change upon donning a full set. The random box he received from the sudden quest has now doubled. The system message confirms, you have received 2 random boxes as a quest reward. He thought it would be similar to the treasure chest, but the box contains something far more valuable. Well, it's time to check the second chest, he declares, ready to see what fortune awaits. A golden light pulses from within the chest. He peers into the chest, his expression turning quizzical. He mutters, clearly unsure of what he's seeing. What is this, he wonders aloud, the question hanging in the air. Well, it's time to check the second chest. The chest opens with a flash of golden light. A question hangs in the air. His eyes widen slightly as he peers into the chest. What could be inside? Inside the chest, he finds something unexpected. What is this, he wonders aloud. It's a map, detailing a path through the Beast Mountains, a dungeon, and onward to the frozen desert. The map reveals several kingdoms, including the Desert Kingdom, the Rome Empire, and the Central Kingdom Union. A map, a voice questions, its tone laced with uncertainty. His eyes widen in disbelief. The map's implications are clearly shocking. The system announces, you have discovered a map containing traces of Grand Master Kaiser. Kaiser, could they mean? Hero King Kaiser, he wonders, the implications of the map becoming clearer. The map itself is tattered, filled with holes and missing pieces, hinting at a long-lost history. Hero King Kaiser is emblazoned across the map, solidifying the connection. The map also mentions, and the Knights of the Clock Tower, adding another layer to the mystery. A figure emerges from the shadows, their face obscured, but the glint of steel reveals a drawn sword. The biography of Kaiser and his knights founding the brilliant kingdom of Kronos is the most popular book on the continent. However, because the story is so absurd and there are no historical records that can prove it happened, it's considered nothing more than a work of fiction. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him. So the hero King Kaiser really did exist. With that revelation, the process begins, beginning restoration and analysis of the damaged parts of the relevant item. Analysis complete. The final position has been marked on the minimap. Holding up the restored item, he declares, these. The restored item glows with a blinding light as he continues, are the giant mountains, he asks, looking at the map now displayed before him. That's the territory of the barbarians, he states. It seems this situation will be resolved much easier than I thought. He studies the map intently, a determined look on his face. He remains focused, seated, and ready for the next move. Due to the user's skill. The tutorial will now be concluded, the system announces, due to the user's skill. The system then questions if the tutorial will be concluded. The system interface shatters, the sound echoing in the room. The interface reasserts itself, declaring, you have discovered a potential quest item. The interface displays an achievement quest, to acquire Hero King Kaiser's secret technique at the ruins containing traces of Kaiser. The reward, System Administrator Authority Elevation, from elementary to intermediate. I see, he exclaims, realizing the tutorial is a system designed to raise him to a certain level of skill. The tutorial of a low-ranked administrator will begin after the quest concludes. The interface declares that the tutorial to develop the administrator will begin. He states, no more baby steps, then, a determined glint in his eyes. He declares, I guess the real game is starting. The quest is revealed, to find traces of Kaiser, with no time limit. The reward? System Administrator Authority Elevation. The reward is revealed to be on another level, surpassing even the intermediate administrator. The stakes are higher than ever, compared to the tutorial, too. He lands, bracing himself for what's to come. Okay, I see how it is, he declares, seemingly understanding the challenge ahead. His determination hardens, a resolve etched in his words, I'll make sure to claim it all. A determined grin spreads across his face as he stares intently at the screen before him. I'll make sure to claim it all, he vows, his ambition burning bright. He decides on his next move. First, I'll use up the points I'd been saving. The system notifies him that he spent 50 points to unlock Level 2 Draconian skills. Level 2 Draconian skills are now available. The system indicates that he is now viewing Level 2 Draconian skills. 2 new Level 2 Draconian skills are presented: Dragon Scale Armor, which will grow and harden dragon scales to provide incredible magic resistance, and Dragon Claw, which summons a powerful dragon claw to strike down enemies in a single strike. Both are locked and cost 80 points to unlock. Right now, I have a lot of points left, he realizes, considering his options. He stares at the skill options, realizing, but I don't know when I'll be able to amass so many points in one go again. It's a shame, but I'll just invest my points. He decides to invest in a few things in Level 2 Draconian skills. With a thunk, he makes his selection. The purchase is complete, and he saves 400 points. Draconic power surges within him. The system announces the activation of both Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. First, the word hangs, promising a demonstration of the newly acquired power. The Dragon Claw manifests, sharp and glowing with draconic energy. The system announces, Draconian skill, Dragon Claw, has activated. A surge of power emanates from his hand. Eyes narrowed in determination, he declares, I'll try out Dragon Claw. He strikes, the force of Dragon Claw shattering the ground. The force of the blow sends debris flying as a fiery trail rips across the training ground. Below, the protagonist smirks, emerging from the shattered ground. Haha, this. He begins, his words laced with anticipation. Is going to be fun. The protagonist's anticipation hangs in the air as the dust continues to fall. The protagonist's thoughts solidify his excitement, is way better than expected. Now then. The protagonist's declaration signals the start of the next phase. He grips the weapon tightly, ready to unleash its power. His eyes narrow with intense focus as he prepares to strike. Dragon Scale Armor, he declares, a surge of power emanating from his hand. The message appears, Draconian skill, Dragon Scale Armor, has activated. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. SFX, Kwang. The aftershock of the blast sends him staggering. His eyes widen in disbelief. I didn't use aura and I struck with the intent to cut through it, but my sword just bounced off. He extends his hand, a shimmering golden barrier materializing around it. This is no different to having full plate. He thinks, realizing the extent of his opponent's defense. Armor on even when I'm entirely unarmed, he exclaims, the realization hitting him hard. Dragon Claw for attack and Dragon Scale Armor for defense. It's great how intuitive it is, he thinks, preparing for the next exchange. I'm warmed up now, so let's continue. The scene shifts to an establishing shot, Regressor Academy's central training hall. Before the semester exam, the students gather in the central training hall. They will receive a basic explanation of the rules before the practical aura exams begin. The instructor explains, behind me you can see basic training use dummies. The instructor continues, explaining, these dummies were specially made so that it will be difficult to even scratch it with plain physical force. The instructor reveals a crucial detail, however, if you pour in aura like this, it will be easy to destroy. The aura-infused blade slices cleanly through the training dummy. He scoffs, but, let alone destroy it, if you fail to even make a dent in it. His face contorted in disappointment, the instructor declares, you fail. The instructor's words carry the weight of finality, all following exams will be considered null, and you will be forced to start over from the basics. The instructor's words sink in, and he wonders, starting over from the basics. A wave of disbelief washes over him. Before he can fully process the situation, another student voices the question on everyone's mind, that mean we won't be able to advance? Immediately, an authoritative voice booms, quiet. Come up when your name is called. Next, Aaron, the instructor, calls out. A shaky yes answers. The instructor's voice booms out, declaring that those that are called first will be next. Can't help but be flustered, a voice thinks. However, a change is coming. This is similar to the aura training I familiarized myself with at home, he realizes, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The Academy's aura education, a voice booms, is something the Zimmons established. Even if you're a pure-blood awakener, the voice declares, you won't be able to match me in aura control. The speaker's confidence is palpable. Next, Owen, the voice calls out, shifting the focus. You may begin when you're ready, the voice says, as Owen smirks, a sinister aura surrounding him. Owen grips the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. With a swift motion, the blade is drawn. The blade flashes as it's fully unsheathed. The blade hums with power, ready for the coming strike. The swordsman prepares to strike, energy crackling around him. Below, someone shouts in disbelief, as sword resonance? A bead of sweat trickles down the observer's face as he watches the swordsman prepare. The observer exclaims, he's using sword resonance at barely 13 years old, he's incredible. Yes, as expected of one from a great family, the observer remarks, his expression betraying a hint of smug satisfaction. A blinding flash erupts as the sword resonates with immense power. The blade shatters against the seemingly impenetrable surface. The barrier holds, deflecting the shattered fragments of the blade. The shattered pieces scatter, a testament to the barrier's strength. A collective gasp rises from the crowd, their faces etched with shock. He stands amidst the wreckage, his sword glinting in the dim light. That's incredible, as expected from a Zimmons, someone exclaims, witnessing his display of power. A sharp intake of breath is heard. A stern voice declares, at this rate, it's only a matter of time before you surpass Sir Abel. A sharp metallic clang echoes as the faceless man parries a strike from a clawed hand. TSK. How ill-mannered, one of the men comments, arms crossed. Another wonders aloud, why she acting like this? A sneer contorts the faceless man's features, his eyes narrowed with disdain. Next. The faceless man's voice booms, cutting through the room. With a shout of next, he slashes at the training dummy. His blade flashes as it cuts through the air, aimed directly at the training dummy. Next, the voice booms, signaling the end of his practice. From above, a voice questions, why is everyone having such a hard time? It seems they were intimidated by Owen's performance, the voice observes, explaining the others' struggles. Even so, the voice notes that there hasn't been a single failing student, seeing as how every single one has been able to pour aura into their sword without fail, no matter how little it is, the voice continues, then concludes, the special class really is different. However, even amongst these geniuses, a character says, thank you in advance. The narration declares that there are those superior to even these geniuses. Standing amidst the training dummies, the character declares, instructor, I have just one request. The instructor's response hangs in the air, what is it? With unwavering intensity, he declares, I wish to be graded according to the dragon-slaying arts. The camera focuses on his uniform, highlighting the seriousness of his request. A disembodied voice informs him, that's the grading criteria for higher-ranked cadets. To which he replies, I am aware. Another voice scoffs, your conceit knows no bounds now. The voice booms, declaring, that you become a pure-blood awakener. The voice continues, declaring that pouring aura into his sword and mastering dragon-slaying arts are two entirely different skills. The voice elaborates, explaining that simply maintaining aura in his sword demands incredible concentration. However, mastering dragon-slaying arts requires making fine adjustments to the aura required for each movement. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he predicts, at best, she'll be able to make a swing or two before her aura dissipates. He adds with certainty, you'll screw yourself over as a result of your competitiveness towards me, Reina Turin, he finishes, his words ringing with malice. He then questions, his expression serious, the condition for failure is also much harsher. Are you absolutely sure? Reina answers with unwavering resolve, I am. Ha, as you wish, then, he replies, a hint of resignation in his voice. Reina responds with a polite, thank you very much. A blinding light erupts as the sword is drawn. The sword is fully drawn, emitting a radiant light. The radiant light fills the room, illuminating the grand hall. His gaze hardens, a steely resolve settling in his eyes as he faces his opponents. A blinding light erupts, a powerful energy surging outwards. Raising the glowing sword high above, he prepares to strike. The energy intensifies, enveloping him in a radiant aura. The radiant light explodes outward. The light intensifies, blinding all who look upon it. The blinding light continues to spread, accompanied by the shattering of stone. The light intensifies, tearing through the very ground. The ground continues to fracture as the light surges outward. Debris flies as the light continues to erupt. The light intensifies, obliterating everything in its path. The blinding light continues to consume everything. The intense light shatters the surroundings. The world is torn apart by the light's overwhelming power. The hero lies defeated amidst the shattered remains of the arena. The light fades, leaving only lingering streaks of energy in the air. The arena fades to white. A blinding flash erupts. The ground shatters with a thunderous roar. He raises his hand, shielding his eyes from the intense light. A blinding light erupts, sending debris flying. The blinding light fades, revealing the colossal scale of their opponent. A tremor shakes the very foundations of the structure. The ground cracks. Amidst the chaos, one soldier admits, wow, I can't even feel any sense of rivalry with her. Another remarks, I thought Owen was going to be the best when it comes to aura control. The soldier's assessment continues, but he doesn't even compare. Damn, someone mutters, clearly outmatched. An overwhelming force descends, and the impact is total. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares up, defeated. His grip tightens on his sword, a mixture of shock and defeat etched on his face. A massive structure looms over him, dwarfing his figure. He lies among the fallen, a look of disbelief on his face. The bodies of his fallen comrades surround him. What's with that, damn it? Are you mocking me? He says, his voice laced with anger. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stares intently at something just out of view. A chilling no echoes in the darkness. His eyes widen in horror, sweat beading on his brow. Whatever he sees fills him with dread. From the ominous words hang in the air, unfinished. Beginning, the words echo as a figure plummets from a great height, sword slipping from his grasp. He continues to fall, a distant speck against the vast emptiness. The fall continues, the ground still far below. He continues to fall, now alongside the shadows of others. They continue to plummet. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as he continues to fall. A sharp cracking sound echoes as he falls, his expression unyielding. Surveying the scene, he mutters, what a mess. The camera focuses on his boots, planted firmly on the ground amidst the training equipment. Suddenly, a splatter of blood stains the ground. I can't just ignore him when he's glaring at me like that, he thinks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Above him, the man's glowing red eyes pierce through the crowd. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, well then, how about I try to meet expectations a bit? He boldly requests, instructor, I'd like to be graded according to the dragon-slaying arts criteria as well. A palpable intensity emanates from him, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A question hangs in the air, Zeke, was it? The instructor's voice booms, questioning, are you taking dragon-slaying arts lightly because Cadet Reina did it so easily? The instructor continues, stating the conditions are the same as with Cadet Reina. Is that fine, he asks. The cadet confidently replies, of course. A sinister grin spreads across the cadet's face, his eyes gleaming with unsettling confidence. The system announces that attendance has been processed, but a voice questions, why did you allow it, instructor? I didn't see him attending class even once. The instructor reveals, that's because this cadet won a bet with Andre. The instructor continues, explaining, you were only assigned here recently, so it makes sense that you don't know about it. The instructor's words hang in the air as a voice proclaims, he was an unheard of golden light pureblood awakener. Adding to the surprise, the voice continues, revealing, he was also the unprecedented new recruit who broke Sir Abel's record in the dungeon escape exam. Lying on the ground, the new recruit looks up with a confident smirk. Looking up from the ground, Zeke Draker is finally revealed. That's him, Zeke Draker. Suddenly, system messages appear, Stygian Blade Bahamut has detected ether, followed by, Stygian Blade Bahamut's inherent ability, aura conversion, has activated. The system announces, the detected ether will be converted into aura. The Stygian Blade Bahamut is now enveloped in a brilliant blue aura. The aura intensifies, but he grits his teeth, struggling. Damn, harnessing my strength is difficult. The blue aura intensifies, crackling with energy. The blue aura continues to build, sharp spikes of energy radiating outwards. The blue aura reaches a critical mass as he confidently states, alright, this much should be enough. The blue aura intensifies, swirling around him. The swirling blue aura continues to build, enveloping him completely. The blue aura crackles with energy, completely obscuring his form. His eyes widen in realization. That's a luminous, ethereal sword materializes, crackling with the same blue energy. He raises the blade high above his head, preparing to strike. The air crackles with intense energy. The attack is unleashed, Sky Slice. Stance. He's perfected it to a degree comparable to me, no, it's even comparable to Instructor Andre, he realizes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The two warriors stand poised, energy crackling between them. I practiced the dragon-slaying arts so thoroughly during the 2 years before I regressed that I could do this in my sleep, he declares, his confidence radiating. My sword and my movements, he thinks, poised to strike. My positioning and footwork, and even the flow of aura. He thinks, preparing to unleash his full power. His movements, his sword, his very being. They're ingrained in my body to the point where it doesn't even require conscious thought. Closing his eyes, he prepares to unleash the power honed within his very being. The blade is drawn, poised to strike with the force of a tempest. He stomps forward, the ground cracking beneath his advance. I was extremely bored of dragon-slaying arts, he admits, a sigh escaping his lips. But starting over from the basics isn't so bad, he realizes. He hoists the large sword over his shoulder, a confident smirk playing on his lips. This much should be enough to stir up Reina as well, right? He just wrapped his sword in aura, right? Someone wonders aloud, clearly surprised. Someone gasps, eyes wide with disbelief. Right, I saw it. That sword is huge too. Does that mean Zeke is? The thought trails off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. On the level of a purple night, the thought bubble asks, the sheer disbelief palpable. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as the realization hits him. Did I get too absorbed in it, he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air? The floor reflects the emptiness above. Stools lie broken amidst streaks of energy. Amidst the destruction, he stands, surveying the aftermath of the battle. He realizes, surveying the damage, it looks like my aura ended up leaking out unconsciously. He continues, lamenting, I wanted to do it on. He stops mid-sentence, realizing the implications. Damn it, looks like I'll end up standing out again. The man beside him is shocked, exclaiming, AA first-year cadet is a purple knight. The man beside him is shocked, blurting out, AA first-year cadet is a purple knight. The revelation seems to have caught the man off guard, his expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. His fist clenches, the weight of the revelation seemingly settling heavily on him. His head lowers, a shadow falling over his face as the weight of the situation truly sinks in. His fist tightens further, knuckles white with suppressed rage. A sinister grin spreads across his face, the sound of grinding teeth filling the air. Setting the teacup down with a clink, he begins, I've heard about your participation in the semester exams. He then reveals, you got some very surprising results indeed. The examinee responds, I simply got lucky. A dry laugh echoes as the question hangs in the air. Reaching the level of a purple knight at 13 is a matter of luck? Well, you see, young Zeke, the voice begins, a subtle shift in tone suggesting an explanation is coming. The explanation begins, the voice continuing, how do? He pauses, a cup raised to his lips, before asking, how do you feel about taking the grade advancement exam? The student wonders aloud, the grade advancement exam. Does that mean I would skip a grade? The instructor elaborates, it could be one or more, depending on how you perform. It's a system designed for remarkable cadets like you. He took the bait faster than expected, an unknown voice observes. It's a given since I stood out more than planned, though. The protagonist accepts the instructor's terms. I'll do it. A sinister smile spreads across his face, one eye glowing with an eerie purple light. A chilling sound echoes through the hallway. It looks like he has. The voice trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished and the implication hanging heavy in the air. Something planned. The ominous words hang in the air, thick with unspoken dread. A sinister smile creeps across his face. I'll play along, he says, the words laced with veiled intent. Footsteps echo through the hall as he begins to walk away. He remains seated, the sunlight casting long shadows across the room. A rustling sound fills the air as he adjusts his uniform. The announcement echoes, Raina Draker and Zeke Draker. The announcement continues, revealing that both pure-blood awakeners have decided to take the exam. Inside a stately office, a voice replies, yes, I understand. Another voice adds, I'll be sure to take those measures. Things are getting interesting now, the man declares, a glint in his eye. His hands, gloved in dark fabric, rest calmly, hinting at the power he holds. The camera pans upward, revealing a bright blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. The camera settles on the Draken Academy Upper Class Aura Training Hall. A strange sound fills the air as the camera focuses on a student in the Draken Academy Upper Class Aura Training Hall. Ah ha ha! The student's unsettling laughter echoes through the training hall. The student continues, at least pretend you're scared. At least pretend you're not staring at me, the student demands, a sinister smile plastered on his face. A voice booms, looks like I've made you wait. The speaker's massive, ornate shoulder armor looms into view. The massive figure continues, this is the examiner for the grade advancement exam. The main family's upper-class knight, he finishes, the title carrying an unspoken weight. The examiner stands silently, his gaze intense. The upper-class knight exudes an aura of formidable power. A disembodied hand gestures, presenting the upper-class knight, Sir Al Draker. The protagonist's eyes widen in recognition. Isn't that man? He wonders. Dieback echoes, the word hanging heavy in the air. /dieback blade /, he exclaims, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Darkness descends, obscuring everything. Emerging from the shadows, he carries a limp body over his shoulder. He carries the unconscious figure, his face grim. He stops, the sound of his boot crunching against the ground. A Draker? His gaze sharpens, suspicion etched on his face. He raises his sword, suspicion hardening into open hostility. What's a damned dog of the Empire doing here? The sound of approaching footsteps echoes, but the protagonist pauses, a question forming on his lips. The protagonist finds the damned dog of the Empire lying unconscious. The damned dog of the Empire lies motionless on the ground, a resounding thwack echoing in the air. His eyes snap open, revealing a fierce determination despite his prone position. His gaze hardens, unwavering in the face of adversity. Silence hangs heavy in the air as the cloaked figure looms over him. He finds himself in a graveyard, marked by simple wooden crosses. The shovel strikes the earth with a resounding thud. Eyes narrowed, he focuses, his hand crackling with energy. He pauses, shovel resting on his shoulder, and asks, "Shall I help you?" Silence hangs in the air before he declares, "Even if you say no, I'll do it anyway." The shovel strikes the ground with a thwack. "I'm Zeke Murray, a member of the Northern Allied Forces." His grip tightens on the shovel as he asks, "You're a Draker, right?" His eyes narrow at the accusation. No, he states firmly, then clarifies, no, I left. The Draker then asks, same as me then. What should I call you? He reaches a hand down to the dirt, declaring, call me Dieback Blade. A dark forest looms. So his name is Owl. A voice muses. It suits the Kurt. The sound of an explosion reverberates. The air crackles as a voice declares, well, that's enough of that. The voice booms, greetings to Owl Draker. The booming voice continues, clarifying, so an upper class night for the first year grade advancement exam. In reality, the supporting pillars of Draker are the upper class knights. It is further explained that one must possess power, renown, and experience equally in order to be granted this title. It's then stated that it's a high-ranking position. The man is shown with a stern look on his face. The stern-faced man declares the examination method. The examination method is one familiar to alumni of the Cradle, a swordsmanship battle. The man continues, stating that they may continue as long as they have not lost consciousness or given up. He expects them to put forth all they have. A woman steps forward, declaring, I'll go first, only to be cut off by a resounding, no. The woman, now lying on the ground, hears a voice declaring, there's no need to go separately. The figure stands, sword strapped to his back, a stern expression on his face. His eyes glow with an eerie red light, a stark contrast to his otherwise stern expression. A voice declares, there's no need to go separately. His eyes glow with an ominous light. A sinister smile creeps across his face, hinting at a dark plan. He dares them, come at me together. He grunts in pain, his eyes wide with shock. He smirks, warning his opponent, don't get too heated up. He confidently states, I'm sure you're aware of the difference in our skill. His smirk widens as he declares, on top of that, the test has already begun. He continues, explaining, you likely would have lost points if you had failed to control your emotions and rushed in. His sinister grin remains as the sound of something cracking echoes. Silence follows the cracking sound, her expression unreadable. He looks on, a barely perceptible shift in his expression. Who? She breathes out. The officer's sword remains sheathed at his side. Reyna's eyes narrow as she wonders aloud, what should I do, Zeke Draker? Someone nearby thinks to themselves, as expected of the genius Reyna. What a quick judgment. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, there's a perfect strategy we can use in this situation. He elaborates, stating confidently, we'll get one strike on him real good. The group stands in formation, ready to execute the plan. The group moves forward, their target now in sight. The pair leaps into action, swords drawn as they advance. The sword, an oddity with a single edge, is said to hail from the Eastern Empire. The wando, a short, single-edged sword originating from the Eastern Empire, is now in his grip. His gaze fixed, he realizes, so he's used this sword for a long time. It seems like Reyna's pride has been hurt. He observes, a low growl escaping her lips. A cold voice echoes, dismissing her pride, but what use is honor or pride to the weak? The cold voice continues, warning, don't make things personal. And just focus on the strategy, he coldly commands. Her expression hardens in response. A sharp impact echoes. He plummets from above, sword aimed directly at his opponent. The blade connects with a resounding crash. Steel clashes against steel, sparks flying as the swords meet. The swords collide again, the force of the impact sending sparks scattering. The force of the blows sends one of the combatants flying backwards. Recovering his footing, he braces for another attack. He prepares to meet the next onslaught head-on, his blade glowing with power. Their blades meet in a shower of sparks. The clash explodes outward, energy scattering in all directions. The force of the impact sends one figure flying back. The force sends him hurtling backwards. Skidding back, he thinks, so this is an upper-class knight. An attack comes from above. Just as Zeke told me to, he thinks, I've been focusing my attacks on his blind spots. Despite focusing on the enemy's blind spots as instructed, he realizes, but not only am I not landing any effective blows, I'm not even able to scratch him. Dragon Slaying Arts, Chapter 3, Verse 1. Grasping his sword, now glowing with a bright blue energy, he resolves, I have to attack him with intent to kill. His eyes narrowed, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. He prepares to strike. He lunges forward, a surge of energy emanating from his form. Half. A sweeping slash cuts through the air. The blade connects with a resounding crack. The force of the blow sends him reeling back, blood splattering from his mouth. His eyes widen in shock. The force of the impact throws him off balance. Stumbling backward, he struggles to regain his footing, his grip tightening on his weapon. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding another blow. The air crackles with energy as the attack narrowly misses. He's sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Two figures look on in shock. Lady Raina Draker. Hey, are you alright? One of them asks, concern etched on his face. The sound of something cracking echoes through the air. Despite the cracking sound, a voice declares, I'm fine. Despite claiming to be fine, he warns, it's dangerous, so step back. He admits, it was only for a moment, but I lost consciousness. The question hangs in the air, create an opening? Sparks fly as the hammer connects. Despite the hammer's impact, a crushing realization dawns. I have no hope of doing that with my skills. The realization hits hard, prompting a sharp question. Are you telling me that? The realization seems to dawn on him. Zeke Draker, he exclaims, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. The impact sends tremors through the air. I can't participate in such a shameful strategy, he declares, objecting to the unfolding events. Do you intend to tarnish an honorable duel? A low chuckle echoes in the room. Since when did honor put food on the table? A voice questions. This isn't a match between knights, but an exam, he states, his gaze unwavering. His hand tightens around the hilt of his weapon. They are testing our ability to kill. He sighs, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. I understand. I'm the one that asked for your help, after all. But do you really think such a tactic will work? One asks, doubt etched on their face. The other retorts, he's an upper-class knight. When you fought against me in the cradle, he begins, a fierce glint in his eyes, why do you think you weren't able to dodge that rock? He asks, a sound like rushing wind filling the air. He pauses, a beat of silence hanging heavy in the air. I didn't expect that you would use such a method, he admits, his tone laced with surprise. Exactly, he replies, followed by a chilling declaration, the same goes for him. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he speaks. His command rings out, just wait for my signal. Confidence lacing his voice, he declares, it'll definitely work. The message appears, promising that a small opening is more than enough. The air crackles with energy. An explosion rips through the area, cracks spider webbing across the surface. Applied dragon-slaying arts flashes across the scene. He's launched into the air, surrounded by spectral warriors wielding blades. Gale Art Shadowless Steps appears, the words highlighting the next technique being used. Muttering, he begins, this is Sir Duke's. He prepares to strike, the Gale Art Shadowless Steps technique ready to be unleashed. His eyes narrow, focus sharpening as he prepares to unleash the devastating technique. You'll have to get serious from now on, he declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to strike. He grips his sword tightly, ready to unleash the full force of his power. Lightning crackles in the air as he prepares to unleash his attack. But then, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. The lights, he wonders aloud, momentarily distracted. His eyes narrow, realizing what has happened. I see. They made use of a pure-blood awakener's traits of mana interference. A blinding flash erupts as the enemy attacks, sending the swordsman flying backwards. Swords clash in a shower of sparks. The swordsman is sent reeling from the force of the blow. The swordsman parries the blow, sparks flying as their blades meet once again. What a childish ploy, he scoffs. Did you think that simply obstructing my vision would work? Unfazed, the swordsman raises his blade once more, preparing to strike. The swordsman's focus intensifies as a voice echoes, would provide you an opportunity against an upper-class knight? He lunges forward, a golden light emanating from his eye, ready to strike his opponent. The swordsman pauses mid-lunge, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He seems to have second thoughts, judging by his expression. But what is this bad feeling? A sense of foreboding washes over him, halting his attack. How can he, within this pitch darkness where even I can barely make out any figures, he wonders, the darkness seemingly absolute. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, piercing the darkness. An intense, focused gaze emanates from within the light source. Move as though his vision is unperturbed? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. I've been wanting to try out a new draconian skill, so this was good timing. He prepares to unleash his power. Power gathers in his hand, glowing intensely. Owl isn't the type to go around talking about it anyway. He thinks, preparing to strike. The system announces, Draconian skill, Dragon Claw, has activated. He launches forward, surrounded by a burst of golden flames. The Dragon Claw erupts in a massive explosion of golden flames. The ground trembles as the Dragon Claw's power explodes outward. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares in disbelief. The sword strike lands with immense power. A voice wonders, this is a first-year cadet's sword strike? The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward. No, this isn't like a sword strike at all. The speaker's words hang in the air, as the true nature of the attack remains unclear. The air crackles with an otherworldly energy. A swirling vortex of purple and red consumes the space. The vortex intensifies, crackling with power as it expands. Regardless, Zeke Draker has already. The words trail off as he lunges forward, drawing his sword amidst the swirling chaos. His power has long surpassed the level of a cadet. The narrator observes that Reina Draker cannot move in the dark as well as Zeke Draker can. The cadets are sent flying, crashing against the walls. Standing alone, he wonders, did he disregard unnecessary forces to restrict me? He grips the sword tightly, preparing to strike. He realizes, that's something that would only work against an opponent of a similar level. He cries out as the opponent's sword comes down. The blade descends, sparks flying as it hits its mark. The swords collide in a blinding flash of light. The clash sends out a shockwave of energy. The force of the impact sends him flying backwards. His movements are starting to. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, they are starting to resemble what they were before the lights went out. Have he already adjusted to the dark? A voice questions, filled with disbelief. A gasp escapes someone's lips. A blue energy blade slashes through the darkness. The warrior advances, his blue blade humming with power. He disappeared, a voice says, his eyes narrowing in frustration. I can only. Unable to track his opponent, he admits, I can only make out a hazy figure. It's like fighting a shadow. A blinding strike descends, the impact imminent. With blinding speed, he unleashes a powerful strike. Manalites, he wonders, as the red energy crackles around his blade. The red energy intensifies, crackling violently around the blade. The blade cuts through the air, slicing through the manalites. He reaches out, his hand hovering over a glowing white cylinder. The manalites shatter, fragments scattering. The lights shatter, leaving only fragments in the darkness. With the manalites shattered, a voice cuts through the noise. These extraneous noises are covering up any traces of Zeke Draker. The darkness intensifies as the last of the lights are extinguished. A surge of energy erupts, and the protagonist's eyes widen in alarm. He exclaims, his confusion palpable as a figure emerges from the encroaching darkness. A blade flashes as his opponent grins, a sinister glint in his eyes. Oh, the sound echoes as the attack lands. Now, Reina, the command rings out as a strange object spins rapidly. His eyes widen in alarm as the spinning object hurtles toward him. Despite the imminent threat, he calmly assesses the situation. I see, the structure and ingredients are simple. However, as is, this would be single use only. Above, a voice questions, what kind of spell do you intend to store in it? Below, the protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. No way. Explosion magic. The protagonist's face is one of disbelief. No way. The voice declares that just a flash and the sound of an explosion is more than enough. A blinding flash fills the space. The light intensifies, completely obscuring everything. The world dissolves into pure, blinding light. The blinding light is accompanied by a voice, perfect timing, Reina. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The world is engulfed in pure white. Through the blinding light, a sinister grin emerges. The white fades, leaving only a blank canvas. The light intensifies, blurring everything. The light burns brighter, and he grits his teeth against the overwhelming power. The blinding light completely consumes him. The intense light intensifies, obscuring everything. Ugh, they got me, he groans as the light fades, disregarding her as unnecessary. A beam of light pierces through the wall as a voice declares, was an error in my judgment. The defeated soldiers remain scattered around the room. Sword raised, he leaps toward his next target. He descends upon his opponent, sword aimed directly at their heart. His golden-hilted sword is poised to strike. He strikes with blinding speed. His attack connects, the force of the blow evident in his intense expression. Arts, Chapter 4, Verse 1. His attack connects, unleashing the full moon slash. The force of the blow sends his opponent flying, his sword knocked from his grasp. The force explodes outward in a shockwave of energy. The energy coalesces into a blinding surge. The power surges, a deafening roar accompanying the blinding light. With a determined glare, he raises his sword high. A vast, dark arena stretches before them, its walls disappearing into the gloom. Two figures stand ready for battle amidst swirling dust. Stretchers carrying the injured are rushed away, the murmurs of the crowd filling the arena. A figure, his back to us, offers a curt, "Good work." Two subordinates stand before him. Silence hangs in the air as the subordinate hesitates. The subordinate's rage boils over. "Damn you, are you sure?" The subordinate's expression hardens. "Owl. You sure did a number on someone else's disciple." The Knight of the Gale receives an unexpected greeting. "I offer my greetings to the Knight of the Gale," a man says, offering a wave. A subordinate scoffs, "You're as stiff as ever." Draping an arm around the Knight of the Gale's shoulders, the man asks with a sinister grin, "Right. How was my disciple?" Silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by a series of dots in a speech bubble. His eyes narrow, a string of dots trailing off in thought. Zeke Draker. He thinks, recalling the moment of impact. He realized that Zeke intentionally abandoned his sword to raise his guard. The protagonist wonders why Zeke raised his guard instead of launching a counterattack. The protagonist continues to ponder Zeke's motives. Was his goal not victory, but advancing? He then wonders if Zeke only revealed his abilities to a certain extent. Was it only to the extent that he felt was necessary? The protagonist's questions continue to mount. The protagonist's thoughts are interrupted as he begins to formulate a conclusion. Zeke Draker is far beyond my capacity to evaluate. The protagonist's internal monologue reveals the sheer difference in power. His hand, marred with scratches and grime, reaches upward, as if grasping at an unseen force. His bandaged arm strains upward, reaching for something unseen above. Then I will assume that we are all in agreement regarding these decisions, the voice declares. Then I will assume that we are all in agreement regarding these decisions, the leader states, his gaze unwavering as he sits at the head of the table. The scene shifts to an academy-grade advancement meeting, papers scattered across a large table. Two figures affirm their agreement. "I have no objections," one states, while the other simply replies, "Yes, Dean." The papers sit on the table, awaiting a decision. Reina and he were advanced, she to the 3rd grade, and he to the 5th. After this, I lived as quietly as possible, he reflects, walking through the academy grounds. After learning all the Gale arts from Duke, my place was passed on to Andre, he reflects, watching Andre run. I continued to maintain a good relationship with Professor Fannin, he recalls. However, the professor was chosen by a royal magic laboratory in Delphoa, leading to their parting ways when he left the academy. I was no longer getting involved with the heirs of the great families, he states, walking with his comrades. But what was interesting was that Owl would come see me every quarter to request a duel. He recalls facing a figure with a drawn sword. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he submitted a leave of absence and isolated himself within a closed training hall. He is seen through the slightly open doors of the training hall. 2 years passed in this manner, and he graduated from the academy. Dragonslayer's Peerless. Dragonslayer's Peerless Regression. Congratulations, young master, a voice booms out. The voice continues, declaring, you are the youngest to have been admitted into Valhalla. The voice adds, I'm sure the patriarch is proud of you as well. The screen reveals Zeke Draker, only 15 years old, seated regally as he reviews documents. Zeke Draker, barely 15, sits with an air of authority, reviewing documents. I never. The words begin, cutting off mid-sentence. The dean had personally written a letter of recommendation for him, an honor marked by the prestigious medal and sealed letter now displayed. Zeke responds with a hint of sarcasm, yeah, I'm grateful for that. The title of youngest to be admitted renders him speechless. My 2 years of quiet living null and void. The declaration hangs heavy, a stark contrast to his previous life. I have around 3 months until the entrance ceremony, right, he muses, before deciding, head to Atlas first, Decker, the man states. His declaration is met with a bewildered, excuse me. Young master, you. The butler begins, but is cut off by Decker. I intend to rest quietly by myself, he declares, pen scratching against the paper. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone, Decker states, his gaze intense. You understand, right? Yes, young master, comes the immediate reply. The man adjusts his monocle, his gaze sharpening. His suit is pristine, his tie perfectly knotted. Before him is a map, detailing the giant mountains where Kaiser's remains lay. The mountains, marked as a dungeon, loom over Argos in the Middle Land. Using my vacation as an excuse, I'm planning to go explore through. He declares, his words trailing off as his true intentions are revealed. The Adventurers Guild belonging to the Argos Kingdom. I have no need to reveal my destination to any suspicious individuals, he thinks to himself, knocking on the door. A voice calls out, come in. Inside, a voice formally announces, I offer my greetings to my liege, Zeke Draker. The man kneels, his head bowed low in apparent submission. At his desk, Liam writes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Liam, I told you to ease up a bit, didn't I? It's fine to at least greet me normally. The man says, well then, I shall take my leave, young master. Before departing, the man reminds him, okay. Don't forget to take care of the matter with Valhalla using the black card. A figure stands before the young master, asking, may I ask for what reason you have called me to the Platinum Mansion? He responds, I heard you were transferred to the special class this time? As your liege, I can't just stand by and do nothing. He continues, explaining, I've organized everything you'll need during your time at the academy, from the semester exams, expected exam questions, training manuals, to essential items. He presents a thick binder. If you go to Fafnir's Breath and show them this, they'll give you the required items. He adds that a personal sword will be necessary in the 4th year. But you can commission Fafnir's Breath for that too. He assures him that he's already taken care of the payment. I have faith that you'll follow after me, Liam, he says, his words carrying a weight of expectation. He glances back, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His gaze hardens, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. The subtle smirk vanishes, replaced by a look of intense focus. The air crackles with energy. I shall make absolutely sure that I live up to your expectations, my liege, he declares, his voice ringing with conviction. Relaxing back into the chair, he seems confident in his declaration. I shall rectify my behavior, he states, though a voice cuts in, it's only been a minute since I told you to ease up. The Argos Kingdom lies at the northernmost edge of the central continent. The Argos Kingdom, located at the northernmost edge of the central continent, is one of the 4 central kingdoms alongside Delphi, Thebia, and Alencia. Giant mountains divide the land, riddled with dungeons that attract adventurers seeking quick riches. The first king of Argos recognized this potential, deciding to build his kingdom's central business around the adventurers and dungeons. Under the royal family's support, the giant mountains were divided into hundreds of regions with shipping and managed by the Argos adventurers. The Argos Adventurers Guild now spans the entire continent. The announcement rings out, next, 546. 546. 546. Not here, the announcement booms, followed quickly by next. 547. The announcement continues to call out numbers. A knight in shining armor stands in the foreground, while others wait nearby. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Zeke Murray, the certificate reads. It continues, please submit your documents to the issue desk to receive your registration certificate. Having received his adventurer certificate, Zeke Murray simply says, thank you. Certificate in hand, Zeke Murray is ready for his next steps. To operate in peace, he thinks, it would be best to get an identification as an adventurer. Zeke examines a card through a magic lens. Going around as a Draker would cause me to stand out, Zeke realizes. Now then. Zeke begins, surveying the town from above. Zeke descends into the town, a new mission in mind. Time to go on a treasure hunt. The town is filled with training dummies, arranged in neat rows. The training dummies are spread throughout the town, not just in neat rows, but scattered seemingly at random. The sound of hooves echoes through the training grounds. The wagon rumbles along, carrying its occupants through the training grounds. It's a relief that I was able to share a caravan during the busy season, she thinks, finally able to relax. Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey, bro. Turning to face the speaker, she hears the question, are you an adventurer too? A man observes her, commenting, you sure look nervous, is it your first time heading into a dungeon? The man with the blonde hair grins, extending an invitation. How about it, bro? Wanna go with us? The man assures him, despite how we look, we're veterans, you know. The man warns, the dungeon's been dangerous recently. One mistake down there and you'll end up as Monster Chow. A voice booms out, trash like this exists. The voice continues, laced with arrogance, you're always around, wherever you go, huh? The figure continues, relaying a rumor, they say that the first party to go into the dungeon gobbles up half the adventurer's livelihood. He then asks, have you heard about that, bro? The figure continues, revealing the dark rumors surrounding the dungeon, they'll use new adventurers as monster bait, or sell them off to slave traders. The hooded figure pauses, his expression unreadable in the shadows. The hooded figure peers down from the wooden structure, overlooking a misty forest and distant, jagged peaks. He lies on the wooden structure, seemingly unconscious. Below him, another figure lies prone. A voice cuts through the silence, shut up. The blonde-haired man stares in disbelief. What? He exclaims, shocked by the figure standing before him. Stuttering in disbelief, he asks, what's wrong, bro? Did I offend you in some way? A cloaked figure approaches, tapping rhythmically against the wall. Another man sits in the background, watching the scene unfold. There are monsters 500 meters behind us to our left, he warns. It seems like a mob of orcs. Does this place happen to be infested with monsters? What? What do you? This route is safe at least. He stammers, clearly shaken by the news. Mocking laughter erupts. Look how nervous this little rookie is. A voice booms from above, revealing a figure towering over the rookie. Bro, don't you know that routes of the main branch Adventurers Guild are managed directly by the kingdom? Forget monsters, not even wild animals can get inside this safe zone, the voice declares, reassuring the rookie. Then, a hooded figure speaks, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Suddenly, the hooded figure asks, what's that behind you? Eyes widening in terror, he blurts out, what? Looming behind him, unseen until now, is a monstrous beast. The ground shatters under immense force. The force of the unseen beast's attack obliterates the ground. The force sends tremors through the air, the sheer power of the blow evident. The beast's massive jaws snap shut, the force of the bite sending debris flying. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. The hero slams into a nearby structure, the impact shattering it. The force of the impact sends the horses flying upwards, kicking up a cloud of dust. The warrior stands amidst the carnage, his spiked club dripping with blood. Bodies litter the ground around him. The warrior surveys the battlefield, his spiked club leaving a trail of blood in the dirt. Suddenly, a voice calls out, filled with confusion, "What's going on?" His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. He clutches the edge of something unseen, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. His eyes dart wildly, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Help! His desperate cry for help echoes into the darkness. Blood splatters across the stone floor. A spiked club crashes down, splattering blood across the stone. The spiked club continues its descent, more blood spraying. He lies prone on the forest floor, eyes open but unfocused. Even as he lies defeated, a disturbing thought surfaces, the fact that orcs are roaming around a safe zone. He sees a caravan under attack by winged creatures and orcs. His thoughts turn to the implications of the monster's presence, means that the base isn't operating properly. Peering through the broken palisade, he states with grim certainty, "As I expected." The scene confirms his suspicions. A field of fallen soldiers lies before him. "As I expected," he states, his voice grim. Surveying the carnage, he observes grimly, "They've sure made a mess of things here." Standing amidst the fallen, he wonders, did even Argo's soldiers get done in? He muses that with this much manpower, most monsters wouldn't have stood a chance. His eyes narrow, a palpable intensity building within him. A deep gash tears through his armor, blood staining the metal. It's not a monster. The words echo in the darkness. This was. He collapses, overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies surrounding him. It's not a monster. The words echo in the darkness, hinting at something far more sinister. This was. The words loom over a battlefield where armored figures clash with glowing, spectral opponents. Done by a human. The words are a chilling revelation. His eyes narrow, a grim understanding dawning on his face as he stares up at the towering figure looming above. The scene reveals a gruesome discovery: they intentionally left massive damage to the corpse, in order to make this look like a monster attack. However, if this was truly done by a monster, the scene focuses on the brutal damage inflicted on the corpse, suggesting a deliberate attempt to mislead. Then the cut would not have been this clean. Adding to the puzzle, a voice notes, there are almost no traces of resistance, with all the men having been killed cleanly with a single attack. The fallen knights lie still, blood pooling around their helmets. This could have only been done by at least a purple knight, a voice concludes. Stepping over the bodies, the mysterious figure decides, it's unfortunate, but if I remain here any longer, I might form misunderstandings instead. His gaze hardened, the mysterious figure declares, right now, finding traces of Kaiser is my top priority. The forest looms, its depths shrouded in mist. Twisted branches and a pile of skulls hint at the dangers within. The pile of skulls, bound by twisted branches, marks the entrance, a symbol that marks barbarian territory. The mini-map indicates that he's nearly at Kaiser's ruins. He's close to the ruins, but something is amiss. But he sees figures moving through the trees. What are the Empire's hunting dogs doing here, he wonders. Hunting dogs, recruited from the Empire's greatest knight trainees, are under the direct control of the Emperor. They are trained in tracking and assassination techniques. A figure with glowing red eyes and a laurel wreath stares menacingly. Above him looms the spectral image of a wolf, bearing its fangs. Currently, the hunting dogs are so well hidden that only the Empire's elite know of their existence. But they will make a grand entrance as the main fighting force during the Continental War. The hunting dogs, though currently unknown to most, will soon emerge as the Empire's main fighting force in the coming Continental War. Along my way here, I had been watching their movements, he reveals, a grid map displaying several red dots materializing before him. I could never forget these. He continues, boasting of their unique tracking techniques. the reason being hangs in the air as the scene shifts to an overhead view of several fallen figures. He stands amidst the fallen, a grim determination etched on his face. And do, clearly. The words hang in the air, revealing the Emperor's obsession, immortality. He's turning the entire continent inside out to find it. Said that. That's right, a voice confirms, revealing a crucial detail. Even before my regression, the Emperor was obsessed with rare artifacts. The Emperor's hand tightens around a crystalline artifact, energy crackling around his grip. Not only did he bear the foolish dream of unifying the continent, a voice booms. The Emperor's back is to us, a wolf emblem emblazoned on his cloak. He dreamed of something as insubstantial as immortality, the voice continues, the words echoing against the backdrop of ancient architecture. Then, could it be that? A thought echoes as the protagonist surveys the path ahead, littered with skulls. The protagonist's thought continues, a pressing question now forming: the Empire has already discovered Kaiser's ruins? The sound of something breaking echoes through the skull-littered forest. He resolves, I'll have to confirm it for myself. A rustling sound cuts through the forest as he and his companions observe someone in the distance. The protagonist clenches his gloved fists, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares intently. With a click, he loads his weapon, his focus sharpening. A splatter of blood stains the air. A crimson arc paints the air as the weapon discharges. His face contorts in a grimace of pain as blood splatters across his vision. He cries out in pain, blood spraying as the attack lands. His vision blurs as the attack continues to rain down upon him. He grits his teeth, bracing for the next blow. A gold flare, signaling an emergency. After all, he was the team leader. A voice echoes, questioning their numbers. Seeing as there are only 3 of you, are you the perimeter guard team? The man's face contorts with worry. Normally, there should be 12 men on a team. A booming voice demands, who are you? Who sent you here? Red energy crackles as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends a spray of blood across the forest floor as the cloaked figures watch on in shock. The sound of the impact echoes through the forest. Do you still not understand the situation? The voice booms, leaving the question hanging in the air. A close-up reveals a piercing green gaze, the eyes narrowed with determination. His face darkens as he declares, I'm asking the questions here. His gaze sweeps over them, a chilling threat underlying his words. Think carefully. I see 2 mouths that can talk. He continues, a sinister question hanging in the air: if one dies, then would the other die off quietly too? The disembodied voice echoes, a stark warning: think carefully and make a wise decision. The voice continues, now laced with sarcasm. So this is your temporary base. It echoes, followed by a mocking observation, it's packed full, huh? A bloodied hand hovers over a glowing blueprint, red dots marking numerous locations within the complex. The voice continues, stating that the ones that left the base in that state must have been these guys as well. Pulling a black mask up over his face, he declares, seeing as they've even harmed the kingdom's knights. A thought suddenly strikes him: did they really find the ruins after all? Well, I'll just have to check it out for myself, he resolves. A chilling warning echoes: those who draw their sword against McCain will be put to rest. He ascends a long, precarious ladder, the sound of his labored breathing echoing in the silence. The climb continues, the ladder stretching impossibly high above him. The climb seems endless. He pauses, a massive yawn escaping him. Come on, what kind of crazy bastard would even bother entering barbarian territory? Why bother with watching, he mutters, clearly annoyed. That's what I'm saying. He leans against the railing, still muttering about the absurdity of watching barbarian territory. Suddenly, the man he was watching is sent flying off the platform. Ha, he utters, clearly surprised by the sudden turn of events. Blood splatters against the cliffside as the man is sent hurtling through the air. The impact sends him crashing through trees, the force of the blow evident. The man slams against the metal floor, a trail of dust and debris marking his violent landing. The hooded figure remains silent, a barely perceptible shift in his expression hinting at something amiss. Lying prone, the man questions, why aren't you coming? A voice calls out, hey, didn't you hear something coming from the entrance? I didn't hear any, the hooded figure begins to say, cut short by a sudden, violent tremor. Before he can finish, a figure in black strikes with blinding speed. His eyes widen in disbelief as the blade flashes crimson before him. The hooded figure's strike lands, eliciting a pained cry. Intruder, he manages to choke out, a pained ugh, escaping him as the attack lands. His hand tightens around the intruder's throat, blood splattering as the grip intensifies. The grip tightens, the intruder's life force visibly draining away. This reminds me of old times, he says, his grip unwavering as he prepares to strike with the bloodied blade. A bloody impact echoes. When I was ordered by my boss, who was tired of a 5-year-long power struggle. He recalls, as the bodies of fallen soldiers litter the ground. To raid the Pabella cartel, this was exactly how I felt, he reflects, standing over the fallen. He lies defeated, his sword cast aside. He observes the scene, a question forming in his mind, is that the knifemanship of a southern hitman? McCain? Pabella? Well, either way, we can't let you go alive if you've gotten here. The ominous words hang in the air, sealing his fate. If you surrender now, I'll grant you an easy death. The chilling offer hangs in the air, a grim ultimatum delivered with cold certainty. A question echoes, wondering if the man they face is in charge. Another voice dismisses the thought, at most, he's staring at the ceiling of blue knighthood. He mutters, a strange phrase escaping his lips as he raises his blade. His confidence swells as he recalls past battles. They're far weaker compared to the hunting dogs I had to fight in my past life. A sudden shift in tone. Grant me an easy death, he questions, his earlier confidence seemingly vanished. His face contorted in fury, he demands, is that something you say to the man who massacred your comrades? His voice dripping with scorn, he continues, do you people care so little for your comrades that you wouldn't tear me limb from limb and slaughter 3 generations of my kin? His eyes narrowed, he sneers, so you losers are from the central continent after all, huh? As you wish then, he declares, ready to fight. Their blades meet, the clash echoing in the tense air. I'll tear you apart while you still breathe, he threatens, his voice dripping with malice. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The swordsmen are sent flying backwards, completely overwhelmed by the force of the attack. The swordsmen are sent spiraling through the air, utterly defeated. That's odd, he mutters, staring at his golden sword. Were hunting dogs always at this level? The golden sword gleams as he wonders aloud, are they too weak, or have I just gotten too strong? Golden light flares around him as he dismisses his previous thought. Well, right now, it doesn't even matter. Suddenly, a system notification appears, skill, mana reflection, has activated. His expression hardens, a red flash accentuating his resolve. He glances back, clearly annoyed. A power outage? Now, of all times? The man in the lead questions, it can't be, is this a Dragon Slayer's mana interference? The man's thoughts race, no, he was empty-handed at the start, and he didn't use aura at all either. The man realizes, his swordsmanship is southern knifemanship as well, he's definitely a hitman. The man questions his previous assessment, thinking, then it must be a simple malfunction. Suddenly, a voice booms, don't panic. The voice continues, commanding, power will be restored soon, so until then, focus on defend dash. Suddenly, the lights flicker back on with a thwack. The lights return to reveal the aftermath, bodies litter the landscape. He stands amidst the carnage, his arm outstretched. His hand clenches into a fist, ready for the next attack. What is this? He mutters, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His eyes widen in disbelief. The Emperor's sword is raised, glinting in the light. The Emperor sure is bold, a voice declares, its source unseen. I can't believe he was after the hero King Kaiser's ruins, the voice reveals. The sword is held low, its tip nearly touching the ground. Kaiser's ruins, the unseen voice questions. The unseen character's confusion intensifies. What are you talking about? They demand. His expression hardens, a visible tick appearing in his jaw. He demands an explanation, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. A blinding flash erupts as the blade is drawn. He exclaims, his sword now fully drawn. "Don't worry," he retorts, "you don't need to tell me, I can find it on my own." His hand reaches out, an exclamation of surprise bursting from his lips. "Wait," he cries out, a blade now piercing his face. We really don't know any dash," he manages to choke out, the blade's impact echoing in the sudden silence. Blood splatters across the ground, the Korean characters for evil or demon painted in crimson above. The crimson liquid sprays, staining the stark white walls with the characters for evil. The Korean characters for evil now mark the cavernous ceiling. A lone figure stands in the distance, while closer, a bloodied hand lies still. A sharp crack echoes as the protagonist looks up, his hand raised. The dagger falls, clattering to the ground. The barrier shatters. A disembodied voice proclaims that all of the events that occurred will be attributed to McCain. A resounding crack echoes as a sword is drawn. The drawn sword gleams, the words "the McCain cartel" emblazoned upon its blade. He reveals that it was the group he poured his blood, sweat, and tears into in his past life, a criminal organization based in the South that would do anything for money. This group rose to power after the Cusco Kingdom in the South fell due to a civil war. The McCain cartel had divided the resulting lawless land in two. "I'm sure I would have been able to cover." The words trail off. "My tracks by using draconian skills as well," he finishes, the statement hanging in the air. But he intentionally used Southern knifemanship. And he left the McCains unique warning. "It's actually better for me," he declares, seemingly unfazed by the warning he just left. The warning hangs in the air, to leave a clear mark behind. He pauses, considering the implications of his actions. The Empire, he muses, would likely blame the Southern cartel. Even if they suspected the truth, it would only serve to eliminate McCain, so I stand to benefit either way. The chilling thought solidifies his plan. Anyway, according to the... He continues, his plan now fully in motion. "Letter I found inside." He thinks, walking across the barren landscape. The revelation hits him hard. The Emperor is much more far gone than I could have ever expected. The weight of the Emperor's actions settles heavily upon him. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow as he contemplates the grim reality. The Emperor's true depravity is revealed. His only command was to find ancient ruins. The Emperor's command echoes. A lone figure studies a map, the shadow of an unseen presence looming over them. But what was shocking was the enclosure. The central continent was a given, but even the text reads, setting up the next revelation. Eastern regions in ceasefire and the unexplored dark seas. The text continues, revealing the scope of the enclosure. Moreover, he had mobilized hunting dogs everywhere. Had even a suspicion of an ancient ruin existing. The text reveals the extent of the secrecy surrounding the ruins. This would mean that the hunting dogs are already at. The text ominously trails off. A foot comes to a halt on the rocky ground. But it seems they haven't yet found Kaiser's ruins, the voice declares. So it would be best for me to hurry, he thinks, a red glow emanating from below. A beam of light pierces the sky, illuminating the landscape. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he looks onward, his expression grim. He mutters, "A red flare." His fingers tighten around his chin, a bead of sweat trailing down his cheek. The collar of his coat rises as he continues to contemplate the red flare. The realization hits him hard, it can't be. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupts, accompanied by an unknown force. The light intensifies, bathing the landscape in an ethereal glow. The red light pulses, revealing a stark warning. It is a signal for a disaster. The sound of flapping wings fills the air as a flock of birds takes flight. Footsteps echo through the dense foliage. He continues to run through the forest. He runs with unwavering determination. He continues his relentless pace through the forest. They've already caught up to me, he realizes, as the creatures close in. He stumbles, losing his footing on the uneven ground. The 5-part red flare means A voice echoes as a bright light erupts. Blinding light fills the area. The light reveals the absolute snare, a deadly hazard. The command rings out, kill the hazard no matter what. The absolute snare is revealed to be a web-like trap. The snare will search and secure its target, then ensnare them. Until the target is found, all the hunting dogs in the area will continue their search. The text confirms the dire nature of the absolute snare. It's their archetypal assassination method, synonymous with a death sentence. Even after stealing the artifact the Northern Continent Emperor wanted, he succumbed to the absolute snare. However, since I have the system now, he declares. A blue card hovers before him as he prepares to strike. With a surge of power, he lunges forward, the blue card crackling with energy as he strikes. The strike lands, a blinding flash of white energy erupting. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. He flies backwards, crashing into the earth. The force of the blow sends him hurtling further. Despite the force of the blow, a steely gaze hardens. He stares up, unflinching, at the incoming attack. Bracing himself, he declares, "I can take them." The attack slams into him with a deafening impact. The force of the blow explodes around him. The hero is engulfed by the attack. The hero is blasted away. He crashes through the forest, the impact sending trees splintering. Dodging the blast, the cloaked figures advance. With a resounding crash, the cloaked figure is sent sprawling. As he falls, a thought crosses his mind, I knew it. His eyes narrow, a flicker of anticipation in their depths as he looks off into the distance. He clenches his fist, a determined gaze fixed on something ahead. The group moves through the forest, one stating, they're on a different level from the ones in the cave. He draws his sword, the polished steel gleaming in the forest light. Ahead, 3 figures clad in dark cloaks sprint toward him. He's suddenly on the ground, a red flash indicating a powerful blow. A larger group of cloaked figures now approaches. He's sent flying again, hitting the ground hard. Brandishing his sword, he sighs, this has become a real hassle. He studies the map, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Based on the abilities they've displayed, I should be able to escape from them, but... A fierce resolve hardens within him. I'd be tearing down the attempts I made to pin all this on McCain. The man steels himself, a new decision made. It can't be helped. He grips the item tightly in his hand, a reluctant decision made. I didn't want to use this here, but... He puts the whistle to his lips, ready to use it. He hesitates, the whistle now at his lips. An enemy approaches in the distance, sword drawn. Suddenly, a loud horn echoes through the mountains. The sound reverberates through the dense forest, sunlight filtering through the canopy. Echoing through the mountains, the horn's sound is represented by a stylized symbol. "W.H. what?" one of the cloaked figures exclaims, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Another responds, "Did one of our men?" The cloaked figures are left speechless. A close-up reveals a man's face contorted in fury, teeth bared. "It's a smoke bomb," someone shouts. The sound is a distraction, someone warns, as a hand grips what appears to be a smoke bomb. The assassins close in, swords drawn. "Get him now," the order rings out. The assassins' blades descend. A whirlwind of dust erupts as the blades close in. The dust explodes outwards. The sound of impact reverberates as the dust continues to billow. Don't panic. As long as the absolute snare is in effect, he can't run away. An order rings out, everyone, guard your stations, and if you spot any suspicious movements, search for his shadow. The forest floor stretches out, shadows lengthening as the search intensifies. He lies prone on the forest floor, unaware of the looming shadow cast by someone standing over him. Frustration etched on his face, he admits, I can't sense any trace of him. He then wonders aloud, did he think that we would retreat if he blocked our sight? His thoughts race, wondering, or did that sound from the horn earlier have some other? His eyes widen, a glint of realization flashing as he turns sharply. What is, he begins to ask, turning towards the source of the disturbance. His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. That's insane, he exclaims, clearly shocked by what he sees. The threat is identified: barbarians. The scene erupts in violence as the barbarians attack. What's going on here? He wonders, a blade now firmly in his grasp. I'm sure we didn't do anything to provoke the barbarians. Despite the blood splattering around him, he declares, I'm sure we could take on one or two of them. His face contorted in disbelief, he shouts, but why are they attacking en masse? A powerful blow sends him reeling. Sword raised, she shouts, how dare you uncivilized brutes intrude here? The warrior deflects the incoming blow with a swift parry. How is, he stammers, wide-eyed with disbelief. He is sent crashing to the ground, blood splattering as he lands. A flurry of blows rain down, the clash of steel echoing as blood splatters. He struggles to rise, realizing, I have no choice. This is my first time seeing them so enraged. Bloodied and battered, he realizes, we're in danger with our current forces. With a sharp crack, he fires the weapon. A blinding flash erupts as the shot connects. The voice shouts, we're withdrawing the absolute snare. The group roars in unison, retreating from the attack. Retreat! Retreat, the order echoes as the group continues their rapid withdrawal. The group continues to flee, their boots pounding against the forest floor. The pounding of their feet echoes through the forest as they continue their retreat. The group finally pauses, and one of them lets out a relieved, phew. He collapses, his hands hitting the ground with a thud. A sly smirk plays on his lips. That was far more effective than expected. The sound of something breaking echoes in the emptiness. The barbarian's horn lies broken, its power seemingly spent. The horn, it turns out, was created to be used for efficient communication during the chaos of battle. Held in a massive hand, the shattered remains of the barbarian's horn are identified as a barbarian tool of war. A voice echoes, revealing, in my past life, I somehow managed to develop a friendly. The voice continues, explaining, in my past life, I somehow managed to develop a friendly relationship with the Mohawken tribe, and they taught me both how to make and use the horn. Relationship with the Mohawken tribe, and they taught me both how to make and use the horn. The voice continues, the signal I just sent should be enough to call them over here. His confidence bolstered, he believes the signal sent with the horn will summon the Mohawken tribe to their aid. That there were. But the horn's call is interpreted as a declaration of war, outsiders intruding upon their sacred motherland. But they are considered simplistic and uncivilized savages. A blinding light erupts as the warriors advance. But they have clear cultures and traditions, and live in their indigenous civilizations. I guess this shoddy replica can only be used once. He mutters, examining the frayed cord in his hand. His hand rests on the strap across his chest, securing the worn replica. He continues onward, deeper into the sun-drenched forest. Now then, a voice declares, as the scene shifts to a vast mountain range. The forest explodes with energy as a voice declares, it's time to find the real ruins. Dust billows as they enter the ruins. Inside, he mutters, it's just one thing after another. His expression reveals growing frustration. Before him, a multi-headed serpent emerges from the shadows, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. Suddenly, a system notification appears, you have discovered a fallen dragonborn corrupted by contaminated energy. The hero, still clutching the glowing tablet, wonders aloud, what's a fallen dragonborn anyway? Judging by the mini-map, it's... The hero begins to say, his words trailing off as he pieces together the information. That door up there, but... He trails off, his thoughts incomplete. He's cut off by the massive form of a monster. Before the monster can strike, he asks the system, can I open that door? The administrator's request has been confirmed, and the system begins connecting to the control system. The system begins connecting to the home of the hero King Kaiser administration system. The system confirms the opening of the home of the hero King Kaiser. An ominous tremor shakes the very foundations of the home of the hero King Kaiser. A massive, reptilian eye snaps open, a silent question hanging in the air as the home of the hero King Kaiser trembles. A monstrous hydra bursts forth, its multiple heads lunging forward with terrifying speed. The hydra's explosive emergence shatters the home of the hero King Kaiser, sending debris flying. Dodging falling debris, the Hero King narrowly avoids being crushed. "Guess I can't just walk past it now," he mutters, acknowledging the unavoidable confrontation. A sinister grin spreads across his face, a glint of malice in his eyes. Applying. The words "dragon-slaying arts" appear, ominously foreshadowing the challenges to come. A surge of power rips through the ground, cracks spider webbing across the surface. He dives to the ground, narrowly avoiding a monstrous, shadowy figure looming above. A devastating impact shatters the structure above him. He's caught mid-air, completely surrounded by the monstrous entity. "Impossible steps," the words echo ominously as he's completely surrounded by the beast's overwhelming presence. The monstrous entity looms closer, its glowing eye piercing through the smoke. A voice echoes, outlining a plan: interfere with its view using shadowless steps, and get into the entrance quickly. He reaches, straining to get further into the entrance as the looming threat closes in. Just a bit further. Debris explodes outwards from the impact. He continues to reach, struggling against the force that threatens to pull him back. The force intensifies, the pull becoming overwhelming. The force rips at his shoulder, tearing him away. With a resounding crash, he's pulled completely through. He finds himself staring into the cold, glowing eye of a massive dragon. Dust and debris fill the air. His hands glow with power as he prepares for the next attack. The dragon's jaws open wide, ready to strike. The hero is struck by the dragon head attack. Dragon head severance flashes across the scene. Blood splatters as he collapses to the ground. He stares at his bloodied hand, a chilling realization dawning: is its blood acidic? The acidic blood sizzles against the stone wall, a clear indication of the danger he now faces. A class skill activates, Healing Factor. He's facing a monster with acidic blood and 9 heads. Even my master in my past life barely subjugated it, he realizes, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The 9-headed dragon, Hydra, looms. Despite the daunting challenge, he declares, "Yeah, let's give it a try." The Hydra's many heads hiss, lightning crackling around them. A single, crimson feather falls. A tremor rocks the very foundations. A blinding strike descends upon him. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. The impact reverberates. The air rushes past him. The creature's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Impact! The hero's fist connects, a resounding crack echoing through the chamber. "Damn it, how is this dragon slaying?" he questions, frustration evident in his tone. Grasping the top of a dark bag, he prepares to draw something from within. The text declares, "In this age where dragons are extinct, dragonborn." Dragonborn monsters are said to be the most similar to dragons. My attacks aren't working on it at all, the hero realizes, his efforts proving futile against the dragonborn monster. Frustration mounts as he realizes, no matter how much I cut it down, it heals immediately. How frustrating. He realizes, I knew it, taking it down with my current skills is too much for me. He grimly admits, I knew it, taking it down with my current skills is too much for me. The Hydra looms, its multiple heads advancing. It's about 30 meters to the door. Suddenly, a system message appears. The hero clenches his fist, a surge of power emanating from his hand. Suddenly, a command echoes, "Close the door." His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. He moves. A chime rings out as a system message appears. The administrator's request has been confirmed. Another chime sounds as a system message declares, the door to the home of the hero King Kaiser has been closed. The door slams shut with a resounding boom. The door slams shut with a deafening boom. He finds himself in a new arena, applied dragon-slaying arts. A massive, serpentine dragon looms, its jaws agape. Gale Art's fifth form is unleashed. The dragon's shadow is pierced by the force of the Gale Art's fifth form. The aftermath of the Gale Art's fifth form leaves only a blinding white haze. The blinding light gives way to the wind splitter technique, tearing through the remaining darkness. The wind splitter connects, eliciting a pained cry. Seeing the opening created by the wind splitter, he declares, "Nice. I'll take this chance." He declares his intentions, "I'll give up on it and get through the door." The sound of something breaking echoes as he commits to his plan. A piercing green eye opens, a sinister gaze now fixed on him. A flurry of motion blurs the scene. The air cracks with unseen force. The serpentine form strikes with incredible speed. He plummets downwards, the serpentine heads closing in. A blinding flash erupts as the hero parries the attack. "I made it," he exclaims, but then immediately wonders, what about the Hydra? His eyes widen, a sudden realization hitting him. What about the Hydra, he wonders, his relief instantly replaced by concern. A powerful gust of wind sweeps through the area. He's sent flying backwards by an unseen force. He's violently thrown back, blood spraying as he flies through the air. He continues to hurtle backwards. Still reeling from the impact, he can only manage a pained grunt as he's flung further back. "This damn snake!" He grits out, still being forced back by the relentless assault. "I didn't think it would follow me in here," he exclaims, dodging the massive snake's relentless assault. The snake's attack continues, a flurry of strikes aimed at the protagonist. Grit etched on his face, he snarls, "If you want my arm that badly," he roars, "then take it." A surge of power erupts from his blade. The force of his attack explodes outward, a torrent of energy ripping through the air. "Kuaa," the sound echoes. "Quack," he cries out. His arm glows with an eerie light as the sound intensifies. A surge of power erupts, the force of the blow sending his opponent flying. The monstrous creature looms, its jaws wide and lined with teeth, ready to strike. "Poison fog? It sure has a lot of tricks up its sleeve," he exclaims, as a system message appears. "He's been poisoned by the nine-headed dragon Hydra's poison." Suddenly, the words "soul manifestation" appear amidst a swirling purple aura. The purple aura intensifies, solidifying into a spectral form. The manifestation clashes against a monstrous form, a beam of purple energy erupting between them. Lacerate flashes as the spectral energy rips through the monstrous form. The attack tears through the monster, the spectral energy leaving a trail of destruction. He soars through the air, spectral energy crackling around him as he prepares for the next strike. The monster reels from the blow, blood spraying as it's sent crashing downwards. The monster's glowing eyes narrow with rage as it looks up, clearly furious at the attack. The monster's attack lands with a resounding impact. He struggles to breathe, the force of the monster's blow clearly taking its toll. Grasping his weapon tightly, he prepares for another strike amidst the swirling dust. The monster roars, the sound echoing through the arena as it unleashes its power. The monster descends, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. "There's just one left." The monster's words hang heavy in the air. This is. The words fade as the story reaches the end. Suddenly, a system message appears: "Draconian skill, Dragon's dignity, has activated." A surge of power erupts, a maelstrom of purple energy and light. The dragon's head rises amidst the swirling purple energy, its glowing green eyes piercing the chaos. "Screw off," a voice booms as a wave of purple energy intensifies, emanating from a single, glowing eye. The purple energy crackles around him as he declares, "If you don't want me to crush you, that is." The single eye glows with intense power, its reptilian pupil narrowing in focus. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around him with increasing ferocity. Despite the swirling power, beads of sweat now trickle down his face. Towering above him, a massive serpent looms, its gaze fixed on the protagonist. The massive serpent looms closer, its gaze unwavering. The serpent strikes with blinding speed. The hero is sent flying, crashing against the wall. Stunned, he realizes, "I didn't think Dragon's dignity would work against a dragonborn." Pinned down, he curses his hesitation. "Damn it! I should have used it earlier." A thought bubble appears as he wonders, "Anyway, why am I so tired when infinite stamina is always active?" He stares at the screen, sweat beading on his face. Is it because of the poison, he wonders, finally realizing the possible cause of his fatigue. A system notification appears: he has struck fear into the fallen dragonborn corrupted by contaminated energy. Another system notification chimes. Will you activate the Dragonic Control Authority and subjugate the target Dragonborn? It asks. The Dragonborn, sweat dripping from his brow, wonders aloud, I've struck fear in it? The Dragonborn, looking up at the massive dragon looming over him, wonders, is it because of using dragon's dignity earlier? Whatever the reason, does this mean I'm going to be able to? The Dragonborn wonders, staring up at the dragon. His gaze fixed on the Dragonborn wonders, subjugate this absolute monster? His eyes burning with determination, the Dragonborn declares, yeah, let's try it. But then, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. He mutters, noticing something unexpected. Suddenly, a system message appears, you lack the required administrator authority to be able to subjugate the target Dragonborn. The system delivers another blow, you have failed to subjugate the fallen Dragonborn. The hero wonders, I lack administrator authority. Geez, I was looking forward to getting a new skill, he laments, clearly frustrated by the system's denial. Kneeling, he reflects, well, not having any restrictions on such a cheat skill was even weirder. Suddenly, a surge of power emanates from him. Suddenly, a warning flashes, nine-headed dragon Hydra's poison has surpassed dangerous levels. He collapses, weakened, crying out, damn it, the poison. Healing proves ineffective against the poison. Desperate, he thinks, there has to be a way. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, oh, that's right. Gluttony can consume bloodline abilities. The draconian skill, gluttony, allows him to eat and digest anything, turning it into energy, and even absorb the abilities of monsters with bloodlines. Given that it has such a potent poison, he reasons, gluttony might be the only way to survive. He realizes that the monster must possess a bloodline ability that grants resistance against poison. His draconian skill, gluttony, has activated. The skill activates as he falls into the darkness. The darkness envelopes him, consuming everything in its path. The darkness solidifies, becoming a thick, viscous substance. The viscous darkness erupts into flames. From within the darkness, a monstrous eye opens. Having consumed the severed head of the fallen Dragonborn, corrupted by contaminated energy, his gluttony skill has risen to expert. He has recovered the energy he lacked. He has absorbed the bloodline ability of the life he consumed. Having only consumed a portion, he has acquired the incomplete constitution, poison resistance. His fist slams into the ground, the impact shattering the stone beneath. The system detects nine-headed dragon Hydra's poison, but due to his acquired poison resistance, it is immediately neutralized. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Bingo! The system displays Zeke Draker's status window. His class is immortal, and his title is the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. He also has dragon control authority and divine body constitution with poison resistance. The term mostly is bothering me, a thought bubble declares. The system clarifies, his constitution grants poison resistance, neutralizing most poisons and strengthening his immunity. But does having this one skill mean he doesn't have to worry about poison? The question hangs in the air. The system announces a skill upgrade, gluttony has advanced from beginner to expert. The system then announces that gluttony, in fact, has risen. It's now at the expert level. Staring at the screen, he hears the system announce, at all until now, has finally gone up. A thought bubble appears, is it because I absorbed an elimination target life form? The screen displays a new message, after subduing a monster designated by the system to be subdued, you will gain additional rewards. I got some pretty useful information, he realizes, absorbing the system's implications. Well then, I'll have to start moving now since the Hydra has been holding me back, he declares, stepping forward with newfound resolve. He takes a step, the sound echoing in the silent space. Hero King Kaiser, the title booms across the landscape, emblazoned between the symbols of sun and moon. He was a legendary figure, a half-human, half-fairy born to a wise sage and the fairy monarch. Like any other hero, Kaiser's life was difficult from his very birth. Separated from his parents by an evil mage's schemes, he was abandoned in a forest. In the depths of the woods, a sacred wolf found the young, abandoned Kaiser. He took the crying child in and raised him. Thanks to that, Kaiser was able to grow up safely. Kaiser saved the oppressed humans, creating a kingdom in the central continent solely for them, Kronos. The people of Kronos raised their hands in celebration before the grand palace. A cloud of dust obscures the view. Every single person from the central continent knows. He begins, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Of how Kaiser's legend began. Currently, there are hardly any documents left of it, the voice continues, leaving it solely as a legend. However, the story is far from over. The proof that the hero King Kaiser and the Kronos kingdom actually existed is now revealed. The figure walks through the snow-covered city. The towering structure of the Kronos kingdom stands before him. Is right here in front of me. He continues his walk through the snowy path, the towering pillars of Kronos kingdom casting long shadows before him. He observes the kingdom, noting, it's far smaller in scale than what I saw in the books, but I didn't think the ruins of Kaiser would be the Kronos kingdom itself. A massive, ornate barrier materializes before him, blocking his path. Gazing up at the barrier, he remarks, now that I think about it, the home of the Dragonslayer was kind of like this too. Suddenly, a system message appears, the home of the hero King Kaiser has opened. Suddenly, a system message chimes, the home of the hero King Kaiser has opened. Inside, a beam of light shines down upon a crystalline structure resting on a pedestal. Resting on the pedestal, the crystalline structure radiates with a soft, blue light. Grasping the crystal, he utters, "This is." His words trail off as he realizes, Hero King Kaiser's secret technique? A new achievement quest has begun, linked to the Hero King Kaiser's secret technique. He looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Ha! All of a sudden, he questions, seeing something unexpected. A warning flashes before him, you cannot leave this area until you complete this linked quest. Suddenly, a voice booms out, challenging him, hey, you. Who do you think you are? He turns sharply, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he looks towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, a linked quest appears, Hero King Kaiser's Wisdom, acquire the Hero King Kaiser's Wisdom from the remnants of his presence left in the ruins. The system displays the quest's reward, Fairy Monarch Tears, and specifies that there is no time limit. The linked quest, Hero King Kaiser's Wisdom, appears before him. The system's confirmation echoes in his mind, the reward is the Fairy Monarch Tears? Before him appears Hero King Kaiser's mother, an existence said to grant the wishes of men. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination burning within them. The question hangs in the air, the reward is the Fairy Monarch Tears? The words appear above a flowing mass of white hair, identified as Hero King Kaiser's mother. The being before them, Hero King Kaiser's mother, is described as an existence that grants the wishes of men. The scene fades to white, obscuring everything. His expression hardened, he asks, the reward is that Fairy Monarch's tears? He eyes the glowing blue treasure, admitting, well, even if I don't know how to use it, it's a cheat-level treasure. He then demands of the system, how do I obtain this wisdom? The system confirms, the administrator's request has been confirmed. The system begins, extracting the data within the magic video recording device. The system reveals, discovered entry 546 of Hero King Kaiser's magic video records. The system reveals that there are 12 entries within Hero King Kaiser's magic video records. Magic recording entry 546, corresponding to the administrator's request, begins. The system initiates the replay of the first video from Hero King Kaiser's magic video records. The system flags the presence of ancient Kronosian, a language no longer in use, within the video recording. The system initiates an automatic translation, converting the ancient language into the administrator's common central continent tongue. The translated recording reveals the figure asking, and what is a lesser sword? Before him, a brilliant blue crystal pulsates with energy, resting on a stone pedestal. Suddenly, bold text declares, this is the man of legends. The text completes, leaving the identity of the man a mystery. Of legends is revealed to be Hero King Kaiser. He scoffs, declaring, those senile old men who don't even know how to swing a sword always spout that kind of nonsense. Well, such a trifling thing. Kaiser dismisses, his words laced with disdain. So, Sheltern is Kaiser's most loyal knight. It goes without saying now, but he really did exist after all. Sheltern appears, radiating power. What do you have to do to wield a sword well, he demands. Sheltern dismisses his own question. It's nothing much. Sheltern then states simply, all you must do is swing your sword often and with vigor. The question of how much may come to mind, but Sheltern declares that he will present the goal. A red line appears, bisecting Sheltern's face. His expression is one of sinister glee. A flurry of red slashes fills the air. What exactly is Sheltern's goal? Sheltern's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise replacing his earlier confidence. Red slashes continue to rain down. The red slashes strike Sheltern, splattering against his body. His eyes are wide with shock. He collapses, his hand outstretched as he falls to the ground. He hits the ground hard. He struggles to sit up, sweat beading on his brow. Such an overwhelming spirit was able to affect me even though it's a recording. He thinks, clearly shaken. A figure bathed in blue light materializes before him, sword in hand. So this is the wisdom of the Hero King. A surge of energy emanates from the Hero King's wisdom. A sinister grin spreads across his face. I like it, he exclaims, clearly relishing the challenge. He commands the system to replay the video from the beginning. The system confirms, the administrator's request has been confirmed. The video begins, revealing the protagonist's voice. It's been about 4 days since I've locked myself in here to train. 4 days of training have clearly taken their toll. Sweat glistens on his brow as he grips the sword tightly, determination etched on his face. The room ahead is revealed, and a voice echoes, there are 3 doors across the entrance. Ahead, the first room is revealed to be a food storage, containing enough supplies to last for months. The second room is a rest area, designed to allow one to manage their body's condition. The final room holds a variety of books and weapons of war. The final room turns out to be a training room. The room was meant for Kaiser's successor. Sweat drips from his brow as he stares intensely ahead. He reflects, thanks to that, I was able to focus purely on training and swinging my sword. He realizes, I became able to mimic. He reflects on his ability to mimic the form that I'd seen then, but something feels off. But it doesn't feel. Suddenly, a system notification appears, you have acquired Hero King Kaiser's Wisdom, Elemental Sword, Basic Form. His eyes widen in surprise as he mutters, Elemental? A new notification chimes, you have surpassed the basic level into the applied level. Another system notification appears, prompting him to question, the applied level? With sword in hand, he prepares for what's next, sensing a new challenge ahead. Another system notification appears, summoning Hero King Kaiser's soul. The air crackles with energy as the summoning begins. The figure of Hero King Kaiser begins to materialize, a towering form wreathed in brilliant energy. Hero King Kaiser's energy surges, the summoning nearly complete. Hero King Kaiser's foot descends, the summoning circle now complete. The king of the ancient Chronos kingdom, Hero King Kaiser, has been summoned. A blinding light erupts from the completed summoning circle. The light fades, revealing the summoned Hero King Kaiser. I can't believe it. He mutters, a mix of disbelief and excitement in his eyes. A voice booms with laughter, declaring, Hero King Kaiser is right in front of my eyes. Kaiser's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Above him, a sword is drawn with alarming speed. The clash of steel rings out as Kaiser meets the descending blade. Sparks fly as the two swords meet in a shower of light. The force of the impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Stunned, Kaiser begins to ask, what? Why are you suddenly? The sword flashes, striking with incredible force. He descends with terrifying speed, his sword aimed directly at Kaiser. Dust explodes outwards from the point of impact. Kaiser, still reeling from the impact, grits his teeth and shouts, stand up, now. He struggles to comprehend what just happened. He blew me away with a guard? A chilling realization dawns on Kaiser, I've only felt this once before, when facing my The figure stands tall, sword held high, as the memory flashes through Kaiser's mind. You're going to learn my swordsmanship with such pathetic skills? Kaiser stares in disbelief, realizing the sheer power before him. The knights of old would pound the ground and lament at this sight. The strength is overwhelming. But why is it attacking me? Kaiser wonders, raising his own sword in defense. He thinks, to confirm my abilities. The mysterious figure lunges, his intent clear, to strike. Kaiser must act fast. The figure's attack intensifies, his blade a blur of motion. The figure's attack crescendos, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. He's sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. As if it's totally trying to kill me, he thinks, regaining his footing. Another strike lands, the force of the blow sending tremors through the ground. Damn it, he thinks, struggling to maintain his resolve. Will I be able to fight against him? Sweat drips down his face, his expression a mask of grim determination. The question of whether he can truly stand against his opponent hangs heavy in the air. His eyes lock onto his opponent, a fierce determination burning within them. A sinister grin spreads across his opponent's face. What an unreasonable monster! The words hang in the air, unspoken. Catching his breath, he looks up, but then firmly declares, no. There's no need to think too much about it. The sword clatters to the ground, the sound echoing in the silence. I just have to do. He thinks, his resolve hardening. He steels himself, resolving to give it his all, as he always does. He shouts, "Here I come." He prepares to strike, his hand hovering over the glowing blade. Below, his opponent watches with narrowed eyes. The man's face contorts into a confident smirk. Hero King. Oh. Were you Sheltern's disciple? He asks, a hint of surprise in his voice. He then adds, you've just barely succeeded. The man pauses, seemingly lost in thought. What was that power called again? A powerful strike lands. The blue-bladed sword descends with incredible force. The warrior looks up, his expression grim as the blade hurtles towards him. Just before impact, a thought bubble appears, Aurora? The warrior is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Sparks erupt as the blade connects. Or not, he muses, stroking his chin. Despite his efforts, he grits his teeth, realizing he's way too strong despite the actions he's taking. Straining against an unseen force, he realizes the truth, he's way too strong despite the actions he's taking. His face contorted in a grimace, he thinks to himself, not that it matters. The clash rings out, a blinding light erupting at the point of impact. Through the blinding light, a thought bubbles to the surface, all that matters is how fun it is. He stands firm, his dark sword a stark contrast against the fading light. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. The hero grits his teeth, bracing against the force of the blow as the dark sword slams into his guard. An explosion of light erupts as the blades collide, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. Now, let's have some. The clash continues, the enemy declaring, now, let's have some fun. The battle rages on, blades flashing as the enemy continues his taunt, now, let's have some fun. A blinding flash erupts as the enemy's power intensifies. He stomps forward, the ground cracking under the force of his advance. Despite the overwhelming power, he smirks, beads of sweat rolling down his face. I expected this to a degree. His thought continues, but I didn't think that you'd be able to see me. The hero is reflected in the giant's glowing blue eyes. His thought continues, there would be this much of a difference. Sweat drips from his brow as a voice questions, is he trying to establish why he's the hero king? However, the situation is about to change. His confidence is unwavering as he declares, I'm confident in my perseverance. The system announces a flurry of activations, critical strike, high-speed movement, continuous slash, and finally, the draconian skill, Dragon Claw. With Dragon Claw activated, he slashes through the air, the attack connecting with immense force. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air, a trail of sparks and energy marking his path. The force of the impact sends him crashing into the wall with a resounding boom. Dust and debris explode outwards, obscuring everything. The dust clears, revealing the cloaked figure standing unscathed, a sword held loosely in his hand. Ha! He mutters, seemingly unfazed by the recent explosion. The figure's question hangs in the air. Despite not being a dragonoid, you wield draconian powers? Purple energy erupts around the hero, a surge of power answering the cloaked figure's question. The surge of power intensifies, the ground around him cracking under the pressure. The cloaked figure's eye widens in disbelief. Even elemental force? His face contorts in pain as the elemental force surges around him. The elemental force intensifies, engulfing him completely. The elemental force manifests as Soul Manifestation Lacerate. The Soul Manifestation Lacerate skill launches him forward, blade shimmering as he attacks. The Soul Manifestation Lacerate skill continues its deadly trajectory. His face contorts in a furious grimace as the skill intensifies. The skill continues to blaze forward, his sinister smile unwavering. The skill slams forward with a resounding crash. Lying among shattered rocks, he mutters, "Huh?" A massive, ornate shield looms before him. Above the prone figure, an imperious voice declares, "Weakling, you've finally awoken." He sits up, the rocky ground still beneath him. The imperious figure observes him, admitting, "Still, you have got quite the talent." Sheltern's power is then described: talent, draconian powers, and even elemental force. He mutters, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Sheltern pauses, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he stares at the protagonist. Sheltern's words cut through the air, part of your soul is stuck in the spirit realm. The protagonist's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he repeats, "What? Spirit realm." Despite his human body, he has apparently overcome the wall of death, a voice declares. If so, then your ability to utilize elemental force also makes sense, a voice declares, as the protagonist falls toward an orange glow. A disembodied voice chuckles. For a while now, you've been going on about Sheltern's talent, the spirit realm, elemental force. The voice continues, dismissing Sheltern's talent and the spirit realm as nonsensical topics. From below, the protagonist asks, "Could I ask that you please explain in a way that I could understand?" The voice responds, seemingly considering the protagonist's request. The figure's expression remains hidden, but his ornate collar suggests his high status. "Forget such trivial matters," the figure commands. "Don't you have a more important goal?" "What do you?" So the young boy pretends not to know, the figure observes. "What you are attempting to learn," he continues, his finger pointed directly at the boy. He declares, "My wisdom." A swirl of earth, fire, and water magic gathers in his hands. Elemental force is described as the pure natural force that makes up all things, exemplified here by water. The elemental forces are revealed: fire, earth, and wind, each a pure, natural power. The Elf King raises his sword, water swirling around the blade as he prepares to unleash its elemental power. The king explains, elemental sword is the application of these four basic elements. The words elemental sword appear in large, bold letters. The words elemental sword are displayed, followed by a demonstration of the wind element. The wind element manifests as a swirling vortex, dwarfing the figures nearby. A wind field is established. The Tempest sword is unleashed, a furious torrent of wind energy. The Tempest sword surges forward, a devastating strike of pure wind. Of the four elements, this is wind, the wind field Tempest sword, she declares, revealing the nature of her attack. She reveals the true source of her power. The source of the elemental force behind the elemental sword is the ether you spoke of. Both his explanation and her power are absurd, he thinks, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. And his raw power. The words hang heavy in the air, unspoken but undeniably present. The text declares that his abilities are closer to magic than swordsmanship. The white-cloaked figure stands amidst the rubble, declaring, "Now then, it's your turn." A sudden realization dawns, so the source of elemental force is ether? The cloaked figure stands his ground, but a new problem arises. "I can't feel any ether." The hero wonders aloud, is there some kind of secret involved in ether from Kaiser though? The question lingers, the conversion of ether into elemental force? The hero continues to ponder aloud, if so, then what's the method for converting ether into elemental force? Suddenly, he pauses, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Then, a realization seems to dawn on him. That's... The sword in his hand bursts into flames. He stammers, struggling to articulate what just happened. I can just kind of do it, so how am I supposed to explain it? Why are all the people who become my masters like this, he wonders, exasperated by the situation. He's left speechless, staring in disbelief at something just outside his view. Flames erupt around him as he begins to protest, "No, it's not that I didn't." His protest continues, the flames seemingly unheard as he insists, "It's not that I didn't feel anything, it's that I couldn't." An observer notes, his ether usage is so perfectly controlled. Before questioning, "Why can't you do this?" he elaborates further, stating, "To the point that I need to completely focus all of my senses in order to just barely feel anything." Determined, the swordsman declares, "Okay, I'll just try it on my own." A voice then questions his resolve, asking, "What's with that tone?" A warning echoes, cautioning him, "Don't lose yourself in what you can see." A question then arises, "Even elemental force?" His eyes widen in realization. Kaiser definitely called my soul manifestation elemental force. If so, the words hang in the air, heavy with implication. What could this mean for him? A realization dawns on him. Then soul manifestation is also a power that utilizes elemental force. Gripping the sword tightly, a surge of elemental force emanates from him, enveloping the blade in a bright, ethereal glow. "Oh," he utters, seemingly noticing something unexpected. The blade pulses with a violet light, catching his attention. "Oh," he murmurs, an air of surprise in his voice. The blade erupts in a torrent of icy energy. The skill is revealed, Soul Manifestation Gale. A resounding clang echoes as the blade meets its target. His face contorted in rage, he grits his teeth, pushing forward with all his might. "I told you to use elemental force." "Elemental force," he shouts. Scorn drips from his voice as he questions, "What kind of knockoff imitation are you doing with that incantation of yours?" Stunned, he sits on the ground, his expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. Incantation?" he questions, clearly taken aback by the instructor's words. A voice booms out, clarifying, "That's right, incantation is the name." The instructor continues, stating that incantation is the exclusive domain of dragons. "I don't know about dragonoids, but humans definitely cannot use them." He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. "Whenever you use that power, you end up pushing yourself past your limits, don't you?" His eyes narrow with intense focus, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. The air crackles with energy. A stark realization dawns, there is a marked difference in the very size of humans and dragons' souls. Before him looms a colossal dragon silhouette, its power palpable. A voice declares, "You may be able to imitate it, but you'll never be able to use it to the same effect." The words hang heavy in the air, as the figure stands bathed in an ethereal glow. Scowling, he sneers, "I don't know who developed this, but it's pathetic." "It's a low-grade knockoff of incantation," he scoffs, clearly unimpressed. He sits on the steps, hand on his head, as a voice booms, "Now then, if you get it, again." Suddenly, a thought surfaces. I've seen mention of incantation before. A memory surfaces, when I absorbed Bahamut's heart within the home of the Dragonslayer. His eyes widen, a realization dawning. He recalls seeing words stating that incantation had been acquired but was not able to be used. The system displays, "Draconian skill incantation, your words are filled with power." Locked, the administrator currently lacks experience. The system continues, "If soul manifestation is." The system's words continue, the protagonist realizing, "Then when I grow stronger enough to unlock incantation." The protagonist wonders if he'll also be able to freely use soul manifestation. He realizes, "I've gained yet another reason to grow stronger as fast as I can." His opponent demands, "Do you need another blow to get it together? Hurry and get up." A hesitant "Oh, okay." is the protagonist's only reply. Application training, naturally, took much longer than basic training. Through the effects of Divine Body, Kaiser's demonstrations, and countless spars, his skills improved. Swords clash in a burst of light as the training intensifies. He reflects, I came to an understanding about elemental swords' fundamental principles. He realizes that just as magic is activated using mana, elemental sword is founded on utilizing ether to drive the power of the spirits. He thinks, since I understood the fundamental principles and the method of using it. The act of using elemental sword itself wasn't very difficult, he concludes, ether swirling around him. The ether intensifies, swirling into a powerful vortex of elemental energy. The vortex explodes outward, a concentrated blast of pure elemental power. The elf, sword drawn, declares, I can finally bear to look at you. A voice echoes, warning, reaching the next level will be incredibly harsh, so rest for now. The instructor descends, landing lightly before the protagonist. I understand, instructor, he replies, ready to face the next challenge. Before resting, the protagonist asks, may I ask a few questions while I rest? The instructor agrees, sure, go ahead and ask. He chuckles, understanding dawning on him. I understand now after learning from him. Even the way he's floating like that uses elemental force. The protagonist presses on, his gaze intense. When we first met, why did you refer to me as Sheltern's disciple upon seeing me use aura? The protagonist's question hangs in the air, what did that mean? The wolf-like figure responds, aura, you say. Ah, right. That's what it was called. It's just as I said. The wolf-like figure continues, revealing, Sheltern said that humans couldn't use elemental sword, and he created the technique you use now. The wolf-like figure fumes, I can't believe he ignored my techniques and only passed down his own. That damned Sheltern Draker. The wolf-like figure pauses, a question hanging in the air, Sheltern Draker? The text proclaims, the right-hand man of the hero king. The narration sets the stage, the noble knight Sheltern was the founder. The revelation hits hard, of aura usage? And he was a Draker? The revelation continues, so the progenitor of the Drakers was. The Drakers was not Tarakan, but the ancient character of Sheltern? The question hangs heavy in the air as a figure with massive golden wings looms. Echoing the previous question, a new one arises, why is this truth not known? A sudden realization dawns. A voice declares, I understand. Extending a hand, he asks, then, could I ask what the spirit realm in which spirits live is like? He explains that he has acquired the elemental sword and can now feel the power of the spirits, but he doesn't quite grasp the concept. As he speaks, thin streams of energy crackle around his outstretched hand. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts, accompanied by a visible shockwave. The energy explodes outwards in jagged lines. The shockwave subsides, revealing the words elemental swordwind field. He realizes, so it could be used like this too. A voice booms, explaining that it's basically the afterlife. The opponent lies defeated within the elemental swordwind field. The voice continues, explaining, once you leave behind your body in this realm and enter the spirit realm, you can never return. It's described as being blocked off by a wall, unable to cross, and the current realm is likened to this life. The protagonist questions the instructor's earlier statement, however, instructor, did you not say that part of my soul was in the spirit realm? He presses his hands against the barrier, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. And you yourself exist in front of me as a soul. A sharp snap echoes as he flicks his fingers against the barrier. He admits, well, it's my first time seeing a case like yours, but there are a couple ways to cross between realms. He then reveals, in my case, a dragon helped me. He pauses, then murmurs, ah, a dragon. A dragon, he exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. The elf retorts, that's right. Is there a problem? Well, isn't there no way a dragon would help a human, he questions, a hint of doubt in his voice. The question is met with immediate hostility. What are you saying? The character demands. The dragon refutes his claim. Dragons are beings that cherish humans. A confused huh breaks the tension. The hero's brow furrows in confusion. What the hell is he on about, he wonders aloud. The title flashes on the screen, Dragonslayer's Peerless Regression. The story's title is revealed, Dragonslayer's Peerless Regression. But the question remains, do dragons cherish humans? He stands, his shadow stretching before him like a dark path forward. But what of the monsters led by the evil dragon Bahamut, intent on destroying the world? Does this mean the relationship between? The text begins, posing a question that hangs heavy in the air. Humans and dragons was different in ancient times, he wonders, confusion etched on his face. A hollow laugh escapes him as he admits, I don't understand what's what anymore. Even if I don't explain it myself, you yourself are a living testament to this, the voice booms, as massive, golden-armored feet descend. A hand clad in golden armor reaches out, gently touching his chest. His eyes widen as the voice continues, your heart and the fang used to create your sword. The golden-armored figure continues, questioning, were they not given to you by Bahamut? However questionable his character may be. The voice trails off, leaving the listener in suspense. He also has a cute side to him that cannot refuse a sincere request. It seems like Kaiser and the evil dragon. The narration begins, setting the stage for what's to come. Bahamut were on friendly terms. A grim expression settles on his face as he considers the situation. Keeping the fact of his subjugation a secret for now would probably be best, he concludes. That's right, he stutters, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. He scratches his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Lord Bahamut gave these to our clan, which worships him, saying we were admirable. It dawns on him, it seems I misunderstood something. A wide smile spreads across his face as he exclaims, ah. So he still takes great care of those under his wing, as always. You must have had a hard time dealing with him, given his temper, the man states. Further, he reveals, he fought many times with Kronos because of that fiery temper of his. Wait a second, he interjects, an idea seemingly striking him. His eyes narrow slightly as he poses a question, is Kronos the name of another dragon? But then, he seems to realize something, adding, by Kronos, you mean the kingdoms. I've heard much about Kronos from Lord Bahamut, he reveals. Then, a thought strikes him, was the kingdom's name taken from Lord Kronos? The realization hits him. That's right. I was his contractor. He continues, revealing that while someone else struggled to name the kingdom, Kronos was leisurely drinking tea. So I named the kingdom after him. The protagonist's grin widens as a thought bubble appears above, posing the question, dragons drink tea? The protagonist wonders if the figure before him is the polymorph he's heard about. The figure explains that Kronos didn't react much, as if he'd expected the protagonist's actions. The truth is, I wanted his name to be known, even to future generations. Still. A pregnant pause hangs in the air. Thousands of years ago. A figure stands in silhouette, lost in thought. During that era, dragons and humans. During that era, dragons and humans lived in harmony. However, in the case that an incredibly powerful dragon helped a human without a contract, the balance of the world would collapse. Golden restraints break apart, the balance of the world seemingly about to be disrupted. The scene erupts in golden light, the text ominously declaring, endangering this realm itself. Chains snap as a voice declares, so, they would suppress their own strength. The text explains that they can polymorph into human form to help humanity through their contracts. The creature descends from above. Just as with Kaiser, dragons called their contracted humans contractors. So the reason these ancient figures were so powerful was because they were receiving help from dragons? The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Then why did a rift between? The question hangs, unanswered, heavy with implication. Dragons and humans form? The question echoes, unanswered. I thought my ears would fall off, waiting for you like this, the seated figure remarks, raising a hand in exasperation. Another voice, unseen, grumbles, I'll have to hear his entire chronicle when I can. The unseen voice finishes its thought. The unseen voice retorts, "You've waited over 2,000 years for a successor. You could at least wait this much longer." As the successor approaches, sword in hand, the unseen voice thinks to itself, "What an arrogant disciple I've picked up." A threat underlies the final thought, "We'll see how much longer you can keep that attitude up." His feet glow with power as he approaches. The final course is a duel against me. The words hang heavy, the successor's sword gleaming ominously in the dim light. The successor grips his sword tightly, a surge of power emanating from his glowing eyes. "However, this alone would not serve a difference from what we've done up till now," he declares, a hint of something more brewing beneath the surface. A subtle shift takes place, the atmosphere around him changes. The air thickens as he announces, "That's why we're going to add a rule." His hand gestures emphatically as he declares, "Eating and sleeping will be forbidden from now on." The hero is sent flying. Even as the hero is sent flying, his opponent declares, "And the duel will continue until I say we stop." Even as the hero is sent flying, his opponent continues to lay down the rules. "Also, you may only use an elemental sword of the same element as mine." A defiant question rises from below, "And what if I were to break these rules?" The hero's eyes widen, staring intently as flames erupt around him. The arena erupts in a flame field, the words emblazoned across the fiery display. An elemental sword is also mentioned, perhaps the source of the flames. Engulfed, the hero is caught in a dance of flames. "Break the rules, you say?" she questions, poised to strike with the elemental sword. The hero's eyes widen as the flames intensify around him. "If you have more than one life," she begins, her words hanging heavy in the air. Her gaze intensifies, a cold resolve hardening her features. The challenge hangs in the air, "You're free to try." The elemental sword is split into 4 fields, each corresponding to a different element. The elemental sword blazes with fire. First is that which is founded on the element of fire, he declares, the elemental sword engulfed in flames. The elemental sword erupts in a burst of flames. Flame field, he announces, unleashing the fiery technique. The flame field engulfs the area in a blazing inferno. The flame field lives up to its name, unleashing an overwhelming destructive power. The flames crackle around him, but he remains standing. The flames lick at his cloak, but he remains unfazed. A surge of power emanates from him. His eye glows with an ominous light. Next, a blinding light engulfs the area as the narrator proclaims, "Is that which is founded on the element of earth, steel field." The light coalesces into a gleaming sword, ready to strike. He moves with incredible speed. The sword slices through the air. The blade descends with tremendous force. It specializes in subduing and defending, using the power to freely control solidity and mass. His teeth grit, a surge of power emanating from him. A blinding flash erupts. The hero is sent flying back, crashing against the jagged rocks. Then, his vision blurs, blood trickling down his face. Despite the blood trickling down his face, he remains standing. "That which is founded on the element of wind," he declares, as blades of wind materialize around him. The air crackles as he unleashes his power, wind field. The wind field expands, energy radiating outwards. The wind field intensifies, slicing through the environment with razor-sharp precision. The wind field carves deep fissures into the earth. Compared to the flame field, it lacks power, he observes, bracing himself against the wind. He acknowledges the wind field's advantages: attack speed, high-speed movement, and sword aura. Last is that which is founded on the element of water, the text proclaims, introducing the final field. Now, the final field is revealed, the water field. The water field shimmers into existence, a cascade of blue energy in swirling currents. The water field explodes into existence, a torrent of blue energy in swirling currents filling the arena. The water field erupts around him, a swirling vortex of energy. It's used for both attack and defense. He's caught in the water field, falling headfirst into the swirling currents. The water field's power is revealed to be more than just offense, it also provides suppression and support. He plunges further into the water field, the swirling currents threatening to consume him. The water field is as variable as water itself, possessing a versatile and well-balanced strength. The force of the water field slams into him. He's sent hurtling backwards through the water field, struggling to maintain his grip on his sword. Slammed back, he grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. Damn it! Just what is this? He exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. He struggles to comprehend how he's being overpowered. Both my power and range should be greater, but... He struggles to his feet, still grasping his sword. What is this gap between us, he wonders, grappling with the overwhelming difference in power. He grits his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming force. Water seems to explode around him, but he still can't break free. The torrent of water slams into him, sending him spiraling downwards. Despite the crushing force, a strange realization dawns on him. Oh! Darkness engulfs everything. Yet, even as darkness closes in, a sinister grin spreads across his face. Ah! What was that for? A voice cries out from the darkness. You fool! That was the power of a waterfall, not of water, he booms from the darkness. Staggering back, he wonders, isn't it fine as long as I unleash the right attribute? Above him, his opponent remains composed, still wielding his sword. The unseen opponent continues, explaining, with the other fields, you need only manifest the right attribute and wield it with all your force for its power to come to life. Continuing his explanation, the opponent emphasizes, but just how many times do I have to tell you that the water field is all about fluidity? He adds, driving home the point, fluidity will trump strength, don't you understand? The opponent orders, now, again. Frustration mounts as the protagonist curses his own weakness, damn it. The protagonist questions the logic of the water field, demanding, what kind of bullshit are you spouting? How does fluidity win against strength? Clutching his head in frustration, he grits his teeth in anger. In the background, his opponent remains seated, a sword impaled through his back. A somber reflection washes over the scene. I submitted because I lacked the strength to fight back. I lost what was precious to me because I lacked the strength to protect. The somber reflection continues, in order to survive. In order to adhere to my convictions, in order to protect that which was precious to me. The words echo, fueling a burning resolve in his eyes. I sought nothing but strength my entire life, he declares, his face grim. However, a shift is coming. Now you're telling me that fluidity will win over strength, he asks, grappling with the concept. There's no way I could understand. A surge of water erupts, the force of impact almost tangible. The water crashes down, and his eyes widen, reflecting the intense power. The opponent's blade clashes against his, and he grits his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming force. Did I just not? Straining against his opponent's strength, he wonders, did I just nod off during our duel? Locked in the struggle, he thinks, did I just nod off during our duel? The clash sends water spraying as their blades meet. Well, he begins to say, as the water explodes around him. I did stop bothering trying to keep track after the 15th day, he admits, the water still swirling around him. He realizes, with growing dread, but it should have been at least a month since this insane duel started. The realization hits him hard, endlessly fighting without any food or rest. He now understands, infinite stamina isn't all-powerful after all. At least, he thinks, it isn't in front of a monster that overwhelms it. An ominous aura emanates from the monster, silencing the hero's thoughts. The monster unleashes a torrent of water, the force of which is depicted by a large onomatopoeic sound effect. The torrent intensifies, the force now represented by a deafening boom. Damn it, he curses, bracing himself against the monster's attack with his sword. The hero struggles against the onslaught, realizing, I can't put any strength into my arm now. The floor is slippery too. He realizes, struggling to maintain his footing amidst the monster's assault. His eyes widen as he struggles against the relentless assault, the sound of which filling the air. A blinding flash erupts, the force of the monster's attack overwhelming him. The landscape erupts in a cataclysmic explosion of light and debris. Only scattered debris remains. The hero braces against a torrent of water, unleashed by his elven opponent. He thinks to himself, I managed to parry that heavy attack. Despite the downpour, the hero grits his teeth, determination etched on his face. Fluidity will trump strength, a voice declares, as the hero braces himself, his opponent looming. Rain streams down his face as understanding dawns. Now I get it. The strength to grip one's sword, and the strength to remain standing, these are the keys to victory. After casting it all aside, a surge of power erupts around him. I've finally begun to understand Kaiser's words, he realizes, power swirling around him. The methods I've learned to control a blade's arc and strikes. He thinks, the words resonating with the power now surging through him. His grip tightens around the weapon, but chains constrict it. Do nothing but bind its freedom, the words echo ominously. Cut away these unnecessary shackles, he commands, the power surging around the chains that bind him. And just like how water flows, the voice continues, as the chains begin to shift and loosen. The chains, now glowing with power, begin to break apart. The chains shatter completely, the energy dispersing in a shower of light. He looks up, the last remnants of the shattered chains falling away. The message rings out, create your own path. A surge of blue energy erupts around him. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around him as he descends. The swirling energy coalesces into a blade of pure blue light, held firmly in his grasp as he descends. The descent continues, surrounded by a torrent of blue energy. That's right, I'm sure I've. He begins, a realization seemingly dawning. Felt something like this in my past life before, too. The realization solidifies. Surrounded, he faces multiple opponents, swords raised against him. When the line between my sword and myself blurred. He thinks, a new power awakening. His eyes widen, a surge of power coursing through him. Lightning crackles around him as his focus intensifies. And I felt as one with the world around me, he realizes, the newfound power resonating within him. Water swirls around him, the newfound connection manifesting in a torrent of power. At times, violent, a voice narrates as the torrent of water intensifies, engulfing both him and his opponent. The torrent explodes outward, water lashing out like a violent storm. The water explodes outward, leaving a blank canvas in its wake. At times, a voice echoes amidst the dispersing water. There is still room for improvement. The water calms, and the word refined appears. The masked figure stands tall, water swirling around him as he faces his opponent. Water continues to swirl around the figure as he prepares for the next strike. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his glowing eyes promising a brutal attack. That sinister grin widens, promising a brutal and merciless attack. The hero counters with a strike of his own, the clash of their blades creating a shockwave of energy. The clash of their blades erupts in a spray of energy. The hero lands heavily, water rippling around him. Below, his opponent is blasted backward by the force of the impact. Eyes gleaming with malice, he raises his sword, crackling with energy. Ready to strike, the hero's sword glows with power. His eyes burn with an intense light, a sign of the elemental power about to be unleashed. The hero's face contorts into a fierce grin, his power about to be unleashed through his blade. The words Waterfield materialize in glowing blue, signaling the activation of a powerful ability. The Waterfield ability erupts, filling the night sky with a brilliant, ethereal glow. The words Water's Edge appear, glowing with an eerie light. The Water's Edge ability manifests as a towering structure in the distance. The Water's Edge structure continues to rise, its scale dwarfing the surrounding landscape. The structure of Water's Edge now resembles a colossal, ornate wall stretching into the heavens. Bathed in golden light, the towering figure stands before a kneeling subordinate. The towering figure remains, his back turned, as the golden light intensifies around him. Magnificent, a voice booms, the single word resonating with power. Bathed in golden light, he hears the booming voice declare, "You are the successor to my teachings." Silence descends as a blinding light fills the chamber. Did I pass out, he wonders, the question hanging in the air after the blinding light. He lies on the ground, clutching his head. A ringing sound fills his ears. This is my second time losing consciousness, he thinks, recalling, the first time was during my duel with Duke. He looks up, blood dripping from his face. His opponent stands over him, a dark figure looming. The system warns that excessive skill use has resulted in fatigue surpassing the allowed amount. For the user's sake, consciousness will be forcefully shut down. He thinks the only difference is that, before, the system forced him to pass out due to draconian skills. He realizes this is the first time since his regression that he's passed out because he reached his body's physical limits. Kaiser, he wonders, his voice barely a whisper. He sits up, hand to his head, a wave of dizziness washing over him. The room is lit by a soft glow, revealing a massive, crystalline structure looming beside him. The camera pans up, revealing the room's ornate, but crumbling ceiling. The camera pulls back, revealing the extent of the damage. He stands amidst shattered debris, the ornate room around him crumbling. Amidst the destruction, a question echoes: did he return to the spirit realm? But a pressing question remains amidst the chaos: then what about the quest? Sitting amidst the rubble, he reflects, I feel like I managed to use Waterfield decently that last time. The sound of crackling energy fills the air as he pauses, a question mark hanging over his head. Suddenly, the air crackles with intense energy, a look of shock spreading across his face. Suddenly, system notifications appear: you have completed the linked quest, and your reward will be increased due to the time bonus. Right. Of course I'd succeed given how I worked myself to the bone, he exclaims. The system then announces the quest reward: Fairy Monarch's Tears, and 500 karma points. The system announces, you have completed the achievement quest, followed by the promise of 3 random skill cards. A time bonus. The system announces that his reward will be increased. In addition to the time bonus, the system grants him an elevation in administrator rights, 500 karma points, and 3 random boxes. With his elevation in administrator rights to intermediate administrator, the system announces that certain functions will be unlocked. The system then announces that the elementary level quest book has been upgraded to the intermediate level. In addition, an item hotkey slot has been unlocked. The system announces that the Minimap's portal transportation function has been unlocked. The system then announces that the administrator's soul has seen growth. The system relays that due to the soul's growth, the seal on Bahamut's heart has been partially unlocked. The system then updates the current seal percentage on Bahamut's heart, 90%. Zeke Draker's intermediate rank administrator status window appears, revealing his immortal class, Dragon Control Authority, and a divine body constitution with poison resistance. Notably, the incantation skill remains locked, requiring specific conditions to be met for its unlocking. The character observes, there sure are a lot. Whoa, he breathes, staring at the administrator status window. A thought bubble reveals his apprehension: reading through all of this is going to be a lot of work. Suddenly, a system message appears: due to the soul's growth, the seal on Bahamut's heart has been partially unlocked. First, let's look at the seal percentage, he says. The screen displays the current seal percentage, 90%. The system reveals that upon first absorbing Bahamut's heart, the seal was at 95%. Furthermore, the administrator's constitution will be modified to a divine body. However, a power the administrator cannot handle has been detected, and that power will be 95% compressed and sealed. A system message appears, stating that due to his rights as a heriter, he does not have the authority to access Tara Kendraker's seal. He then reveals that he immediately tried to unlock the seal at that time. However, the system blocked his attempt. A message then appears, stating, due to concerns regarding the administrator facing mental and physical harm from a power exceeding their abilities, this request has been rejected. He retorts, of course, I've directly faced a power I cannot handle, so I'm well aware of what it entails. Looking up, he sees a figure suspended in the air, surrounded by crackling energy. He realizes, this must mean that, given my current abilities, I can only handle 10% of it. He realizes that, whether it be incantation, which I couldn't unlock through points alone, something else is needed. Or draconic control, he concludes, the realization solidifying his understanding of the path ahead. A new thought strikes him: it might be related to the seal percentage. He decides, I'll have to keep an eye on this. He ponders the random boxes. The system announces his quest reward, an elevation in administrator rights, 500 karma points, and 3 random boxes. The promised random boxes appear before him, glowing with an otherworldly light. One of the boxes reveals its contents: boots forged from meteoric iron. A note indicates that equipping a full set of meteoric iron will activate a special property. Shin guards and gauntlets materialize, completing the lower body armor set. The description highlights its meteoric iron composition, noting that a special property will activate upon equipping the full set. Earrings delicately made from crystals appear. The description notes a 15% improvement to the user's mana recovery speed. A special note suggests they look nice when paired with a red dress. A sly grin spreads across his face as he holds up the crystal earrings. I bet I could sell this to a mage for a good price. He also managed to acquire boots and lower body armor to match the gauntlets. He's confident that it won't be long before he completes the entire set. And he begins to say, hinting at even more progress. The random skill cards. He reveals what he was referring to. He stares intently at the random skill cards, their potential still a mystery. I guess, judging by the name, it contains a skill, he muses, still unsure of their true potential. A chime rings out as the screen announces, opening the random skill cards. A soft glow fills the space as the cards are revealed. With a burst of light and a celebratory sound, 3 skill cards appear, each marked with a question mark. He gains 2 new skills: Static Discharge, which allows him to generate electricity for an electric shock through touch, and Flashbang. Both are rank C. He's also granted the Flashbang skill, a C-rank ability that shoots condensed energy, exploding into a blinding light. Dissonance, another C-rank skill, is also registered, generating an unpleasant sound to interfere with a target's hearing. They're all rank C. He realizes, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Still, he muses, well, if I can get high-ranked skills for free, then there'd be no point to all the hard work I've. The system then announces the activation of the skill, Static Discharge. The blade crackles with electricity, the Static Discharge skill now active. The electricity intensifies, and he questions, this is rank C? The electricity crackles intensely around his hands. He's clearly surprised by the power, questioning, this is rank C? A sinister grin spreads across his face as he observes the blade crackling with electricity. The power is alright considering its rank, and I can use it in several ways. His eyes narrow, a sinister plan forming. If I use Flashbang and Dissonance together. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, then I'm sure I'll be able to produce something that surpasses the effect of the artifact I used during the Grade Advancement exam. He also believes he's unlocked more system functions by raising his administrator level. Found it, he declares, pointing upwards. The system displays a new function, Item Hotkey Slot, use items in the slot just like a skill. 3 empty slots appear, ready to be filled. The hero considers the new system function. I'm sure it'll come in handy in an emergency, he muses, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. But since I have Healing Factor and Infinite. He continues, his words trailing off. Stamina, I wouldn't need any healing potions, he realizes. A new thought strikes him, what should I put in it? His finger hovers over the interface, considering his options. But then, a thought stops him. No, wait. The skills that he thought would be all-powerful, each had their own disadvantages. The figure stands, sword held high, a single glowing eye piercing the darkness. Despite the odds, he acknowledges, there is no guarantee that I'll never encounter another skilled opponent like Kaiser that can't be managed with infinite stamina. Kneeling amidst fallen swords and bodies, he admits, although overwhelming, I haven't been able to confirm the limits of Healing Factor yet either. The screen flashes to white, displaying the words, Murphy's Law. The screen then flashes, revealing the words, Murphy's Law is a thing, after all. A finger presses down on the glowing blue screen, activating something. A top-grade healing potion, Salvation, has been purchased. However, his current karma points have decreased from 1465 to 1115. The potion is then registered to an item hotkey slot. The item, Salvation, is described as a masterpiece, capable of instantly recovering mortal wounds and stamina. Furthermore, it is noted that anyone who has taken it before will not be affected by it again, and it possesses an unknown effect. It was an unexpected expense, but it has to be this good, he thinks, staring at the item slot grid. Or it wouldn't work as a replacement for infinite stamina or healing factor. He grips the reward tightly, thinking, finally, the most important reward. The reward is revealed, the Fairy Monarch's tears. The reward is revealed to be the Fairy Monarch's tears, said to have been spilled after the hero King Kaiser was lost to an evil mage's conspiracy. They can be used exactly once as a medium to summon the Fairy Monarch from the spirit realm. Holding the vial, he stares in disbelief. It can summon the Fairy Monarch, he exclaims, his eyes wide with surprise. The text booms, revealing that the Fairy Monarch appears in legends as an. The text continues, describing her as an existence that grants humans wishes. If the legends of Kaiser are true. He considers the legends, his brow furrowed in thought. A small, blue gem glints in his other hand. The question hangs in the air, then could it be that summoning the Fairy Monarch would lead to a wish being granted? He realizes, however, that he can only use it once. The Fairy Monarch's tears, it is said, were spilled after the hero King Kaiser fell to an evil mage's conspiracy. They can be used exactly once as a medium to summon the Fairy Monarch from the spirit realm. I can't afford to test it out, he concludes. He stares intently at the Fairy Monarch's tears, its intricate design reflecting in his eye. He decides, I'll hold off on it for now. The Fairy Monarch's tears, glowing faintly, remain in his grasp. He believes, I'm sure that as long as I'm holding on to it, the time to use it will come. He walks towards the light, the ruined floor a testament to the battle that has just occurred. The floor continues to show the destruction from the previous battle. He emerges from the darkness into what appears to be a forest. Sunlight streams through the trees. A magical circle blows on the forest floor. A surge of energy erupts around him, the force of it nearly knocking him off his feet. Dust and debris swirl around him as the magical circle activates. The magical circle now fully activated, he utters, this is an adventurer's outpost. I really was transported. The realization dawns on him as he surveys the unfamiliar surroundings. So this is the new system portal transportation function, he muses. Isn't that something? The system prompts him, will you use the system portal transportation function? It then clarifies, please pick a destination to be transported to. Current location, Argos Kingdom's 8th Adventurer Outpost. He realizes, as long as I pick a destination from the minimap, I'll be able to move to it immediately. The system displays a new option, Home of Kaiser, but it requires 150 points. However, the system also shows Argos Kingdom's 8th Adventurer Outpost, which requires 0 points. Other than the required points increasing. A thought bubble reads. With distance, there are no restrictions, the thought continues. So as long as I have the points, I can travel freely within the continent, he realizes. Not only does it make travel easy, I can also conceal my whereabouts. This realization could prove invaluable. He clasps his hands together, a determined glint in his eyes. This will be useful in my plans from here on. The hero's coat shifts as he moves forward, the magical grid beside him shimmering with potential. He pauses, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He wonders aloud. He stops amidst the trees, a question forming in his mind. Why are there flowers in winter? He continues forward, deeper into the strange forest. The landscape opens up, revealing snow-capped mountains in the distance. There's no way, right, he wonders aloud. The forest gives way to a vast plaza, revealing a sprawling academy campus. The sign declares this is Central Continent Top Night Nurturing Facility, Valhalla. Inside Valhalla, a voice booms, in the 10 years I've been a dean. I've never seen a case like yours, the voice continues, as a pair of hands carefully trims a bonsai tree. The dean remarks on the unusual case of a freshman arriving a month late. I didn't think I'd be locked in there for a whole month, the student replies. The student explains that he received an entrance guide and a letter of recommendation upon arrival. It turns out there was a clause stating that upon failure to participate in the entrance ceremony, the dean has authority regarding entrance into the school. The student's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Entering next year would be too late. The student realizes what's at stake. I need to get into Tarakan's secret library. He resolves to use any means necessary to persuade the dean. Dean, the truth is. The student continues, admitting, I had completely lost myself in a state of unity while training in order to make up for what I lack, and I'd lost consciousness for a long period of time. A sharp thwack echoes as something is struck. A ringed hand strikes a table with a sharp thwack. Unity, he questions, then continues, his voice laced with disdain, is that all you could come up with in order to think up an excuse for missing the entrance? Valhalla Dean Flaubert Borges's name is displayed as he glares intensely, one eye glowing with an eerie light. Flaubert Borges's name is prominently displayed, solidifying his presence. Flaubert Borges stands in profile, a knight renowned across the land. Behind him, a ghostly squadron of soldiers stands ready. Hailing from the kingdom of Thebia, Flaubert Borges is known across the entire continent as a member of the Royal Guard and its long tradition. The tale of how Arthur Draker, the current patriarch, visited Flaubert 3 times to ask him to be dean is still told 10 years later. Flaubert clicks his tongue, knowing that forcing the issue will only backfire. He is someone who highly values honor and order. Flaubert realizes he needs to make an emotional argument. Bowing deeply, he states, I have no excuses whatsoever for my absence. That is the truth, Dean. A beat of silence hangs in the air as Flaubert awaits Dean's response. A tense silence follows, broken only by the Dean clearing his throat. The Dean's words hang heavy in the air, unity is not easily achieved. The Dean continues, his words directed at someone specific, if you were any other cadet, I would have dismissed it as absurd. The Dean continues, revealing the reason for his leniency, but you received a letter of recommendation from the Academy's Dean. I will arrange a place for you. The Dean lays out the condition for enrollment, if your month-long training is determined to have been worth more than a month at Valhalla, then I will permit your enrollment. Despite his gratitude, the figure thinks, it's annoying that things worked out thanks to that damned Howard. He then says aloud, thank you, Dean. Despite his outward show of gratitude, he thinks, but beggars can't be choosers. Despite his polite words, he harbors resentment, thinking, I'll pay him back later. He slams his hand down on the counter, a bell ringing out. Yes, Dean, a voice calls out. The figure stands in the doorway, awaiting instructions. From above, the order rings out, reserve an empty training room this instant, and tell the full professors of each department that there will be an extra entrance exam, so they must gather immediately, the voice concludes. The unseen recipient of the order confirms, understood. The lone figure stands in the center of a vast, tiled platform. In the distance, other figures stand guard around a long table where shadowy figures sit. The figure stands alone in the Valhalla Cadet individual training room. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he thinks, perhaps it's because it's Valhalla. His thoughts continue, but all of the Valhalla cadets are like this. His thoughts continue, revealing his surprise. The professors are renowned knights that I've seen in the continent's news at least once. The figure begins to speak, now then, since everyone is here. The figure begins to speak, stating, now then, since everyone is here. Show us the fruits of the training you claim to have undertaken. The figure's words hang heavy in the air, a challenge laid bare. The figure's intense gaze pierces through the shadows, his hands clasped tightly as he awaits their response. Inside an ornate hall, 3 figures stand in attendance. The first, a blond man with a stern expression, clasps his hands before him. A figure in military attire contemplates his next move. What should I show them, he muses, a hint of calculation in his eyes. A miniature version of the man in military attire appears, wielding a massive sword. It's not like I could show. The figure says, the sentence unfinished. Them elemental sword. The miniature figure's words trail off, leaving the audience in suspense. His gaze hardens, the miniature figure now clad in golden armor. A surge of energy emanates from him. What intense pressure, a voice remarks, the sheer force bearing down. He realizes they are the people training the greatest knights on the continent, so they wouldn't even blink an eye. The voice continues, dismissive of any old technique. Then, a sinister grin spreads across his face, illuminated by an eerie blue light. He declares, "I guess I'll have to show them just a bit of what I'm really capable of." His power surges, a blinding blue aura erupting around him as he prepares to unleash his true abilities. The blue aura intensifies, crackling with energy as he prepares to unleash his full power. My word," he exclaims, the blue energy intensifying around him as he grips his weapon. His eyes widen in disbelief. "That's..." He begins, the blue energy crackling even more intensely around him. His realization hits him hard. "That's Aura Blade, isn't it?" he shouts, the question hanging in the air. The blue energy intensifies, solidifying into a massive blade in his hands. The Aura Blade shimmers, poised to strike. Whispers ripple through the crowd as one man exclaims, "He's reached the level of a Blue Knight at the age of 15. Another questions, "Wasn't the previous youngest record Cerebral at the age of 19? The crowd's excitement grows as someone shouts, "He could be a Golden Awakener." Despite the crowd's awe, a frustrated voice cuts through the noise, "Damn it." The frustrated voice continues, dismissing the crowd's excitement, "How you should think of Aura. It's a petty trick used by the weak." The figure continues, reflecting on his past, after facing only Kaiser for so many months. He grips the glowing blade, realizing, "I'd completely forgotten how to hold back my aura." Still, it's a relief that. One of the onlookers begins to say, seemingly relieved by the recent turn of events. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, "They only think of me as being at the level of a Blue Knight." Before meeting, the scene declares, as he recalls, "Kaiser, my aura was at the level of a Blue Knight. However, by learning Elemental Sword, including Waterfield," he continues, recalling his past training. He recalls that by learning Elemental Sword, including Waterfield, his power increased. He remembers that my aura also broke through to a whole new level. He also recalls, "And I'd managed to reach the next level of Red Knight." The key difference between the two, he remembers, lies in the usage of Aura Blade. Aura Blade, he recalls, is a technique that wraps a sword in a thin, sharp layer of aura to optimize deadliness. He recalls that a Blue Knight would only be capable of manifesting and maintaining it. A Red Knight, however, the narration reveals, as the figure is shown wielding the Aura Blade technique. The narration continues, revealing that a Red Knight would be capable of changing its form freely while maintaining its deadliness. "It's a relief," a voice says. "It's a relief that I stopped at merely using Aura Blade," he admits, acknowledging that things could have gotten much more annoying otherwise. "Incredible," a voice booms out. A sudden exclamation breaks the silence. His eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The man smiles, pleased with the results. "You've shown results that are incomparable to spending a month at Valhalla. If it was for the sake of such a precious awakening." The man continues, stating that he would have been fine with being late several more years for such an awakening. He's acting like a completely different person. Someone observes, beads of sweat forming. He interrupts, "No, Dean," before apologizing once again for missing the entrance ceremony due to his own incompetence. Once more, he apologizes, saying, "I would like to apologize once again for missing the entrance ceremony due to my own incompetence." From the dais, a voice booms, "What do you all think? Do any oppose Zeke's entrance?" Those in attendance appear nervous. A voice thinks to themselves, "He really is unbelievably indulgent towards talented students." The response is unanimous, "We do not." Such a clear manifestation of Aura Blade is rare, even among active knights. The man confidently states, "That's right. We don't need to see anything else." He confidently declares, "It is as they say." His words seem to carry the weight of finality. Suddenly, a message appears, "Congratulations on your enrollment." A slight smirk plays on his lips as the message confirms his success. The message displays his name, Zeke Draker. The message reveals the location, Midland Atlas, a city the size of a kingdom in the center of Midland. It's revealed that this is where Valhalla, the facility training the continent's greatest knights, and the Drakers for Seasons Fortress are located. The Drakers' first season's fortress, home to their patriarch and key figures, is revealed to be their true main castle. A resounding crash echoes as someone stomps down. The Drakers' fortress looms, adorned with elaborate carvings and statues. He gazes up at the fortress, a single thought echoing in his mind: how imposing. A guttural cry pierces the air. The cry echoes. The sound carries across the city, its towering walls and intricate architecture now visible. The camera pulls back to reveal the source of the sound: Atlas Zeke's personal mansion. A gloved hand grips a golden pillar with a resounding clang. His grip tightens on the pillar, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he thinks, even if I've got a black card now, isn't this just too much? The double doors swing open, revealing a blinding light from within. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes. Confetti rains down as he enters, a look of surprise etched on his face. The confetti continues to fall as a booming voice congratulates him: "Congratulations on your entrance to Valhalla." "Master," he wonders aloud, spotting Instructor Andre also in attendance. The clownish figure grins widely, blowing a party horn. Instructor Andre, also dressed as a clown, stands nearby holding a party favor. The clownish Instructor Andre pats him on the back, chuckling, "You really are incredible, my disciple." It's apparently the first time anyone has missed the Valhalla entrance ceremony. Instructor Andre, still grinning widely in his clown getup, announces, "Well then, since the star of the show's arrived, how about we get started?" A gloved fist clenches. "Ha! What?" the protagonist wonders, clearly confused. After arriving at the mansion in Atlas, the protagonist finds himself surrounded by partygoers, confetti raining down around him. It turns out Duke and Andre had prepared a surprise enrollment celebration party for him. At the table, he wonders aloud, "I was wondering why people that should have been at the academy were at Atlas." It turns out Duke was called back to the Four Seasons fortress by the patriarch. It had been a month since he'd decided to be a housekeeper at the mansion. And, as for Andre's voice announces, "I've entered Valhalla as an assistant professor. Sorry, but I'll be imposing on you." Clearing his throat, Andre's face flushes red as he thinks, "It seems like he followed me here." The scene descends into chaos as he sits on his throne, now flanked by clown-masked figures pouring drinks. Their laughter echoes around him. An enraged voice booms, "Why did you guys leave me, the owner of the mansion, out of this discussion and decide it on your own?" Suddenly, an enraged voice cuts through the revelry. "Why did you guys leave me, the owner of the mansion, out of this discussion and decide it on your own?" The camera focuses on the floor, littered with spilled food and an overturned bottle. The aftermath of the outburst is clear: two figures lie sprawled amidst the remnants of a ruined feast. Bottles litter the floor, some overturned, their contents spilled across the ornate rug. A stack of plates, marred with remnants of food, completes the scene of disarray. The moon hangs high in the sky, viewed through the bars of what appears to be a massive window. A grand chandelier hangs above, illuminating the room with a soft, golden glow. The tavern bustles with activity, patrons drinking and conversing beneath the warm glow of the chandelier. A coin clatters onto the counter. "One beer," he requests. "And?" The bartender begins, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he looks down at the counter. "And," the bartender starts, before the man interrupts, "I'd like to meet K. The request hangs in the air, unanswered. Suddenly, the floor gives way beneath them. They plummet downwards, weapons still clutched tightly. A sinister smile spreads across his face as the floor collapses. The descent continues, accompanied by a resounding crash. He gazes downward, his hand now glowing with a strange, fiery emblem. "What, you want to go?" he asks, his tone laced with challenge. A surge of power emanates from him. The man draws his sword, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he hears someone whisper, "D. Draker." A collective hush falls over the tavern as patrons murmur amongst themselves. Stammering, the man offers his apologies. "I should have stopped them, but..." A bottle is uncorked with a sharp thunk. With a smile, the man offers, "I will guide you to the branch manager." The hooded figure remains silent as the man prepares to lead the way. The hooded figure follows the man down a long corridor, torches illuminating the path ahead. As the hooded figure continues down the corridor, a thought surfaces, a secret door and a second and third layer of security magic. How very much like K. The hooded figure continues deeper into the corridor, the thought echoing in their mind, my regression. It was said that there were two groups that could have been called the greatest intelligence organizations on the continent. The two greatest intelligence organizations on the continent were known as Draker's Order of the Black Knights and the Rome Empire's Intelligence Bureau. However, there exists another organization, one not well known among the people. That organization is called Syndicate. The Syndicate, unlike the other organizations, began as a simple gathering of smugglers. But after Kay joined the Syndicate, she used their smuggling network as the foundation to form an intelligence network. Before my regression, he thinks, around this time, I would have been chased out of the academy and would have ended up with McCain. He reflects on his past, thinking, I did everything I could to survive and clawed my way up as one of their hitmen. He remembers when the branch manager, Kay, came looking for him. It was with a commission to clean up an important transportation route. Kay wanted to expand the transportation routes they'd secured. Her goal was to grow the Syndicate into an intelligence organization that could compete with the Black Order and the Information Bureau. Through Kay's tenacity and talents, she managed to turn the Syndicate into his own. Stolen from me by the Empire. She thinks, lying prone in the snow. A cloaked figure offers Kay a document. Here, he says, this is information on the artifact the Emperor is after. A close-up reveals Kay's face, marred with cuts and bandages. Be careful, he's warned. It won't be easy. Kay actively cooperated with his revenge. She claimed it was simply her way of paying him back for helping grow Syndicate become what it was. But without her, he admits, I would never have gotten my hands on that artifact and I wouldn't be here now. Above, the words information is a weapon appear. He knocks on the heavy stone door, waiting for a response. Just like what Abel saw during the blessing rite, you never know how the future will change. The words echo, hinting at the unpredictable path ahead. His footsteps echo as he walks, confident that my abilities are excellent. He believes that maintaining a good relationship through this deal, it'll be a boon for me going forward. He approaches the figure waiting at the table, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the dilapidated chamber. SFX, thump. A match is struck, igniting a small flame near a closed book. A chilling declaration echoes through the room, Kay's tastes are the same as ever. The hooded figure holds the lit match, its small flame illuminating his masked face and glowing purple eyes. The match flares to life as she lights what appears to be a cigarette. A snap echoes through the large, empty room, lit only by a single overhead lamp. So, she begins, the word hanging in the air. White as the rising star of the Draker family. She begins to ask, her expression unreadable. Want to be a subordinate of mine, she finishes, a smirk playing on her lips. She leans forward, her gloved hand resting on the table. Want to meet with me, she asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. A sharp blade gleams, held aloft, as a voice demands, don't beat around the bush, and tell me the key points. The perspective shifts, revealing the vast distance between them and the ground below. The voice continues, stating, I want to open up trade with the Syndicate, he finishes, his expression unreadable beneath the hood. The woman across from him considers the offer, cigarette dangling from her lips. She hums, clearly weighing the possibilities. Her thoughts drift to a question, for what reason does the prodigy who reached the level of blue at the age of 15, the high and noble pure-blooded awakened of the Draker family, need to make a deal with a criminal organization like the Syndicate, she finally asks, the question hanging in the air. She must already be aware, a voice declares, cutting through the silence. With a sharp gaze, he notes, she must already be aware of what happened in Valhalla. That's impressive. The voice continues, stating, seeing as you're playing games, it looks like you're not up to the idea. The figure, shrouded in a hooded cloak, responds, seeing as you're playing games, it looks like you're not up to the idea. The hooded figure, now revealed to be a woman with crimson hair, coolly suggests, why don't you make a decision after you see what I have? A pair of glittering, emerald earrings are presented. What secrets do they hold? Earrings, a thought bubble questions. They're not just earrings, it's an artifact, a voice declares. An intriguing suggestion follows, try them on. You might be surprised. A pregnant pause follows the suggestion, her expression unreadable. A moment of contemplation passes. Do they enhance mana recovery or something? She wonders aloud, considering the artifact's potential. Leaning back, she closes her eyes, a cigarette between her lips. The hooded figure watches silently from behind. A sigh escapes her lips. Unfortunate, but those are common enough. She mutters. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as lightning crackles around her. A sharp crack echoes as a sword shatters. WWWH what, she stutters, disbelief evident in her voice. WH what is this, she exclaims, eyes wide with shock. My recovery rate improved by 10%, no, maybe. The text reveals the artifact's mana recovery improvement is about 1%. Even the impressive ones are only at about 3%, but hers is even 15%. She stares at the floating artifacts, disbelief growing. There's no way I wouldn't know about something like this on the market. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she considers the implications. Either he has a route that I don't know about, or he managed to get his hands on this on his own. Her eyes narrow, focusing on the figure before her. This guy. She mutters, suspicion evident in her tone. A smug grin spreads across his face as he asks, "Are you down to talk now?" Confusion mounts as the question rings out, "Who the hell is he?" A new piece of information surfaces. You can open up a new account using the sealed personal statement you got. The message continues, instructing him, "Since I already requested a representative, all you need to do is go to the Atlas Northern Bank and take care of the items." The message reveals the reason. He wanted to work with me to sell unknown artifacts on his behalf. The message details the terms, 10% for each item sold, and an additional bonus for every 10,000 that we sell. The message concludes, "This is the upper limit of the type of deal I had in mind." The message ends, but then a new thought bubbles up, also, this guy. The woman's thoughts drift back to the man in question. He's already aware that I'm a magician. Her thoughts crystallize, he must have access to information. The response comes, "I agree with these terms." With a thump, the document is placed on the table. "Good luck to both of us, young master," the voice says, sealing the deal. A wave goodbye is given, a sealed envelope clutched in her hand. "You're going to need it," she says, a hint of knowing in her voice. But the young master has a question of his own. "Oh, I have one question I want to ask." What could he possibly want to know? A sinister smile plays on his lips as he asks, "Is your ghost ship okay?" Suddenly, the sound of something shattering fills the air. Her eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing her face as the shattering sound echoes. The source of the shattering sound is revealed. A structure of metallic blocks collapses into the darkness. The collapse reveals shadowy figures with glowing red eyes advancing. "Where did you hear about that?" a voice demands, the question hanging in the air as the shadowy figures advance. "I'm just asking, why are you so?" The voice continues, the question unfinished. The hooded figure throws his arms wide, a chilling laugh erupting. "I'm just asking, why are you so on edge?" he finishes, his smile unsettling. The hooded figure's words hang in the air, a chilling invitation. "It's okay to threaten me," he states, the implication heavy. The hooded figure's taunt continues, a question hanging heavy in the air, "But are you sure you can handle the aftermath?" A sinister grin spreads across his face, the single glowing eye promising untold consequences. A surge of dark energy erupts, followed by a burst of intense flames. The flames engulf her, but her eyes remain open, defiant even in the face of such power. The flames continue to rage, but she remains standing, her gaze unwavering despite the inferno. The flames still burn, but now a dark figure emerges from them, looming over her. The dark figure is joined by others, all standing in what appears to be a large room filled with crates. "Damn it," she exclaims, sweat dripping down her face. "I don't have enough info." A realization hits her. Zeke Draker is the youngest Blue Knight? No, that's not right. She realizes that even the entire syndicate attacking him wouldn't be enough. A voice then suggests, why don't we move locations, partner? The hooded figure reaches out, his hand adorned with a glowing golden tattoo. We would stand no chance against him, a voice declares, filled with dread. The sign reads, Syndicate Atlas Branch Office of Branch Manager. Inside the Syndicate Atlas Branch Office, the branch manager sits at her desk. A subordinate stands before her, awaiting instructions. The document before them is revealed to be a contract of oath. The man holds up the contract, a smirk playing on his lips. Such a common item for a magician to use. The contract of oath fills the view, its significance hanging heavy in the air. The contract of oath, it's explained, is a common tool used by magicians to ensure the integrity of deals. A signature is etched onto the contract, written in blood. It's explained that using your own blood as ink, although a simple method, the effects of it are undeniable. The terms of the contract are laid out. Once the deal is signed, each side of the contract will have a seal appear on their arms. The contract's deadly terms are revealed. If someone were to harm the other party, they would lose their life. However, the contract has a loophole, although the seal would disappear if methods such as assassinations or betrayals were to be used. A bag of money is offered, while a hand reaches out, seemingly accepting the deal amidst a sinister, red aura. It would result in an unending restriction, making things difficult. It's a relief that you know. Hurry up and sign it then, he says with a sinister smile. He retorts, doesn't it make sense that I would want insurance in case something were to happen? There's no way of knowing if you'll just change your mind and end up killing me. You're right, he concedes, the tension still thick in the air. What will he do now? A sinister smile plays on his lips as he tests the blade's edge against his thumb, drawing blood. The quill scratches furiously across the parchment, leaving a trail of red ink in its wake. A complex magic circle glows with ominous red light, its power building. The magic circle intensifies, bathing the room in a crimson glow as the man below smirks, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Confident in his power, he declares, if I can earn your trust with just this, I'm fine with signing as many contracts as you'd like. The crimson light intensifies, swirling with arcane energy. His fist clenches as arcane symbols glow brightly on his arm. The arcane symbols blaze as he prepares to strike. The arcane symbols still blazing, he pauses, a new declaration hanging in the air. All right, now that we've officially become partners. Let's start with the contract. She leans back in her chair, the deal now sealed. Leaning back, he suggests, why don't we continue our conversation? He then asks if she's the one using his ghost ship to distribute Soma from Marken. SFX, thump. She laughs, her hand resting on her head. I don't know how you're aware of my boat, but... She begins to say, lying on the desk. A figure stands silhouetted against the smoky sky, the glowing MC emblem emblazoned on the back of their coat. She confirms, you're right, I'm using it for distributing Soma from Marken. Fields of plants stretch into the distance. Soma, a drug now banned within the kingdom, thrives in the southern continent after the kingdom's fall. He reflects, it must be because of the message from the transcendent household. He sits, his feet adorned with golden decorations. A sly smile plays on her lips as she states, yes, even if it's from Marken. With a cigarette between her fingers, she adds, I'm sure they would want to avoid conflict with the transcendent household. It's revealed that the only land route connecting the continent's central and southern regions is a desert region under the control of the transcendent household, Ishtar. However, just a few years ago, Ishtar denied entry to any and all outsiders. As such, trade with the south has been completely restricted. With the land routes closed and most of the sea routes under the control of Pabella, the decision was made to take advantage of the syndicate's sea routes. With a match in hand, she lights a cigarette, a puff of smoke rising as she contemplates the syndicate's sea routes. As she considers the syndicate's sea routes, she acknowledges, well, I'm just grateful we have a clientele willing to pay the price. Marken and Pabella are named. Two criminal organizations currently control the lawless southern region, using the Central Forest as their dividing line. Marken controls the northern part, and Pabella the south. Although Marken took advantage of the land routes to distribute Soma, Pabella seems to be unimpressed. With no access to the land routes, Pabella had no choice but to develop new sea routes. However, with Ishtar closing their doors, a new problem arises. Markin is now forced to look for new sea routes. But by then, Pabella already had full control of the seas. Pabella's fleet now dominates the seas, their sails catching the light. That's not important, though. How did you learn about my ghost ship? Pabella demands to know. Silence hangs heavy as Pabella lights a cigarette, her gaze unwavering. The syndicate's ghost ship cuts through the water. To avoid unwanted attention, they cast an invisibility spell on the entire boat. Because they can evade both pirates and the Navy, the syndicate's ghost ship has become a key source of their revenue. And a resource they try to keep a secret to this day. Smirking, he thinks, since I can't say that I learned about this in the past, is an information broker asking for information? A voice interrupts his thoughts, asking, shouldn't you be focused on the Pabella's offer? A stunned silence follows the question. Stammering, the voice continues, you're right, the Pabella offered double what we currently negotiated with Markin, all in return for cutting off trade relations with them. We're still looking into it, the voice admits, followed by a firm, reject their offer. Since the syndicate could use this to slow down both the Pabella and Markin, she explains, I'm sure they're going to think hard about the offer. The voice continues, warning, if you cut ties with Markin, you lose an important client for Soma. However, the voice begins, a dangerous glint in their eyes. What if I told you the Pabella were pirates defeated by the Knight of White Silver? There's no way, a voice erupts. The Pabella is known for keeping true to principles. They're different from those stupid pirates. With a dismissive shrug, he retorts, it's all just for show. His gaze intensifies as he begins to reveal, the true purpose of the Pabella is trying to find your hidden treasure, the syndicate's hidden sea route. She scoffs, explaining, unlike the Markin, who want to keep the goose that lays golden eggs alive. She continues, if they were to learn about the ghost ship, I'm sure they would bombard it with attacks. The southern pirates and the Pabella are supposed to be two separate entities, she states. An unseen listener slams their fist down, retorting, how can you say that? A gloved hand slams down, the unseen figure demanding, look, Kay. Shouldn't you be paying for information first? A demand echoes, all I want is this one simple thing. The unseen figure presses their demand, get me to Don Juan. The man smirks, revealing himself to be the boss of the Markin. The boss of the Markin sweetens the deal, promising, if you do, I can make you the boss of the syndicate. The boss of the Markin leans forward, her expression unreadable. Under the pale moonlight, the city sleeps, unaware of the deal being struck. The camera pans out, revealing the Markin headquarters bathed in a cool, blue light. Footsteps echo through the courtyard as a lone figure in a hooded cloak walks across the rooftop. Although Kay's network of information is impressive, it's not enough. The hooded figure continues their trek, their footsteps echoing in the night. In the past, the fastest way of gaining access to the syndicate's information. The narration begins. Was to even the playing field and... The narration continues, the speaker now revealed as a shadowy figure in a fedora and trench coat. They tended to absorb any organizations along the way. A cloaked figure walks down a deserted street, buildings looming on either side. Just you wait, the ominous words echo, promising future conflict. Above the overflowing ashtray, the name Don Juan looms. The words, the small flame that appear, hinting at a new beginning. I started today. She declares, a plume of smoke curling from the cigarette between her gloved fingers. Standing on a high balcony, the man surveys the grounds below. His ornate uniform suggests a position of authority within this place. According to the dean, if I wait here, a guide will come to get me, but... He thinks, glancing around the grounds with a slight frown. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Yo! The voice continues, asking, any chance you're Zeke, the guy Dean mentioned? The figure's ornate uniform comes into view, adorned with gold epaulets. The man's fist clenches as he declares, here. A sinister grin spreads across his face. But a question mark hangs in the air. What could this mean? Hey. Guess you've got a long way to go for that academy blood to get out of your system, bro, taunts a voice. The man smirks, his gaze condescending. He pauses, seemingly waiting for a reaction. He then asks, "Are you the guide that the dean sent?" He snaps his fingers, the sound sharp and dismissive. The question hangs in the air, "Are you the guide that the dean sent?" The guide retorts, "Hey! What's with the tone, man?" The guide continues, telling him not to be stuck up. "Let's be a little more lax." He then declares that he is the guide personally assigned by the dean to show him every nook and cranny of Valhalla. An annoyed thought surfaces, he just keeps on yapping, huh? The guide then suddenly remembers, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself." Suddenly, the guide shouts, "I'm Diego." Diego continues his introduction, proclaiming, "I'm an evangelist of New Age fusion music of Southern traditional percussion and central melodies." Diego's eyes roll back in his head, a green halo appearing above him. Diego continues, introducing himself as, "That's me, Diego Villa. Let's get along, bro." Diego's voice echoes, "Yeah. Let's get along, Diego." The protagonist's gaze sharpens, a question forming in his mind as he stares at Diego. A strange aura emanates from Diego, a subtle shift that doesn't go unnoticed. Diego smirks, "Oh, looks like you're starting to warm up to me, ain't you, bro?" A cool reply comes, "That depends on my mood." Suddenly, an announcement booms, "Diego Villa, the metered knight." The announcement is followed by a thought, "I didn't think I'd get to meet a man destined to be known as one of the 5 divine knights." The narration clarifies, the 5 divine knights earned their title for their pivotal roles during the Continental War. The names of 3 of the 5 divine knights are revealed: Bishop Kastek, the Silent Knight, Jeffrick Salma, the Haze Knight, and Asta Elidopel, the Illusory Knight. Reyna Draker, the Lightning Knight, is revealed, poised for battle. And finally, Diego Villa, the metered knight, is revealed, his weapon ready. Diego Villa suddenly recalls something. "Now that I think about it, wasn't there talk about how all 5 divine knights were Valhalla alumni?" He'll have to confirm whether or not this is true. As he walks, he thinks, "If all goes well, I'll be able to strengthen my influence quickly." Then, aloud, he suggests, "Now I'm a little hungry from all this walking. How about some southern cuisine, bro?" "I don't have any good memories of it," he says, referring to southern cuisine. His companion retorts that it's because he hasn't had proper southern food, suggesting there's a place he knows. They arrive at their destination, the walls of pale yellow. The title card appears, Dragonslayer's Peerless Regression. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he eyes the overflowing wrap in his hands. "This is good," he declares, savoring the taste. From across the table, a voice replies, "Of course it is, bro. This Valhalla-only shark dragon food is something even I, a southern native, acknowledge," he exclaims, clearly impressed. The voice continues, declaring, "Yeah, it's great. Better than what you can find in the South." "Huh? Have you been to the South?" he asks, surprised. The other replies, "I've just heard a bit about it." He then asks how someone from the South ended up coming to Valhalla. He laughs, explaining, "That's a real long story, but my mom and pops are the rulers of a small kingdom in the South, you know what I'm saying?" The revelation hits, so the metered knight is Southern royalty? The Southern continent, it turns out, is a coalition of smaller kingdoms with the Cusco kingdom at its center. The central continent suffered a different fate. The Cusco kingdom collapsed after a civil war. Holding a cup, the prince proclaims, simply put, "I'm a prince. I'm a real somebody, you know what I'm saying?" The prince's words are met with disdain. That's why, honestly, that doesn't really matter at this point. He thinks, adding, "But I can't believe royalty this undignified exists." Anyway, there are some really stuck-up old farts that insist the royal family's traditional twin swordsmanship must be carried on, the voice reveals. The swordsman continues, stating, "And because I was such a prodigy with the twin swords, I ended up getting sent to Valhalla." The swordsman winks, declaring, "Well, not that I care about swordsmanship. I'm gonna pursue music." A sudden question arises, then what of the people expecting great things of you? The swordsman, ever enthusiastic, suggests, "By the way, why don't you join the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club too?" The group moves down the hall, their formal attire suggesting an important destination. Entering the grand lecture hall, one of them wonders aloud, "Is it okay to enter the upperclassmen lectures like this?" Another responds, "You really gotta get the academy out of you. Valhalla's all about freedom. Anything and everything is allowed for the sake of learning." The student continues, emphasizing Valhalla's open policy: if there's a lecture you want to listen to, then you can go wherever you want. He continues, declaring, "And today's special lecture isn't any old lesson, bro." The student excitedly shares, "I heard rumors that there was something huge prepared for this." Meanwhile, someone wonders, does he never get tired of flapping his lips? A question arises from the crowd, "That's him, right?" The man confirms, "Yeah, I'm sure of it." A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. The word Soken appears. Whispers spread through the crowd. "That's Zeke Draker, the youngest to ever enroll in Valhalla," another voice exclaims. "I heard he's a direct descendant." Adding to the buzz, someone mentions that he's a prodigy that beat an instructor as well. The revelation hits hard. "Ha! Bro, you're a Draker," one student blurts out, while another simply asks, "What?" in disbelief. He holds up his gloved hand, emblazoned with a distinct emblem. "What did you think this was, then?" he asks, his expression a mix of challenge and disbelief. Another voice wonders, "What is that?" A student's bewildered face fills the frame, a question mark floating beside him. "What is that?" he wonders aloud, echoing the growing confusion. He retorts, fury etched on his face, "These are pure-blood gloves, you idiot. They're the mark of a pure-blood Draker Awakener." The student, eyes wide with shock, can only manage a disbelieving, "What?" The student's eyes swirl with disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. "What the hell? You didn't even take them off while eating, so I thought you were a real badass for sticking to your guns." His face contorted in disbelief, the student stammered, "No way. Those are the pure-blood gloves? I had no clue." A smug look crosses his face as he thinks, he came all the way to Valhalla without knowing about the pure-blood gloves. Well, still, this kind of reaction is normal when encountering a pure-blood awakener, he muses, seemingly unfazed by the student's surprise. His eyes widen, a visible shock rippling through him as he seems to realize the gravity of the situation. A realization dawns on him, a bright idea seemingly sparking to life. "I was wondering why you were such a hard ass. It all makes sense now." He rests his gloved hand on the table, a golden emblem subtly visible on the dark material. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he says, "This guy." The man drapes an arm around him, laughing, "You should have paid for our meal if you were a Draker." "Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding." But the man's behavior only intensifies, he's not quieting down. In fact, he's become even rowdier. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoes through the room. Above the din, a booming voice cuts through the air, "Attention, everyone." The man's commanding presence fills the room as he speaks. A hush falls over the crowd as the announcement echoes through the hall. The man stands tall, his uniform pristine. "I was wondering why there were so many people," he muses. "It turns out this special lecture is being held by the dean himself. Seeing how many students we have here, I can tell just how much you all were looking forward to this lecture," the dean announces, his voice echoing through the hall. Distracted by something else entirely, one student leans over to another, asking, "Think about these lyrics? Isn't this rhyme scheme crazy?" "You said we should listen to this lecture, so at least pretend to listen," comes the sharp retort. Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, "Now then, let's skip all formalities and get straight to the main event." The booming voice continues, "I had a really hard time bringing this person over here." The voice announces, a Black Knight of Draker, returning from the field. The man muses, "He's returned to the Four Seasons Fortress, so I wonder if he'll begin international activities now." A sinister ha punctuates the thought. Applause erupts as the announcement rings out, "It's Sir Duke Draker." Sir Duke Draker strides forward, his boots clicking against the stone floor. A murmur ripples through the crowd. "It's Duke Draker, the Glay Knight," someone exclaims. Another voice whispers, "That Black Knight that suddenly disappeared?" Whispers spread, there were rumors going around saying he was recently sighted around the Four Seasons Fortress. I guess they were true after all. Draker speaks, a hint of pride in his voice. To have all of you remember me after I've stepped back from the front lines is an honor, Draker finishes, his voice resonating through the hall. Draker continues, urging everyone to engrave this lecture into your heart and soul. Is an honor, Draker finishes, and another student thinks to himself, huh? The contents are way better than I thought they would be. The students are asked, are you the ones who'll build their dear events? What's with the tone, now, one of the students wonders. The students collapse onto the table, seemingly defeated by the instructor's words. The students look dejected, their hands resting on the table. The instructor grins, seemingly oblivious to their despair. He's been bragging nonstop for the past 2 hours now. Is he ever going to stop? A thought bubble wonders, as the instructor continues his endless boasting. Still going on, the instructor continues his tale, and I told him to think again. That's when, interrupting him, another voice chimes in, yes, I'm sure this is a shame to all of you students listening intently, but we're out of time now. Suddenly, a voice booms out, nice job, Dean. The man steps forward, announcing, the second speaker is someone that all of you no doubt know, so I don't believe any introductions are necessary. With that announcement, a figure approaches the podium, ready to address the crowd. The text emphasizes that despite being incredibly busy as a guardian knight, she has taken time out of her schedule to be here. The text reveals a startling fact about the Draker family. Within the Draker family, knights are classified as normal. The hierarchy is laid bare: knights, intermediate knights, advanced knights, and finally, guardian knights. The hierarchy continues to unfold, revealing the next tiers: intermediate knights and advanced knights. Because of that, there aren't even 10 guardian knights. Another voice chimes in, stating, I'm sure the second speaker will be a prominent figure as well. The camera focuses on a man in a white and gold uniform, his expression thoughtful as he looks off to the side. The man in white and gold, a possible guardian knight, seems lost in thought. The guardian knight remains deep in thought, a low murmur escaping his lips. The guardian knight remains lost in thought. He glances at his watch, a sudden realization seemingly dawning on him. A faint sound echoes. The source of the sound is revealed: long, braided silver hair. The sound intensifies. The foot, clad in a sharp, pointed shoe, steps forward, the sound growing ever closer. Clack! The man rests his chin on his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face as the sound approaches. The sound grows louder. The approaching figure is described: platinum blonde hair and white, full plate armor. The platinum blonde hair and white armor certainly make her stand out, but her identity remains a mystery. It makes her stand out, but I don't know who she is. The man below responds to the woman's declaration of Valhalla with a disbelieving seriously. His eyes widen in disbelief. I can't believe I'm getting to see the white silver knight in person. His shock intensifies. What? He exclaims. The realization dawns on him. Then that person is. The armor comes into sharper focus, revealing a familiar design. The words the first of appear, hinting at the identity of the armored figure. The words solidify the revelation: the Draker's direct descendants. The Draker's direct descendants are revealed to be the White Silver Knight. The White Silver Knight's piercing gaze seems to penetrate the very soul. The White Silver Knight's armor gleams, a testament to their unwavering resolve. Carly Draker. The name echoes with a weight of unspoken history.